mountain doesn't give up its secrets easily. The approach to Castello della Pietra, perched in the steep Ligurian hills of northwestern Italy, demands something from the visitor: effort, patience, a willingness to climb. And that, as it turns out, was always the point. The castle rises from a narrow ridge of rock in the Val Trebbia, southeast of Genoa, at an elevation that feels borrowed from the clouds. Two towers, one square, one round, anchor either end of what remains of its walls, and between them, centuries of weather and neglect have reduced much of the structure to rubble. But what survives is enough. Enough to read the intentions of the men who built it, and to understand why they chose this particular piece of sky. The Val Trebbia has been a corridor of movement since Roman times. The river below cuts through the Apennines, linking the Ligurian coast to the Po Valley, and whoever controlled the heights above it controlled that passage. When Castello della Pietra was constructed, most likely during the 12th or 13th century, though the precise date is still debated, it was built to do exactly that: to watch, to warn, to stop, if necessary, anyone moving through the valley who hadn't been invited. The castle is most closely associated with the Fieschi family, one of the most powerful noble dynasties in medieval Liguria. The Fieschi produced two popes, Innocent IV and Adrian V, and maintained a web of fortified holdings across the region. Castello della Pietra appears in historical records under their control by the 14th century, and there is reasonable evidence to suggest they may have commissioned expansions to the original structure. For a family whose influence stretched from the papacy to the Genoese Republic, a mountain fortress in a strategic valley wasn't a vanity project. It was a piece on a much larger board. The site's military logic is immediately clear to anyone willing to look. The ridge on which the castle sits is barely wide enough to accommodate the buildings themselves. On either side, the terrain drops sharply, sheer in places, densely forested in others. There is no approach that does not expose an attacker. A small garrison here could hold off a far larger force, and the towers provided unobstructed sight lines down both directions of the valley. Signal fires lit from these heights could reach Genoa before a threat arrived at the city's gates. Historians have also pointed to the castle's role as a toll point. The Val Trebbia route was used by merchants, pilgrims, and armies alike, and noble families routinely extracted fees from travelers passing through their territory. A fortified position above the road wasn't just a defensive asset, it was a revenue stream. The two functions reinforced each other. The castle's military reputation made the toll easier to collect, and the income from the toll helped maintain the garrison. What makes Castello della Pietra particularly interesting is how its story intersects with the broader arc of medieval Ligurian politics. Genoa, the dominant power on the coast, was in near-constant tension with the noble families of its hinterland. The Fieschi, for all their papal connections, were not always on good terms with the Republic. The castle changed hands multiple times over the centuries, through inheritance, purchase, and conflict, eventually passing out of noble control altogether as the power of the old feudal families declined. By the 16th century, the castle had lost most of its strategic relevance. Gunpowder had changed the calculus of fortification, rendering medieval walls less useful, and mountain redoubts less impregnable. The Val Trebbia was no longer the contested corridor it had once been. The garrison withdrew, the Fieschi faded, and the mountains slowly began to reclaim what had been built upon it. What remains today has been partially restored, and the site is accessible to visitors who make the climb. The two towers still stand against the ridgeline, worn but recognizable. The masonry shows the layering of different building campaigns, older stonework visible beneath later additions, a record of the castle's long evolution written in the walls themselves. Archaeologists and architectural historians have noted the unusual integration of the natural rock into the castle's foundations. In several places, the builders simply used the living rock as part of the structure, carving into it where necessary and building up from it where they could. It's a technique born of necessity, but it also produced something that feels almost organic, as though the castle grew from the mountain rather than being placed upon it. That relationship between human ambition and natural landscape is, in many ways, the defining quality of Castello della Pietra. The men who built it did not choose this site despite its difficulty. They chose it because of it. The Atlantic winds off the Cantabrian coast carry a particular kind of cold. Not the sharp freeze of the high mountains, but something slower and more persistent, the kind that settles into stone and stays there. On a promontory above the Navia River in the Asturias region of northwestern Spain, that wind moves through the ruins of a settlement that was old before Rome arrived and that endured long after Rome had shaped nearly everything around it. Castro de coanA is a hill fort. The term doesn't quite do it justice, but it's the most useful starting point. The site belongs to a category of settlement found across Atlantic Europe, from Ireland and Scotland down through Wales, Cornwall, and into Iberia, characterized by circular stone structures clustered within defensive enclosures, typically positioned on elevated ground with commanding views of the surrounding landscape. In the northwestern Iberian Peninsula, these settlements are known as castros, and coanA is among the largest and best preserved examples in all of Asturias. The promontory itself does much of the defensive work. The ground falls away steeply on 3 sides, and on the 4th, the builders reinforced what nature had left incomplete: a series of ditches and ramparts cut into the earth, creating layered obstacles for anyone approaching overland. From within the settlement, the views extend across the river valley in multiple directions. Nothing moved through this part of the landscape without being seen. The people who built coanA were part of a broader cultural tradition that archaeologists call the Castro culture, a pre-Roman Iron Age society that flourished across Galicia and Asturias roughly from the 8th or 9th century BCE onward. They were not a single unified people in any political sense. The Castros were largely autonomous communities, each controlling its own territory of farmland, pasture, and forest. But they shared architectural conventions, burial practices, and artistic traditions that suggest sustained contact and exchange across the region. At coanA, excavations have revealed a dense interior filled with circular stone dwellings, storage structures, and what appear to be communal or workshop spaces. The houses are built to a consistent plan: round or oval walls of dry fitted stone, a central hearth, a single doorway oriented away from the prevailing wind. They are small by modern standards, but they were not primitive. The craftsmanship evident in the stonework is deliberate and skilled, and the spatial organization of the settlement as a whole suggests a community with established social hierarchies and shared norms about how space was to be used. One of the more debated questions about coanA concerns its peak population and the duration of its occupation. Based on the visible structures, some estimates have placed the community at several hundred inhabitants, possibly more during periods when the surrounding territory faced external pressure and people sought the safety of the promontory. The site was occupied across a remarkably long span, beginning in the Iron Age and continuing with modifications well into the Roman period. That continuity is itself significant. When Roman expansion reached this corner of the peninsula in the late 1st century BCE, it did not immediately erase what was already here. The process was more complicated than conquest and replacement. The Romans recognized the castros as the fundamental unit of local settlement and social organization, and for a time, they worked with that reality rather than against it. coanA continued to be occupied under Roman administration, and archaeological evidence, coins, ceramics, fragments of Roman manufactured goods, shows genuine integration into Roman commercial and political networks. What changed gradually was the nature of the settlement itself. Roman influences can be read in the architecture. Some structures show rectangular room additions appended to older circular buildings, a physical record of changing tastes and perhaps changing status. Residents who had prospered within the new Roman economy may have wanted their homes to reflect that prosperity in ways that were intelligible to Roman visitors and administrators. This blending of traditions is one of the things that makes coanA genuinely interesting to archaeologists. The site doesn't fit neatly into a story of indigenous culture obliterated by Roman conquest. Instead, it documents something messier and more human: the negotiation of identity under external pressure, the selective adoption of new forms while older ones persisted, the way communities adapt without entirely disappearing. The sauna-like structures discovered at coanA have generated particular scholarly attention. These stone chambers, fed by heated rocks and associated with water, appear at several Asturian and Galician castros, and their function has been debated at length. Ritual purification, social ceremony, and simple bathing have all been proposed. The most widely discussed interpretation connects them to ceremonial practices tied to rites of passage, a hypothesis supported by their placement within the settlement and by comparable structures found elsewhere in Atlantic Europe. No firm consensus has been reached, but the structures themselves are among the most evocative reminders that the people of coanA lived within a rich symbolic world that extended well beyond the practical demands of survival. The site was first systematically excavated in the 1940s, and work has continued at intervals since. Much of the promontory has now been cleared and stabilized, allowing visitors to walk between the stone foundations and read the layout of the community at something close to its original scale. Standing at the edge of the promontory, with the Navia River visible below and the hills of Asturias extending in every direction, it is not difficult to understand why people chose this place and why, for more than 1,000 years, they chose to stay. Astronomy is one of the oldest human impulses. Long before writing, long before cities, people were tracking the movement of the sun, the phases of the moon, the slow procession of stars across the seasonal sky. They did this not out of idle curiosity, but out of necessity. To know when to plant, when to expect the rains, when the year had turned and the cycle was beginning again. The sky was a calendar, a compass, and for many cultures, a direct line of communication with forces that governed human life. On the island of Crete, in the rugged uplands of the Lassithi Plateau region, a site known as coanA, named for the reddish hue of its soil, has drawn quiet but sustained attention from researchers interested in the astronomical knowledge of prehistoric Aegean cultures. The site is not famous in the way that Knossos is famous. It does not draw crowds, but among specialists in archaeoastronomy, it represents something worth taking seriously: potential physical evidence that Bronze Age Cretans were deliberately encoding celestial alignments into their built environment. The structures at coanA are modest in scale, stone arrangements and architectural remnants that taken in isolation might appear unremarkable. What elevates them as a subject of study is their orientation. Researchers examining the site have noted alignments that correspond to significant solar events, particularly the solstices and possibly certain lunar standstills. The question, as always with archaeoastronomical claims, is whether these alignments are deliberate or coincidental, a question that turns out to be considerably harder to answer than it might seem. Archaeoastronomy as a discipline has a complicated history. In its earlier decades, enthusiastic researchers sometimes saw intentional alignments everywhere, projecting sophisticated astronomical knowledge onto cultures that may simply have been building in practical response to landscape and climate. The field has since matured considerably, developing more rigorous statistical methods for distinguishing meaningful orientations from random ones. Applied to coanA, those methods have produced results that researchers describe as suggestive but not conclusive, a phrase that appears often in this kind of work and that reflects genuine intellectual honesty rather than evasion. The broader context matters here. Minoan civilization, which flourished on Crete roughly from 2700 to 1450 BCE, was a sophisticated Bronze Age culture with extensive trade networks, complex palatial administration, and a rich visual and religious tradition. The great palaces at Knossos, Phaistos, and Malea were not merely administrative centers. They were also ritual landscapes, and there is good evidence that solar orientation played a role in their design. The main hall at Knossos receives the rising sun on specific days of the year in ways that are difficult to attribute to chance. Phaistos is oriented toward the winter solstice sunrise with a precision that has impressed multiple independent researchers. Against that backdrop, the idea that Minoan communities might have established dedicated observational or ceremonial sites aligned to celestial events is not implausible. It fits a pattern visible across the ancient Mediterranean and beyond. The challenge with coanA specifically is the fragmentary state of the physical evidence. Unlike the palaces, which preserve enough architectural detail to support careful orientation analysis, the remains at coanA are partial, making it harder to reconstruct the original structure with the confidence needed to draw firm conclusions. Some researchers have proposed that sites like coanA functioned as rural sanctuaries, places outside the major palatial centers where agricultural communities could mark the turning points of the year through ceremony and observation. Minoan peak sanctuaries, established on prominent hilltops across the island, are well documented and clearly served ritual purposes. Whether coanA belongs to that tradition, represents something distinct, or reflects an overlap between astronomical observation and religious practice remains an open question. What the debate around coanA reveals, perhaps more than the site itself, is how much we still do not understand about the intellectual and spiritual life of Bronze Age Crete. The Minoans left no deciphered written records of their beliefs. Linear A, their administrative script, remains undeciphered to this day. Everything we know about Minoan religion and cosmology is inferred from art, architecture, and material culture. That leaves substantial room for uncertainty, and it means that sites like coanA carry interpretive weight that their physical remains alone might not seem to justify. There is also the question of continuity. Crete was occupied long before the Minoan palatial period, and the island's upland regions preserve traces of Neolithic and early Bronze Age activity that predate the great palaces by millennia. It is possible that coanA's significance predates the Minoan florescence. that it marks a place of long-standing ceremonial importance that was later incorporated into, or continued alongside, the more centralized ritual system of the palatial era. The plateau itself contributes to the sense of altitude and exposure that characterizes the site. At elevation, removed from the coastal settlements that dominated Minoan political life, the sky feels closer and more present. The horizon is clean. The stars, on a clear Cretan night, are extraordinary. Whether or not the stones at coanA were arranged with astronomical precision, it is not difficult to understand why someone, at some point, chose to stand here and look up. There are places where the scale of what ancient people built still has the power to stop you. Castro de San Cibrao de las is one of them. Spread across a broad hilltop in the province of Ourense in the Galicia region of northwestern Spain. This is not a village. It is something closer to a town, one of the largest Iron Age settlements ever documented in the entire Iberian Peninsula, and a site that forces a fundamental reassessment of what pre-Roman society in Atlantic Iberia was actually capable of. The numbers alone are striking. The enclosed area covers roughly 30 hectares. Within those boundaries, archaeologists have identified the remains of more than 2,000 stone structures. Dwellings, storage buildings, workshops, communal spaces arranged along what were once recognizable streets and pathways. The defensive perimeter consists of 2 concentric stone walls, massive in construction, reinforced at intervals, and equipped with controlled entry points. This was not a settlement that grew organically without plan. Someone, at some point, made deliberate decisions about how this place would be organized and what it would become. San Cibrao de las belongs to the same Castro culture tradition encountered at coanA, but it operates at a fundamentally different scale. Where coanA was a community, San Cibrao de las begins to look like a regional center, a place that may have served not just its own inhabitants, but a broader surrounding territory. The site's occupation spans roughly from the 2nd century BCE through the 1st or 2nd century CE, placing it squarely in the period of Roman engagement with northwestern Iberia. But the foundation and early development of the settlement appear to be indigenous, predating direct Roman administrative control. The question of what drove the creation of a settlement this large in this particular location has occupied researchers for decades. Several hypotheses have been proposed, and they are not mutually exclusive. One centers on defense. The decades before Roman consolidation of the Northwest were turbulent. Different Castro communities competed for resources and territory, and larger, better-defended settlements would have offered security that smaller hill forts could not. The double wall at San Cibrao de las is not a casual construction. It represents an enormous collective investment in protection. A second hypothesis emphasizes economic and political centralization. As Castro society became more complex in the later Iron Age, certain settlements may have emerged as nodes of exchange and administration, places where goods were aggregated, disputes were resolved, and social hierarchies were negotiated. The density and variety of structures at San Cibrao de las suggests a community differentiated by function in ways that smaller Castros were not. Certain areas of the site show evidence of metalworking and craft production at a scale that implies organized, specialized labor rather than household subsistence activity. A third interpretation, increasingly discussed in recent scholarship, positions San Cibrao de las as an example of what some researchers call an oppidum, a term borrowed from Caesar's descriptions of large Gaulish settlements applied cautiously to comparable sites in Iberia. The oppidum model implies a settlement that functions as a proto-urban center, integrating multiple surrounding communities under a degree of shared political organization. Whether San Cibrao de las truly fits that model is contested, but the physical evidence of its scale and internal organization makes the comparison difficult to dismiss entirely. The street layout is one of the site's most compelling features. Unlike the more irregular arrangements found at smaller castros, San Cibrao de las shows evidence of planned circulation routes, pathways between structures that follow consistent orientations and suggest deliberate spatial design. This level of planning implies some form of coordinating authority, whether that authority resided in a council of elders, a dominant lineage, or a recognized chief, is something the material record cannot directly tell us. Excavations conducted over multiple campaigns since the mid-20th century have recovered a substantial corpus of finds. Ceramics spanning the local and the imported, metal objects including weapons and personal ornaments, grinding stones, and agricultural tools, fragments of what appear to be ritual deposits. The ceramics are particularly informative. Local wares predominate as expected, but Roman imports appear in contexts that suggest trade contact rather than conquest, goods arriving through exchange networks before the administrative machinery of Rome formally reached this region. That transitional moment, when a thriving indigenous settlement begins to absorb Roman material culture while maintaining its own social and architectural traditions, is visible in the archaeological record at San Cibrao de las in ways that closely parallel what was observed at coanA. The pattern is consistent enough across multiple Galician and Asturian Castro sites to suggest a regional dynamic rather than isolated local responses. Roman influence percolated through existing networks before Roman power imposed itself directly. The site is known locally by another name, Cidade de San Cibran, the city of San Cibran, and that popular designation is telling. Generations of people in Ourense have looked at this hilltop and seen not a village, not a hamlet, but a city. They were not wrong to do so. The scale of what was built here, the density of its occupation, and the evidence of its internal organization all point towards something that deserves to be understood on its own terms rather than as a footnote to the Roman world that eventually absorbed it. Walking the site today, with the Galician hills rolling away in every direction, and the foundations of those 2,000 structures still visible beneath the turf and stone, it is possible to feel the weight of what this place once was, not in any mystical sense, but in the straightforward recognition that thousands of people built their lives here, generation after generation, and that they did so with intention and skill. The Peruvian coast is one of the driest places on Earth. The Humboldt Current, running cold along the shoreline, pulls moisture away from the land rather than delivering it, and the result is a narrow coastal strip of desert, interrupted occasionally by river valleys where Andean snowmelt reaches the Pacific, that receives almost no rainfall across vast stretches of the year. It is a landscape that seems to resist life, and yet it was precisely here, in these river valley oases running perpendicular to the coast, that some of the earliest complex societies in the Americas took shape thousands of years ago. Cerro sechiN sits in the Casma Valley, roughly 350 kilometers north of Lima, at the foot of a rocky hill that gives the site its name. The valley is one of those coastal oases, irrigated, fertile within its limits, flanked by desert on both sides. The site was first brought to serious archaeological attention in the 1930s by Peruvian archaeologist Julio C. Tello, and what he found there was striking enough to generate debate that has continued with increasing sophistication ever since. The most immediately arresting feature of Cerro sechiN is its carved stone frieze. Arranged around the exterior of a rectangular platform mound, roughly 200 monolithic stone slabs bear carvings that rank among the most remarkable examples of pre-Columbian art anywhere in South America. The images are not abstract. They depict human figures, warriors, captives, dismembered bodies, rendered in a bold, direct style that leaves little ambiguity about the subject matter. Severed heads, stacked vertebrae, body parts arranged with an almost clinical precision, streams of blood represented as parallel incised lines running downward from wounds. The iconography is violent, and it has understandably dominated discussion of the site since Tello's initial excavations. But the meaning of that violence, what it was meant to communicate, and to whom, has been interpreted in several different ways. The most straightforward reading sees the frieze as a commemorative record of military victory, a monumental declaration of power carved into the most permanent medium available. Under this interpretation, Cerro sechiN functioned much like a triumphal monument in later traditions, a public statement that this community had prevailed over its enemies and that its leadership was capable of organized, effective violence. A second interpretation emphasizes ritual rather than historical commemoration. Many Andean cultures integrated sacrifice and ritual killing into their religious practices as mechanisms for maintaining cosmic order, ensuring agricultural fertility, propitiating supernatural forces, marking calendrical transitions. The carvings at Cerro sechiN under this reading would represent not a specific military event, but a recurring ceremonial reality, depicted in stone to make it permanent and to communicate the power of whoever controlled the ceremonies. A third line of argument, less widely accepted but still in circulation, has proposed that the figures represent a catastrophic epidemic or massacre rather than warfare, that the dismembered bodies are victims rather than trophies, and that the monument records disaster rather than triumph. Most specialists find this interpretation less persuasive than the military or ritual readings, but it reflects the genuine difficulty of decoding imagery without a written record to anchor interpretation. What most researchers today accept is some combination of the first two readings, that Cerro sechiN commemorates real military power while framing that power within a ritual and cosmological vocabulary. Violence and ceremony were not separate categories in early Andean thought. The display of military capacity was itself a ritual act, and the monument was designed to communicate on both registers simultaneously. The platform mound itself, behind the carved exterior, presents its own set of puzzles. Excavations have revealed that it was built in stages, with earlier structures buried beneath later construction phases, a pattern common across Andean monumental architecture, where the act of building over an existing sacred structure was understood to transfer and amplify its power rather than simply replace it. The earliest phases at Cerro sechiN may date to as far back as 1800 BCE or earlier, making the site one of the oldest monumental complexes yet identified on the Peruvian coast. The cultural affiliation of Cerro sechiN has been debated. The site belongs broadly to the late pre-ceramic and initial period of Andean prehistory, a formative era during which the basic template of Andean civilization was being established along the coast and in the adjacent highlands. Its relationship to other contemporary sites in the Casma Valley, including the much larger sechiN Alto complex nearby, is still being worked out. Some researchers have proposed that the Casma Valley as a whole was one of the most densely and ambitiously developed regions in early Andean South America, home to a polity of considerable scale and organizational complexity. That complexity is easy to overlook when attention focuses entirely on the carved friezes. The friezes are extraordinary, and they deserve the attention they receive. But the engineering of the mound itself, the logistics of quarrying, transporting, and precisely fitting those carved slabs, the labor organization required to build and rebuild the platform over multiple generations, represents an achievement no less impressive than the artistry of the carvings. Both dimensions of Cerro sechiN point toward the same conclusion, that the people of the Casma Valley, more than 3,000 years ago, were operating within a social system sophisticated enough to direct large-scale collective effort toward monumental ends. The carved warriors still stand along the base of the mound, worn by centuries of coastal weather, but still legible, still communicating something of the force and intention of the people who cut them. What exactly they are saying remains, in its details, a matter of scholarly conversation. But the general message, that power was here, that it was organized, that it demanded to be seen, comes through without difficulty. In 1987, a grave robber's tunnel changed the course of Andean archaeology. The site was Huaca rajada, near the modern town of cibrao, in the Lambayeque Valley of northern Peru. And what emerged from beneath its eroded adobe mounds that year was a discovery of such richness and historical significance that it drew immediate comparisons to Tutankhamun's tomb. The comparison was not an exaggeration. What the cibrao royal tombs contained, and the story of how they came to light, remains one of the most important archaeological events of the 20th century. Huaca rajada is not a single structure. It is a complex of large platform mounds built from millions of sun-dried adobe bricks, constructed by the Moche civilization over a period spanning roughly the 1st through 8th centuries CE. The Moche were one of the most sophisticated cultures of pre-Columbian South America, master metallurgists, skilled potters whose ceramic vessels documented their world with a naturalistic precision unmatched anywhere in the ancient Americas, and builders of monumental architecture that still dominates the landscape of the North Peruvian coast. Their society was hierarchical and regionally extensive, organized around ceremonial centers where elaborate ritual performances reinforced the authority of an elite class. The events of 1987 began when local huaqueros, the term used in Peru for looters of archaeological sites, a practice with deep roots in the region, began tunneling into one of the Huaca rajada mounds and started pulling out extraordinarily fine gold and silver objects. Word spread quickly, as it always does when valuable material surfaces, and pieces began moving toward the antiquities market. Archaeologist Walter Alva, then director of the Bruning Museum in nearby Lambayeque, was alerted by police who had intercepted some of the objects. Alva moved fast. Working under difficult conditions, with the site still at risk from additional looting, his team began systematic excavation of the area the looters had penetrated. What they found beneath the surface transformed the understanding of Moche civilization. The first undisturbed tomb they reached contained the burial of a man of extraordinary status, a warrior priest, as Alva's team came to describe him, interred with a wealth of grave goods that had no parallel in any previously excavated Moche context. Gold and silver ornaments of astonishing craftsmanship, a spectacular peanut-shaped gold and silver necklace, ceremonial weapons, textiles, and ceramics, the remains of sacrificed individuals buried alongside the central figure, a banner of gilded copper that had once been displayed or carried in ceremonial processions. This individual became known as the Lord of sechiN, and his tomb was only the beginning. Subsequent excavations at Huaca rajada revealed additional royal burials, including what appears to be an even older tomb, designated the Old Lord of sechiN, whose grave goods displayed technical sophistication in metalworking that pushed the timeline of moche high craft production back further than previously recognized. The significance of these discoveries extended well beyond the material value of the objects themselves, extraordinary as that value was. For the first time, archaeologists had intact moche royal burials with full contextual information. The precise position of every object, every accompanying individual, every offering. That context allowed researchers to read the burials as structured ritual texts rather than collections of isolated artifacts, and what those texts said was revelatory. The grave goods found with the Lord of sechiN closely matched the figures depicted in moche ceramic art and on the famous moche murals, particularly a scene that researchers call the sacrifice ceremony, which appears repeatedly across moche visual culture and depicts elaborately costumed figures engaged in the ritual presentation of a goblet filled with the blood of sacrificed captives. The Lord of sechiN had been buried in the costume of one of the central figures in that ceremony. He was not merely a political ruler, he was a ritual performer, a man whose authority derived at least partly from his role in enacting the ceremonies that maintained moche cosmological order. This insight that moche rulers embodied specific ritual roles and were buried in the costumes of those roles reshaped scholarly understanding of how moche political authority was structured and legitimized. It also raised questions about whether the sacrifice ceremony was purely symbolic or involved actual human sacrifice, questions that subsequent osteological analysis of skeletal remains from moche sites has largely answered in favor of the latter interpretation. The Huaca rajada site continues to be excavated, and new tombs have been discovered in recent decades, each adding detail to the picture of moche royal practice. A tomb identified in 2007 contained the burial of a woman of elite status, the Lady of Chao, found at a different moche site in the same region, which contributed to ongoing discussion about the role of women in moche political and ceremonial life. The objects recovered from sechiN are now housed primarily in the Museo Tumba Reales de sechiN, a purpose-built museum in Lambayeque designed specifically to display and interpret the discoveries in their regional context. The museum itself has become one of the most visited archaeological destinations in Peru, drawing researchers and the public alike to engage with a civilization that until 1987 was known primarily through its art rather than through the physical remains of the people who made it. The mounds of Huaca rajada still rise from the flat agricultural plain of the Lambayeque Valley, worn and irregular, giving little outward sign of what they contained. The tunnel the looters cut is long since stabilized and documented. What was almost lost to the antiquities trade instead became the foundation of an entirely new chapter in our understanding of who the moche were. The Andes do not accommodate human ambition quietly. They present it with altitude, with cold, with terrain that shifts from tropical forest to glacial rock within a vertical distance that takes hours to climb. Any civilization that attempted to knit together the enormous geographic diversity of Western South America into a single political and economic system had to solve the Andes first. The Inca did exactly that, and the road network they built to accomplish it stands as one of the great engineering achievements of the pre-Columbian world. Paredones de Molleturo sits at roughly 3,400 meters above sea level in the western cordillera of the Andes in what is now the Azuay province of southern Ecuador. The name Paredones, meaning roughly Great Walls, gives some sense of what greets a visitor arriving at the site. The remains of substantial stone structures extend across a high plateau, commanding views of the surrounding mountain landscape, and positioned along one of the principal Inca roads connecting the Ecuadorian highlands to the coast. This was not a way station. It was an administrative and logistical hub, a node in the vast organizational system the Inca called Tawantinsuyu, the four quarters of the world. To understand Paredones de Molleturo, it helps to understand the Inca road system that gave it meaning. The Capac Ñan, or Royal Road, was not a single road but a network covering more than 30,000 kilometers across 6 modern South American countries, running from what is now southern Colombia to central Chile and Argentina. It traversed every environment the Andes could offer: high plateaus, deep river valleys, coastal deserts, cloud forests, and it was maintained by the state as a fundamental instrument of imperial control. Goods, armies, information, and imperial officials all moved along its routes. At regular intervals along the Capac Ñan, the Inca established tambos, way stations providing shelter, supplies, and administrative support for travelers moving on state business. But at more significant points in the network, larger installations served more complex functions. Paredones de Molleturo appears to have been one of these more substantial nodes, a place where the road from the coast met the highland network, where goods from dramatically different ecological zones were received, stored, and redistributed. The physical remains at the site reflect that complexity. Archaeologists have identified structures consistent with residential use, storage facilities, and what may have been spaces for administrative or ceremonial functions. The Inca built in a distinctive style: carefully fitted stone masonry, trapezoidal doorways, and niches, an aesthetic that managed to be simultaneously austere and precise. At Paredones, that style is recognizable in the surviving walls, even where the upper courses have collapsed and the structures have been reduced to their foundations. The storage function of Inca highland sites was not incidental. The entire Inca economic system was organized around the state's capacity to accumulate and redistribute resources, and storage was its physical infrastructure. Warehouses called kolkas were positioned throughout the empire, often at altitude where the cold temperatures acted as natural refrigeration for the freeze-dried and preserved foods that sustained armies, fed labor conscripts, and provided insurance against regional crop failures. Whether Paredones de Molleturo included formal kolka structures is a question that ongoing archaeological work continues to address. But the site's position and scale make some form of storage function highly plausible. The road itself, where it passes near Paredones, preserves sections that convey something of the original construction. Inca roads were engineered with care, paved where the terrain required it, drained to prevent erosion, marked with distance indicators, and in steep sections, fitted with stone steps that allowed sure-footed movement for human bearers and herds of llamas carrying loads. The Inca had no wheeled vehicles and no horses before European contact, so the entire transportation system was built around human and camelid capacity. This shaped the road's design in fundamental ways. Width calibrated to the passage of loaded llamas in single file. Grades managed to minimize exhaustion rather than to maximize speed. The Molleturo region specifically had strategic importance beyond its position on the road network. The western slopes of the Andes in this part of Ecuador are ecologically diverse. The altitude range between the highland plateau and the coastal lowlands encompasses multiple production zones, and the movement of goods between those zones was economically significant. Coastal products, including dried fish, salt, and certain luxury goods, moved upward into the highlands. Highland products, including textiles, freeze-dried potatoes, and manufactured goods, moved down toward the coast. Paredones de molleturo sat at the point where those flows converged. The site also carries significance in the context of Inca expansion into Ecuador, which occurred relatively late in imperial history, roughly in the second half of the 15th century, under the rulers Tupac Inca Yupanqui and later Huayna Capac. The northern campaigns were among the most ambitious the Inca undertook, extending the empire into territories with their own established political traditions and requiring sustained military and administrative effort to consolidate. The infrastructure built during and after those campaigns, roads, tambos, administrative centers, represented the physical expression of imperial will imposed on a newly acquired frontier. Today, the site sits within a landscape that has changed substantially since Inca times. Agricultural use, road construction, and the slow reclamation of stone by local builders have all taken their toll. What remains is fragmentary but legible to a trained eye, and recent inclusion of the Capac Ñan as a UNESCO World Heritage Site has brought increased attention and resources to sites like Paredones de Molleturo that form part of its extended network. Standing on the plateau at Molleturo, with the mountains stacked in every direction and the wind moving steadily across the open ground, it is possible to feel the ambition of what the Inca attempted here. The audacious project of making these mountains serve an empire, of threading human organization through terrain that seemed designed to resist it. West Africa's history runs deeper than the world has often been willing to acknowledge. For generations, the dominant narrative of African prehistory undervalued or outright ignored the complexity of indigenous cultural development on the continent, preferring instead to attribute African achievements to outside influence or to treat sub-Saharan Africa as a region without significant history before European contact. The Nok culture and the extraordinary terracotta tradition it produced in the savanna woodlands of what is now central Nigeria stands as a direct and decisive refutation of that narrative. The Nok tradition takes its name from the village of Nok in Kaduna State, where the first recognized examples of its distinctive terracotta sculpture came to light in the 1940s during tin mining operations. A worker digging in alluvial deposits pulled up fragments of fired clay figures, unlike anything previously documented in the region. The finds reached the attention of Bernard Fagg, a British colonial officer with an interest in Nigerian antiquities, who recognized their significance and began systematic efforts to document and recover additional examples. What emerged over subsequent decades was the outline of a ceramic artistic tradition of remarkable sophistication, spread across a substantial geographic area in central Nigeria, and dated, through thermoluminescence and radiocarbon methods, to a period stretching from roughly 1500 BCE to 500 CE. That date range is worth pausing on. At its earliest, The Nok tradition was producing complex figurative sculpture during the same centuries that saw the height of the Egyptian New Kingdom, the fall of Troy, and the beginning of the Greek Dark Ages. The most developed phase of Nok terracotta production, concentrated roughly between 500 BCE and 200 CE, was contemporary with classical Greece, the Roman Republic, and the Maurya Empire of South Asia. The Nok sculptors were not working in isolation from the currents of the ancient world. They were part of it. The terracotta figures themselves are immediately striking. They range in size from small fragments to nearly life-sized heads, and they depict humans and animals with a stylistic vocabulary that is both internally consistent and visually arresting. Human figures typically show elongated heads, sometimes dramatically so, with carefully rendered facial features, pierced or triangular eyes, open or pursed mouths, detailed hairstyles, and ornaments that vary considerably from figure to figure. The bodies, where preserved, show evidence of elaborate clothing, jewelry, and body modification. Many figures appear to be seated or in postures of some ceremonial significance. The pierced eyes are one of the most discussed technical features of Nok sculpture. Researchers have proposed that the perforations served a functional purpose during the firing process, allowing gases to escape from the clay interior and reducing the risk of cracking. But the consistency and deliberateness with which the feature was applied across so many figures suggests it also carried aesthetic or symbolic weight. It became a defining characteristic of the style, a convention that identified a work as belonging to the Nok tradition in much the same way that proportional conventions identified Attic Greek sculpture. What the figures represented, and what social or religious function they served, remains one of the central unresolved questions in the study of the Nok culture. Several interpretations have been proposed. Some researchers have connected the terracottas to ancestor veneration, a practice widespread across sub-Saharan Africa in which sculpted figures serve as intermediaries between the living and the dead. Others have suggested a connection to healing rituals, pointing to the evidence of physical abnormalities and disease symptoms depicted on some figures. A third line of interpretation emphasizes the figure's association with elite status and ceremonial life, noting that the skill and resources required to produce them suggest specialized craft production rather than household activity. The most widely discussed aspect of Nok beyond its sculpture is its relationship to iron technology. The Nok culture appears to have been among the earliest producers of iron in sub-Saharan Africa, with smelting evidence from some sites dating to as early as the 5th or 6th century BCE. The co-occurrence of sophisticated terracotta production and early iron metallurgy at Nok sites is significant and has led some researchers to propose that both technologies emerged within a single complex society capable of organizing specialized production across multiple craft traditions. Others are more cautious, noting that the geographic distribution of Nok-associated sites is large enough that different communities within the tradition may have been responsible for different aspects of its technological profile. The question of how Nok society was organized, whether it constituted a single political entity, a culturally related group of independent communities, or something between those extremes, cannot currently be resolved from the available evidence. No Nok settlement has been comprehensively excavated. Most known examples of Nok terracotta have come from secondary contexts: alluvial deposits, eroded hillsides, the disturbed earth of mining operations, rather than from undisturbed occupation sites where spatial relationships between objects could illuminate social organization. This is a significant limitation, and it means that almost everything known about the Nok culture is inferred from the objects themselves rather than from the contexts in which they were used. That inferential challenge has not diminished the importance of what the Nok tradition represents. It documents a sub-Saharan African society that more than 2,000 years ago was producing art of genuine complexity and beauty, working iron with technical competence, and participating in whatever regional networks of exchange and influence connected the communities of the West African savanna. The figures recovered from Nigerian soil carry a quiet authority that requires no external validation. They speak for themselves. Rome had a way of arriving somewhere and making it look as though it had always been there. The forums, the colonnaded streets, the triumphal arches and bathhouses, and carefully laid mosaics. Wherever the empire extended itself, these things followed, reshaping the landscape according to a template that was simultaneously practical and ideological. The message was consistent. This is what civilization looks like, and you are now part of it. Volubilis, at the foot of the Zerhoun Massif, in what is now northern Morocco, received that message in full. What makes it remarkable is how completely and how long it was absorbed. The site sits on a fertile plain, roughly 30 kilometers north of the modern city of Meknes, at the far western edge of the Roman province of Mauritania Tingitana. It was not a frontier outpost in the sense of a military installation pushed into hostile territory. By the time Rome formally annexed the region in 40 CE, following the death of the client King Ptolemy of Mauritania, Volubilis was already a substantial settlement with its own established urban character. The Romans did not found this city. They inherited it, and then they rebuilt it in their own image. The pre-Roman layers at Volubilis reveal a settlement with Berber and Phoenician antecedents, part of the broader network of coastal and near-coastal communities that Carthaginian influence had shaped across North Africa before Rome's destruction of Carthage in 146 BCE. The transition from Carthaginian to Roman cultural orbit was gradual rather than abrupt, mediated by the Mauritanian kingdom that served as a buffer between direct Roman administration and the indigenous populations of the Western Maghreb. By the time formal annexation came, local elites had already been engaging with Roman material culture for generations. Under Roman administration, Volubilis flourished. The evidence of that flourishing is extraordinarily well preserved, partly because the city was never built over by later urban development on the same scale as sites closer to the Mediterranean heartland, and partly because a significant earthquake in 1755, the same Lisbon earthquake that devastated Portugal, caused collapses that effectively sealed and protected much of what lay beneath. The result is a Roman city where the skeleton of urban life is still legible in remarkable detail. The Forum complex, the Capitol Temple, the basilica used for legal and commercial proceedings, these public structures formed the civic center of Volubilis and communicated Roman urban values with unmistakable clarity. The triumphal arch of Caracalla, erected in 217 CE to honor the emperor who had extended Roman citizenship to all free inhabitants of the empire, still stands at the entrance to the main colonnaded street, worn but largely intact. Walking the Decumanus Maximus, the main east-west thoroughfare, between the stumps of its columns, with olive groves visible beyond the site boundaries, and the Zerhoun Hills rising behind, produces a disorienting compression of time that few archaeological sites can match. The private houses of Volubilis are in some ways more revealing than the public monuments. Excavation has uncovered dozens of substantial residences belonging to the city's elite, and many of them preserve their floor mosaics in good condition. These mosaics are among the finest Roman examples found anywhere in North Africa. Elaborate mythological scenes, depictions of wild animal hunts, portraits of Orpheus charming beasts with his music, geometric borders of extraordinary precision. They document not just wealth, but cultural aspiration, the desire of Volubilis's prosperous residents to participate fully in the visual and intellectual culture of the broader Roman world. The House of Orpheus, the House of the Labors of Hercules, the Gordian Palace, these residences took their modern names from the mythological subjects of their mosaics. The families who commissioned them were demonstrating in the most durable medium available that they were conversant with the canonical stories of classical civilization. Whether those families were of Berber, Phoenician, Italian, or mixed descent, and Volubilis's population was certainly diverse, they had made a cultural choice that expressed itself in Roman artistic vocabulary. What happened to Volubilis after Rome is equally instructive. The Western Roman Empire's administrative reach contracted in the late 3rd century CE, and Volubilis was effectively abandoned by Roman imperial authority around 285 CE, earlier than most of the empire's western provinces. Yet the city did not empty. A substantial population remained, and the community that persisted was neither purely Roman nor a simple reversion to pre-Roman indigenous culture. Latin remained in use for several more centuries, as evidenced by inscriptions dated well after official Roman withdrawal. The urban infrastructure continued to function, maintained by a community that had internalized Roman urban life deeply enough to sustain it without Roman institutional support. Arabic-speaking populations arrived with the Islamic expansion of the 7th and 8th centuries, and Volubilis, known in Arabic as Walili, became part of a new political and cultural landscape. The Idrisid dynasty, which established the first Arab Islamic kingdom in Morocco, made the site its initial base in the late 8th century before founding nearby Fes. The city was occupied and modified, its stones occasionally quarried for new construction elsewhere, its mosaics protected by accumulated debris. By the medieval period, it had been largely abandoned, and the ruins that remain today reflect the accumulated layering of all those occupations and departures. UNESCO designated Volubilis a World Heritage Site in 1997, recognizing what researchers had long understood, that this particular intersection of Berber, Phoenician, Roman, and early Islamic history in a single, well-preserved urban landscape is genuinely without parallel. The mosaics still catch the afternoon light. The arch of Caracalla still frames the distant hills, and the olive trees that grow beyond the site boundaries are descended, in all likelihood, from the orchards that fed this city when it was alive. This documentary has traveled an extraordinary distance, from the mountain ridges of Liguria to the deserts of Peru, from the savannas of Nigeria to the fertile plains of Morocco. 16 sites, dozens of civilizations, thousands of years of human ambition recorded in stone, clay, brick, and carved reliefs. What connects them is not geography or chronology. It is something more fundamental: the persistent human drive to build, to organize, to make meaning from the landscape, and to leave behind some evidence that a community existed and mattered. The Castro culture families of Asturias, the Moche lords buried in golden regalia, the Knock sculptors working fired clay into faces of haunting precision. None of them knew each other, but they were all engaged in the same essential project: History is not the story of a few famous empires radiating civilization outward to passive recipients. It is something far richer and more complicated. A world full of peoples who developed their own solutions, their own art, their own ways of organizing power and marking time. These 16 sites are reminders of that richness, and there are thousands more still waiting to be properly understood. If this documentary gave you something, a new name to look up, a place you had never heard of, a question you hadn't thought to ask before, then it did exactly what it was meant to do. We are a small channel with an ambitious vision, and every single subscriber genuinely matters to us. If you found value in this journey, please consider hitting the like button and subscribing. We are working toward 1,000 subscribers, and your support is what makes the next documentary possible. Thank you for watching. The past has no shortage of stories left to tell. Guadalajara province in the interior of Castile is not a landscape that announces itself. The high meseta rolls out in long, open distances, broken by limestone outcrops, and river valleys cutting through the plateau in narrow gorges, and the villages are small and widely spaced in a way reflecting both the harshness of the terrain and the long centuries during which this region was a frontier zone. Contested ground between Christian kingdoms pushing south and Moorish Al-Andalus pushing north, populated and depopulated in waves as the military tide shifted across the central plateau. Zafra Castle rises from one of those limestone outcrops above the gorge of the Linares River with a verticality and dramatic completeness that makes it one of the most striking medieval fortifications in a region not short of striking medieval fortifications. The castle dates primarily to the 12th century, when the Christian reconquest of this part of Castile was consolidating its gains, and fortified points controlling the passes and river crossings of the high meseta were a matter of immediate military practicality rather than architectural ambition. What was built at Zafra is compact and almost elemental in its form. A keep of unusual height, rising from the bare rock of the outcrop, with walls following the limestone contours in a way that makes the distinction between natural stone and dressed masonry difficult to locate at the base. The tower climbs to a height that dominates the surrounding landscape, with an effectiveness the builders clearly intended and the geology of the site readily provided. The keep's interior preserves, across its multiple levels, a spatial sequence, communicating the organization of medieval tower life with a clarity that more heavily modified fortifications often lose. The lower levels, with limited openings and heavy walls, provided the storage and defensive core. The upper levels, accessible by narrow internal stairs that controlled movement through the building as deliberately as any drawbridge, offered more habitable residential spaces, whose light and air came at the cost of the vulnerability every opening in a castle wall represents. Living in a medieval tower was a continuous negotiation between comfort and security, and the architecture of Zafra makes that negotiation legible in stone at every level of the building. The strategic context connects Zafra to the broader network of fortifications that Christian kingdoms built across the high meseta during the 11th through 13th centuries, a period in which the military frontier was both a physical reality and an organizing principle of social and political life. The military orders, Calatrava, Santiago, and Alcantara among them, played a central role in this fortification program, holding and administering frontier castles in a system that combined military function with the religious and institutional structure of monastic life. Whether Zafra was held by a military order or by secular lords, at various points in its history, it existed within this broader framework and reflected its fundamental priorities. The castle has achieved international recognition. Its size and relative obscurity within Spain might not predict, owing largely to its use as a filming location for Game of Thrones, where it served as the Tower of Joy in sequences depicting a scene central to the series' backstory. That association has brought visitors to a site previously receiving little tourist attention. The heritage community's relationship to this kind of popular cultural recognition is consistently ambivalent. Increased footfall brings resources and awareness, but risks reducing a site to a single association that displaces rather than enriches its actual historical identity. The actual historical identity of Zafra Castle requires no fictional assistance. A 12th century tower fortification of high quality, preserving its structural integrity across 8 centuries in a landscape that places it in direct visual dialogue with the frontier geography that produced it, is not a site that needs dragons to justify attention. The Linares Gorge below, the open meseta extending in every direction, the rock from which the tower rises as if the geology itself decided to build upward. These are more than sufficient. The castle is now operated as a rural hotel, which has ensured its maintenance and accessibility while raising the standard questions about heritage preservation and adaptive reuse. Sleeping in a 12th century keep above a Castilian gorge is an experience the building's original inhabitants would find unrecognizable in its comforts and entirely recognizable in its essentials. The height, the stone, the wind off the meseta, and the complete darkness that descends on a landscape with no ambient light to soften it. Cornwall occupies the southwestern tip of Britain with a geographical distinctiveness that has always set it slightly apart from the rest of England. A peninsula of granite and moorland extending into the Atlantic, with dramatic cliff and cove on both its northern and southern coasts, and an interior that retains a quality of compressed wildness, unusual for a county so close to the populated south. It was Celtic before it was English, and the memory of that pre-English identity persists in the Cornish language, in place names that resist any straightforward English etymology, and in the particular pride with which Cornish people have historically distinguished themselves from their neighbors to the east. Into this landscape, the Normans arrived after 1066 and built, as they built everywhere they consolidated power, the castles and earthworks that announced the new order. Restormal Castle, set on a wooded hill above the River Fowey near the town of Lostwithiel, is among the most geometrically perfect medieval castles that survive in England. A circular shell keep of a completeness and regularity that makes it look, from above, almost as if it was drawn with a compass. The site began as a Norman earthwork in the late 11th or early 12th century, a motte and bailey arrangement of the type the Normans deployed rapidly across conquered England before more permanent stone construction could be organized. The circular stone shell keep that replaced the earlier timber structures was built primarily in the 13th century and represents one of the best surviving examples of the shell keep form in England. A type of castle architecture in which a stone wall follows the circumference of the original motte, enclosing the summit platform within a continuous defensive ring rather than building a single central tower. The keep encloses a courtyard of impressive regularity, with the domestic ranges, great hall, solar, kitchen, chapel, arranged around the interior face of the circular wall in a layout that is, for its date and type, unusually complete. The circular plan that gives Restormal its visual distinctiveness was not purely aesthetic in its logic. A circular wall presents no corners to undermine, distributes structural stresses more evenly than a rectilinear design, and offers unobstructed sightlines along its entire inner circumference to defenders moving within the courtyard. Medieval military engineers understood the advantages of the circular form, and the consistency with which Restormal maintains that form, the keep is very nearly a perfect circle, reflects a level of planning and execution that the available labor and materials of 13th century Cornwall would have required considerable organizational effort to achieve. The castle's history is bound to the story of the Earldom of Cornwall, one of the most significant noble titles in medieval England. The earldom passed through several powerful hands before becoming a crown possession, and Restormal served at various points as a residence for the earls and their households. The most celebrated visitor was Edward the Black Prince, eldest son of Edward III, and one of the dominant military figures of the 100 Years' War, who visited on at least 2 occasions in the mid-14th century. His presence is documented in household accounts, recording the expenses of his visits, a level of administrative detail that brings the castle's function as a working aristocratic residence into unusual clarity across the centuries. By the end of the 14th century, the castle had begun the long slide into disuse that would eventually leave it a roofless shell. The domestic ranges open to the Cornish sky, the floors and roof timbers long since gone. The Civil War of the 17th century brought a brief reactivation when parliamentary forces used it as a military base during the Cornish campaigns of 1644, but the structure was not maintained afterward and its ruination continued. What English heritage manages today is a ruin of exceptional character, walls surviving to significant height around most of the circuit, the plan of the domestic ranges clearly legible in surviving stonework, and the geometry of the whole preserved with a completeness that makes Restormal one of the more satisfying ruined castles in the English heritage canon. The wooded hill above the Fowey Valley contributes considerably to the experience of the site. Approaching through the trees and emerging at the dry moat still encircling the keep, the circular wall rising above on the summit of the motte, there is a quality of sudden visual clarity to the reveal, a geometrically resolved form in a soft and irregular landscape that makes the Norman and Plantagenet ambitions embedded in the stonework feel immediately present rather than historically remote. The Pyrenees contain, within their high passes and limestone massifs, a layer of human history that extends so far back into deep time that the categories we normally use to organize the past, ancient, medieval, modern, become almost inadequate. People have been moving through these mountains for tens of thousands of years, sheltering in their caves, hunting across their high plateaus, and leaving traces in rock that speak across the entire span of human presence in Western Europe. Harpea's cave, located in the Basque country near the Larau Pass in the French Pyrenees, belongs to this long continuum of mountain habitation, a site where prehistoric use, medieval significance, and the living traditions of the Basque people have layered themselves into a place that resists easy categorization as any one kind of heritage. The cave sits at an elevation accessible only to those willing to undertake a serious mountain walk, and that physical effort is not incidental to understanding the place. High mountain sites in the Pyrenees were not peripheral to the communities that used them. They were central, seasonally vital for trans-human herding economies moving livestock to high summer pastures, permanently important as routes of communication between communities on both sides of the range and deeply significant in the religious and cosmological thinking of the Basque people, whose relationship to their mountain landscape is one of the defining features of their cultural identity. The prehistoric dimension of Harpea is established by engravings found within and around the cave, marks cut into rock by human hands in a period predating any written record. Connecting this Pyrenean cave to the broader tradition of prehistoric rock art that makes the Franco-Cantabrian region one of the most significant areas in the world for understanding the deep history of human symbolic thought. The engravings at Harpea are not the elaborate polychrome paintings of Lascaux or Altamira, which represent the spectacular peak of that tradition. They are simpler marks, geometric forms, animal outlines, signs whose precise meaning is no longer recoverable. But they are the work of people who chose this specific location for reasons that mattered to them, and the choice of a high mountain cave suggests those reasons were not purely utilitarian. The medieval significance of Harpea connects to the cave's position along transhumance routes and pilgrimage paths crossing the Pyrenees in the centuries when the mountains were not a border, but a zone of passage between communities whose relationships ran across the range rather than stopping at it. The Basque mountain landscape was crisscrossed by these routes, and the caves along them accumulated layers of use, as waypoints, as refuges from sudden weather, as places where travelers overnighting left their marks and their prayers. Harpea shows evidence of this extended, multi-purpose use across a very long time span, with markings and deposits from different periods layered over each other in the way that genuinely ancient and continuously significant places tend to accumulate. The living Basque dimension of Harpea is perhaps its most unusual aspect, and the one most distinguishing it from a purely archaeological site. The cave figures in Basque oral tradition and in folk beliefs surrounding the figure of Basajaun, the wild lord of the forest and mountains in Basque mythology, a figure whose characteristics overlap with similar figures in other European traditions. Whether the cave's association with Basajaun is ancient or more recently shaped, it reflects the ongoing capacity of the Basque mountain landscape to carry cultural meaning across generations in ways that academic heritage categories capture only imperfectly. The Basque country has one of the most distinctive regional identities in Europe, sustained across centuries by the preservation of Euskara, a language isolate with no known relatives among the world's language families, and by cultural practices whose roots in some cases extend beyond the historical record. The mountains are not a backdrop to this culture, they are part of its substance, and sites like Harpea, where the human relationship to the Pyrenean landscape is inscribed in rock across many thousands of years, are expressions of that relationship rather than simply monuments within it. Getting to Harpea requires a mountain walk through terrain the Basque mountains provide in full, steep, beautiful, and indifferent to the preferences of anyone arriving underprepared. The cave, when reached, does not announce its significance with the apparatus of a managed heritage site. It simply exists in the mountain, as it has always existed, holding its engravings and accumulated meanings in the rock with the patience of deep time. The city of Kotor sits at the innermost point of a bay on the Adriatic coast of Montenegro that cuts so deeply into the surrounding mountains it has the quality of a fjord, steep limestone walls rising directly from the water on both sides, the bay narrowing and turning as you move inland until the city reveals itself almost as a surprise, tucked against the base of Mount Lovchen, where the mountain meets the water's edge. It is one of the more dramatically positioned cities in the Mediterranean, and the fortress climbing the mountain behind it, the fortress of St. John the Baptist, known locally as San Giovanni, is as much a feature of that drama as the bay itself. The walls ascend for roughly 4.5 kilometers, climbing from sea level to a summit fortress at nearly 300 meters, following the ridge in zigzagging curtain walls that from a distance look less like human construction than like the mountain's own geology expressed in dressed stone. Kotor's position on the Adriatic made it a place successive Mediterranean powers recognized as worth controlling and defending at considerable expense. The bay offered a sheltered deep-water anchorage, access to trade routes along the coast and through the mountain passes of the Western Balkans, and the natural advantages of a site enclosed on 3 sides by mountains and on the 4th by water. The Romans fortified here. The Byzantines maintained and expanded those works. The medieval Serbian state held and developed the position. But it was under Venetian rule, lasting with interruptions from 1420 to 1797, that the fortifications were built into the comprehensive defensive system visible today. Venice was an empire built on controlling maritime trade, and the fortification of Kotor was part of a systematic program of investment across its Adriatic and Eastern Mediterranean possessions. Venetian military engineering combined the latest developments in European fortification theory with careful attention to each site's terrain, likely attack vectors, and the relationship between coastal and inland approaches. At Kotor, that meant building upward as much as outward, extending the defensive perimeter to include the mountain slopes and summit that would otherwise provide an attacker with commanding ground directly above the city. The Venetians understood the logic completely and acted on it across decades of sustained construction effort. The scale of the wall system becomes fully legible only when you begin to climb it. A path ascends through the medieval fabric of the old town, passes through successive fortified gates, and continues up the mountain face along the wall itself. The physical experience, the steepness, the changing views across the bay, the progressive revelation of how far the wall network extends across the mountain, communicates the engineering achievement more directly than any description can. The walls are not simply functional barriers. They are a declaration about the determination of the power that built them, pressed into the limestone of Mount Lovgen in courses that have survived Ottoman siege, serious earthquake, and centuries of partial neglect, with a structural integrity that speaks clearly to the standards of their original construction. The most serious test came in 1657, when an Ottoman force besieged Kotor and was repelled. That success is attributed in local tradition to the intercession of the Virgin Mary on the feast of her Nativity, an event the city still commemorates each year with a procession of considerable civic significance. Whether the devotional interpretation or the quality of the fortifications deserves primary credit for the Ottoman failure is a theological question rather than an archaeological one. The walls themselves make their contribution plain. The Ottomans, who had taken most of the Balkans and would eventually take Venice's other significant Adriatic possessions, never took Kotor. The old town and its fortifications were inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1979, recognizing a medieval urban fabric preserved within its Venetian defensive walls with a completeness unusual anywhere in the Adriatic region. An earthquake struck the same year and caused significant damage, and the restoration effort that followed was large in scale and, by the judgment of most professionals who have evaluated it, successful in preserving the essential character of the medieval core. Climbing to the summit fortress at dusk, when the bay fills with reflected light and the limestone walls move from orange to grey as the sun descends behind the western mountains, the full logic of what 15 centuries of successive builders created here becomes briefly and completely legible. The mountain, the water, the walls, and the city they enclose are one system. Every layer of construction added to it understood that, and the understanding shows. The Monts de la Corne form the southern edge of the Massif Central in the Tarn department of southern France, a landscape of rounded granite summits, high moorland pasture, and deep river valleys that has been inhabited since the Neolithic without ever concentrating the population or external attention that lower, richer landscapes tend to receive. It is a quietly persistent place, not dramatic in the way that volcanic peaks to the north or the limestone gorges of the Cevennes to the east are dramatic, but possessed of a steady and austere beauty that rewards the visitor who arrives without expecting the picturesque. Near the town of Murat-sur-Vèbre sits Pero Clabado, a name translating from the local Occitan as the nailed stone or the pinned stone. A large granite boulder balanced on a much smaller natural pedestal of rock in a way that looks, at first encounter, less like a geological phenomenon than a deliberate act of truly impossible engineering. Pero Clabado is a rocking stone, or Logan stone, a naturally balanced rock that the specific conditions of its geological history have produced in such precise equilibrium that it can, with relatively modest force applied at the correct point, be made to move. The granite of the Mont de la Corne was shaped by freeze-thaw processes over the millennia following the last glaciation, with water penetrating the natural joints in the rock and the repeated cycling between freezing and thawing progressively splitting and rounding the boulders that erosion had exposed on the high ground. Pero Clabado is the result of this process operating with unusual precision, a boulder of several tons balanced on a smaller pedestal at a contact point so minimal that the equilibrium it maintains seems to defy the casual expectations of gravity. Rocking stones are found across the granite uplands of Western Europe, in Cornwall, in Brittany, in Galicia, in the granite massifs of the Iberian Peninsula and France, and they appear in the folklore of communities near them with a consistency suggesting their impact on human imagination has been broadly similar across different cultures and periods. In many cases, the rocking motion was attributed to supernatural causation, the stones understood as responding to the presence of innocence or guilt, to sacred ritual, or to the will of a deity whose influence could be read in whether the stone moved or held still. Whether Pero Clabado carried this kind of significance for the prehistoric or early medieval communities of the Monts de la Corne is not documented, but the pattern of such attribution elsewhere is consistent enough that its absence from the local record more likely reflects the thinness of that record than any actual absence of significance at the time. The Occitan name itself implies a long history of human awareness of the stone's peculiar character. To name something the pinned stone, the stone that appears held in place by a nail whose balance resists simple explanation, is to register the cognitive impact of encountering it, to acknowledge that this rock requires a name precisely because it is not simply a rock. The toponymy of the granite uplands of southern France is full of names for unusual natural features that encode the observations of successive generations that a particular place is worth noting and worth transmitting. Pero Clabado is one of those observations, given permanence in language as the stone itself was given permanence in granite, by the long, indifferent patience of the frieze and thaw. The broader landscape includes other features of the granite moorland worth attention, outcrops shaped by the same processes that produced Pero-Clabado, traces of ancient pastoral activity in the form of clearance cairns and former field boundaries, and the general texture of a high upland landscape used by human communities for farming and grazing since at least the Neolithic period. The Monts de Lacon do not offer the density of formal prehistoric monuments that the more celebrated megalithic regions of France provide, but they preserve in their landscape the evidence of long human occupation in forms that require some attentiveness to read correctly. Pero-Clabado is accessible on foot and receives a modest and mostly local flow of visitors who come to see the balanced rock and, conditions permitting, to attempt the rocking themselves. The experience of actually moving several tons of granite by hand, of confirming with your own body that the physics which the stone's appearance makes improbable are entirely real, is consistently reported as more striking than visitors expected. The stone moves, the equilibrium holds, and the massive central delivers one of its quieter but most genuinely surprising moments. Tajikistan is a country most people in the Western world could not locate on a map with confidence, and yet the territory it occupies sits at one of the great historic crossroads of the ancient and medieval world, where Silk Road routes converged, where Iranian and Turkic cultural spheres met the influence of India and China, and where Alexander the Great pushed his armies into territory that even his veterans found improbably remote. Hisar, sometimes transliterated as Hisar, is a small city about 20 kilometers west of the Tajik capital Dushanbe, and the fortress dominating it from a natural hillock above the surrounding plain is one of the most historically layered sites in a country where the entire territory is layered in this way. The walls visible today are largely 18th and 19th century reconstruction over much older foundations, and what they enclose extends back through Timurid, Mongol, Samanid, and earlier occupation to a position that human communities have recognized and used for at least 2,500 years. The Hisar Valley was in the medieval period one of the principal settled zones of what is now Tajikistan, a fertile agricultural basin fed by mountain rivers from the surrounding Pamir and Hisar ranges, positioned on trade routes connecting Samarkand and Bukhara to the west, with mountain passes toward India and China to the east. The fortress commanded that position with the directness that elevated ground over productive agricultural plain always provides, and the successive powers controlling the region. The Samanid dynasty of the 9th and 10th centuries, the Mongol successor states, the Timurids, the Bukharan Emirate, each recognized Hisar as worth maintaining and defending. The architectural accretions of that long sequence are built into the site in layers the eye can read at the surface, while the full stratigraphic complexity remains to be excavated. The most visible surviving structure is the main gate, or Darvaza, a twin-towered entrance portal of considerable scale built in the 18th century under the Bukharan Emirate. The circular towers flanking the gate rise to crenellated parapets, and the brickwork reflects the technical traditions of Central Asian military architecture that had been developing in the region since at least the medieval period. The gate opens onto an interior plateau where the administrative and residential buildings of the complex once stood, now reduced to foundations and earthworks that archaeology has begun to interpret, but not yet fully mapped. Beyond the gate, looking back across the valley toward the mountains defining the southern horizon, the strategic logic of the position is immediate and complete. The site also contains two madrasas, Islamic institutions of religious education, whose remains show the fortress's function not only as a military and administrative center, but as a focus of religious and intellectual life. The presence of educational institutions within the fortress reflects the Central Asian pattern, in which political, military, and religious authority were organized in close spatial proximity, the fortress providing security for institutions that legitimized the power it embodied. One of the madrasas preserves its entrance portal and portions of its facade with sufficient completeness to convey the quality of the original construction, and surviving fragments of carved terracotta and glazed tile provide evidence of the decorative ambition the Bukharan Emirate brought even to its provincial centers. A caravanserai within the complex speaks to the trade function alongside the military and administrative ones. The Silk Road was not a single road, but a network maintained by caravanserais, way stations providing shelter, water, fodder, and security for merchants at intervals of roughly a day's travel. And the presence of one at Hisar places the fortress within this commercial geography as clearly as the madrasa places it within the religious one. The fortress controlled the valley, taxed the trade, educated the functionaries, and organized the religious life of the surrounding population. All of these functions are legible at the site simultaneously. Hisar Fortress was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2017 as part of a broader inscription covering Tajikistan's Silk Road heritage. That recognition brought international attention to a site previously known primarily to specialists and travelers willing to venture beyond standard post-Soviet tourism routes. The fortress is accessible from Dushanbe in under an hour, and the combination of the surviving gate, the madrasa remains, the caravanserai, and the views across the valley toward the Pamir foothills makes it one of the more rewarding excursions available from any Central Asian capital. Northumberland, in the far north of England, carries its prehistoric past close to the surface in a way that more densely populated parts of Britain do not. The landscape is wide and sparsely settled. The moorland rolls uninterrupted between the Roman wall to the south and the Scottish border to the north, and the standing stones, cup and ring-marked outcrops, and cairns left by Neolithic and Bronze Age communities sit in the open without fences or interpretation boards, preserved by the thinness of subsequent settlement rather than by deliberate heritage policy. The Great Stone of Four Stones, a large glacial erratic standing near the village of Four Stones in the South Tyne Valley, belongs to this landscape of quiet and unannounced prehistory. A single massive stone in an agricultural field that has accumulated across the centuries a weight of local tradition and archaeological speculation entirely disproportionate to its apparent simplicity. The stone is a substantial sandstone boulder, not quarried or transported by human effort, but deposited by glacial action during the last ice age at a point in the landscape that, by accident or by the later recognition of that presence by human communities, became a focus of significance. Its dimensions make it conspicuous in its setting, large enough to read as a landmark from a distance across the valley, and imposing enough at close quarters to explain why it attracted the attention of successive generations who encountered it in the field. Whether the stone was ever worked, erected in a more upright position, or deliberately modified in any way is a question the physical evidence does not answer clearly, since glacial erratics and intentionally placed prehistoric monoliths can be difficult to distinguish without excavation evidence drawn from the surrounding ground. The name Four Stones itself is the most historically tantalizing element of the site's story. A place name incorporating a numeral and the word stones, almost inevitably invites the question of what the four stones were, since a single large erratic does not account for the plurality the name implies. Local and antiquarian tradition has proposed various explanations over the years: that additional stones once stood nearby and have since been removed or buried, that the name refers to a group of standing stones of which only one now survives, that the reference is to four boundary markers of a different kind, perhaps medieval, perhaps earlier. None of these explanations has been confirmed by excavation, and the documentary record for the name does not extend back far enough to settle the question from historical evidence alone. Antiquarian interest in the stone dates at least to the 18th century, when scholars beginning to catalogue the prehistoric monuments of northern England noted it in their regional surveys. That tradition of local documentation, though it has not produced the systematic excavation that would clarify the stone's relationship to any broader prehistoric monument complex, has at least established a record of the stone's appearance and setting across 2 centuries, enough to assess what has and has not changed in its immediate environment. The surrounding fields have been cultivated, and boundaries have shifted in the ways that agricultural land is always modified. But the stone itself occupies the same position in the same field that the early antiquarians described. The South Tyne Valley was a significant corridor of movement and settlement in both the prehistoric and Roman periods. The road and supply infrastructure associated with Hadrian's Wall passes through the region, and the density of prehistoric sites across the moorland above the valley suggests a landscape actively used and settled across the full sweep of the period during which Britain's prehistoric monuments were built. A large and conspicuous stone in the floor of this valley, whether deliberately incorporated into a monument complex or simply recognized as a natural landmark by communities moving through, would have been a persistent feature of that landscape that successive generations encountered and gave meaning to in their own terms. What the Great Stone of Four Stones offers the visitor willing to find it is not dramatic spectacle, but a quieter kind of encounter with an object that has occupied this field since before the last ice retreated, that people have been naming and telling stories about for at least 1,000 years, and whose full significance that accumulation of stories and centuries has not yet resolved. Northumberland's prehistoric landscape is full of such encounters, and they have a cumulative effect on the attentive visitor that the more heavily documented and managed sites sometimes, despite all their interpretive clarity, cannot quite achieve. The Anatolian plateau of central Turkey is a landscape of volcanic geology and vast horizontal distances, where the land rises and falls in long swells and where evidence of human occupation across several millennia sits close to the surface in a density the sparse contemporary population does not prepare you for. Konya province was among the most productive agricultural zones of the ancient world, and a corridor through which the civilizations of the Mediterranean, the Near East, and the Iranian plateau made contact across centuries of trade and cultural exchange. The ancient city of Kilistra, located on and within a volcanic rock formation about 40 kilometers southwest of Konya, is one of the less visited sites in this richly layered landscape. A place whose combination of rock-cut architecture, early Christian history, and natural geology rewards the effort of reaching it with a quality of encounter that more managed sites in the region cannot replicate. Kilistra's most visually striking feature is the rock itself. The site occupies an outcrop of volcanic tuff, the same soft, easily worked stone that permitted the extraordinary underground cities and carved churches of Cappadocia to the northeast, and the community that lived here exploited that workability with systematic thoroughness. Chambers, cisterns, passageways, and niches are cut directly into the rock at multiple levels, with the natural topography of the outcrop organizing a settlement that expanded into the stone, rather than simply sitting on top of it. The relationship between natural formation and human intervention is genuinely difficult to disentangle at close quarters. The rock has been shaped, and the shaping has been so thoroughly absorbed into the formation's appearance that the two seem to have arrived at their current state together. The historical record for Callistra is fragmentary in the way typical of secondary Anatolian sites, enough to establish a broad chronological framework, not enough to supply specific narrative. The settlement appears to have been occupied through the Hellenistic and Roman periods, with the rock-cut architecture reflecting accumulated work across those centuries. The most significant historical connection links Callistra to the early Christian period, and specifically to the missionary travels of Paul of Tarsus, whose journeys through central Anatolia in the 1st century AD established communities that became the foundation of Christianity's institutional presence in Asia Minor. Whether Paul passed through Callistra itself, or only through the surrounding region, the evidence does not settle, but the early Christian material at the site is substantial and suggests a community engaged with the new faith from an early date. The rock-cut churches are among the most compelling elements of the site, carved into the tuff with the combination of functional practicality and decorative intention characteristic of early Christian communities throughout Asia Minor. Those communities used volcanic tuff as a resource for sacred spaces that could be cut quickly, enlarged as congregations grew, and concealed during persecution. The plasticity of the rock serving spiritual and institutional needs in a political environment that was, until the Edict of Milan in 313 AD, actively hostile to their existence. The churches at Callistra preserve remnants of painted decoration, carved architectural details, and spatial arrangements, connecting them to the broader tradition of rock-cut Christian architecture extending across central Anatolia. Above the rock-cut levels, surface ruins include remains of above-ground construction in the characteristic rubble masonry of late antique Anatolia. Column fragments, architectural elements, and foundations of structures that constituted the public face of the settlement, while the carved spaces served its more private and protected functions. The combination of above-ground and below-ground construction illustrates a pattern common to Anatolian settlements of the Roman and early Christian periods, in which rock was used for storage, refuge, and sacred use, while the surface accommodated the commercial and civic life of the community. The site receives very limited formal archaeological attention and no tourist infrastructure, which means Callistra remains in a state of openness that most comparable sites in Turkey no longer offer. The volcanic outcrop, the carved chambers, the ruined surface structures, and the wide agricultural plateau extending in every direction present themselves without interpretation panels or entrance fees, in a condition closer to discovery than to display. For the visitor willing to navigate 40 kilometers of increasingly minor roads southwest of koanA, that condition is precisely the point. The Yucatan Peninsula is a limestone shelf extending into the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean, flat and porous, with no rivers running across its surface because the water sinks straight through the rock into underground channels and cenotes. The natural sinkholes that provided the Maya with their primary water source across centuries of civilization. It is a landscape offering few of the obvious geographical advantages that other great civilizations built upon, and the cities the Maya constructed across it are correspondingly remarkable for what they achieved without rivers, metal tools, wheeled vehicles, or draft animals. Uxmal in the Puyuk Hills of the southwestern Yucatan is one of the most beautiful of those cities, a major center of the terminal classic period, roughly 700 to 1000 AD, and the finest surviving expression of the Puyuk architectural style distinguishing the cities of this region from Maya architecture elsewhere. The Puyuk style takes its name from the low hill range, Puyuk means hills in Yucatec Maya, on whose slopes and summits these cities were built, and it is distinguished above all by its treatment of building facades. The lower portions are typically plain, faced with precisely cut limestone veneer blocks fitted without mortar. The upper portions, above the medial molding dividing the facade horizontally, are covered in elaborate mosaic decoration assembled from thousands of individually carved stone elements. Geometric lattices, long-nosed chak masks stacked at corners and doorways, serpent bodies, feathered motifs, composed into surfaces of extraordinary visual complexity and technical precision. The contrast between plain lower wall and decorated upper registers creates a rhythm that photographs cannot fully capture because the carved elements change with the sun's angle in ways that animate the facade throughout the day. The Pyramid of the Magician, rising at the entrance to the main ceremonial precinct, is the structure most visitors encounter first and remember most distinctly. Its plan is not a square, but an oval, almost unique among Maya pyramids, giving the structure a silhouette that reads as organic and rounded rather than geometric and angular. It was built in multiple stages over several centuries, each phase encasing the previous structure in a larger outer shell, so that the current building contains the architectural history of the site compressed into a single limestone mass. The steepness of its sides and the height of its staircase give it a vertical drama that the flatter profiles of some Maya pyramids do not achieve. The governor's palace, which many architectural historians consider the single greatest pre-Columbian building in Mesoamerica, sits on a large artificial terrace across the precinct. The argument for that assessment rests on the combination of scale, proportion, and decorative refinement the building achieves simultaneously, a combination that individually impressive buildings often fail to maintain across all three. The facade extends nearly 100 meters and carries a mosaic frieze of approximately 20,000 individually carved stone elements depicting celestial symbolism, Venus glyphs, and long-nosed deity masks running as a continuous narrative across the full width. The alignment of the central doorway with the southernmost rising point of Venus as a morning star has been confirmed by archaeoastronomical analysis, suggesting the orientation was precisely calibrated to the astronomical cycles the Maya tracked with an accuracy that continues to impress researchers. The nunnery quadrangle, named by the Spanish, who saw in its arrangement a resemblance to a convent, though the actual function was almost certainly administrative or ceremonial, is a four-building enclosure around a central courtyard, each building carrying a different decorative program on its upper facade. The variety within the stylistic unity of the Puyuk vocabulary across the four buildings is one of its most instructive features. The same architectural language inflected differently on each facade, demonstrating the expressive range available within a tradition often described as purely formal. Uxmal was abandoned before the Spanish arrival, its precise end date and causes subjects of continuing archaeological discussion. The Puyuk cities as a group appear to have been depopulated during the 10th century, possibly through drought in a region always vulnerable to water scarcity, possibly through political collapse, possibly both. The buildings left standing were left completely. No systematic stripping of materials, no partial demolition, simply the cessation of maintenance and the slow work of the jungle across the centuries that followed. UNESCO recognized the site in 1996. The sound and light show that plays on the Pyramid of the Magician each evening is entirely optional. The Chola dynasty ruled much of southern India from the 9th to the 13th century AD, and the temples they built represent one of the great sustained achievements in the history of religious architecture. 3 of those temples, at Thanjavur, Gangaikonda Cholapuram, and Dharasuram, are grouped as the Great Living Chola Temples on the UNESCO World Heritage List, a designation reflecting both their exceptional architectural quality and the fact that they remain active places of Hindu worship rather than purely archaeological monuments. The Airavatesvara Temple at Dharasuram, built in the 12th century during the reign of Rajaraja II, is in some respects the least celebrated of the 3, smaller than the Great Brihadiswara at Thanjavur, and less discussed in popular literature on South Indian temple architecture. It is also, in the judgment of many specialists who have studied all 3 carefully, the most densely packed with sculptural invention and narrative detail. A building whose every surface was treated as an opportunity the craftsmen who worked it were not prepared to leave unrealized. The temple is dedicated to Shiva, worshipped here as Airavatesvara, a name derived from Airavata, the white elephant of the god Indra, who, according to Hindu legend, worshipped at this site after being cursed by the sage Durvasa and seeking restoration of his divine nature. The mythological framework surrounding the temple's foundation is characteristic of Chola religious architecture, in which the historical and the cosmological are woven together so that the built structure simultaneously records royal piety and models the divine geography it was constructed to honor. The plan of the Airavatesvara temple follows the standard Dravidian temple layout: a principal shrine tower over the sanctum sanctorum, a pillared mandapa in front, subsidiary shrines, enclosure walls, but executes that plan with a degree of elaboration in the detailing that makes the term standard feel insufficient. The outer walls of the mandapa are divided into horizontal registers of sculptural work representing some of the finest stone carving produced anywhere in India during the medieval period. The figures, deities, attendants, celestial musicians, mythological narratives drawn from Shaivite and Vaishnavite traditions, scenes from the Puranas, are carved in a style combining the formal conventions of the Chola sculptural tradition with an attention to individual expression and movement that gives the best figures a quality of arrested life rather than frozen ceremony. The pillared mandapa includes a feature unusual enough to deserve specific attention: the chariot steps. The front of the mandapa is designed to resemble a massive stone chariot, complete with wheels, similar in concept to the better-known chariot temple at Konark in Odisha, though predating it, with the staircase rising between carved stone wheels of considerable scale and refinement. The horses that would conventionally draw such a chariot are present in carved form at the base of the steps. The effect is of a divine vehicle in permanent arrested motion, having arrived at the temple and stopped at the threshold between the world of the worshipper and the world of the deity within. The Chola sculptural program extends to the mandapa interior, where pillar surface carving achieves a density and consistency that sustained examination rewards. Miniature figures on pillar shafts narrative panels in wall niches, decorative molding vocabulary, all of this reflects an organizational intelligence operating across the entire building simultaneously, ensuring that the sculptural program coheres as a theological statement while accommodating multiple teams of craftsmen working across the construction period. Rajaraja II, under whose patronage the temple was built, ruled during a period when Chola political power was beginning the decline that would accelerate in the following century. But the resources and craft traditions available to the building program at Darussulam show no sign of that political contraction. The quality is consistent with the greatest Chola campaigns of the preceding 2 centuries, and the ambition of the sculptural program, the quantity and variety of imagery deployed across every available surface, reflects a patronage that understood temple construction as an ongoing investment in the divine relationship that royal legitimacy depended upon. Darussulam is a small town in the Thanjavur district of Tamil Nadu, and the temple receives a fraction of the visitors who make the journey to the Brihadiswara 40 kilometers away. That disproportion is the visitor's advantage. The Airavatesvara temple can be walked slowly, its sculptural surfaces examined at the proximity they reward, without the management pressures attendance at the more famous site requires. In the desert of northern Iraq, roughly halfway between Mosul and the Syrian border, the ruins of Hatra occupy a circular walled enclosure on a flat plain that offers no natural defensive advantages of any kind. No river to protect a flank, no elevated ground to command the approaches, no cliff or gorge to complicate assault. What Hatra had instead was walls. Massive, carefully engineered, reinforced with towers at close intervals. And behind those walls, one of the most extraordinary hybrid cities of the ancient world, simultaneously Parthian and Arab, worshipping gods from the Greek, Mesopotamian, and Arabian pantheons within a single sacred precinct, and twice repelling the armies of Rome at the height of that empire's military power. The desert gave it nothing. It built everything itself. Hatra flourished roughly between the 1st century BC and 240 AD, functioning as the capital of a semi-independent Arab kingdom within the broader orbit of the Parthian Empire. Its position on the caravan routes between Mesopotamia and Syria gave it considerable commercial importance, and the combination of Parthian political protection and local Arab dynastic rule gave it an autonomy unusual for a city of its size and wealth. The kings of Hatra styled themselves lords of the Arabs and minted their own coins, and the city they ruled was dense with temples, colonnaded streets, and monumental architecture. Not a trading post or garrison town, but a genuine urban center with the resources and ambition to express itself fully in stone. The architecture of Hatra is among the most important surviving examples of Parthian building, and it expresses a cultural fusion with no single clear precedent. The great sanctuary at the heart of the city was organized around a series of iwan, large vaulted halls open on one end that became one of the defining architectural forms of the Iranian world. Deployed at Hatra on a scale and with decorative elaboration that influenced subsequent Islamic architecture across a wide region. The combination of Iranian structural forms with Hellenistic sculptural vocabulary, Mesopotamian religious iconography, and Arab cultic tradition created an architectural language wholly its own, recognizable as Hatrine in a way that nothing else quite is. The statuary recovered from Hatra's temples is among the most remarkable to survive from any ancient Near Eastern city. Figures of gods, kings, and priests rendered in a style blending Hellenistic naturalism with the frontal, hieratic quality of Near Eastern religious art carry an intensity that ancient sculpture rarely conveys so directly. The gods worshipped at Hatra came from across the region. Shamash, the sun god, Nergal, lord of the underworld, the Syrian goddess Atargatis, and a local supreme deity known as Maran, lord. Reflecting the religious pragmatism of a city standing at the intersection of multiple civilizations whose commercial survival depended partly on accommodating the spiritual needs of travelers and merchants from many different backgrounds. The two Roman sieges of Hatra are among the most instructive episodes in the military history of the ancient Near East. The Emperor Trajan, at the peak of his military reputation following his Dacian campaigns, besieged the city in 116 AD and failed to take it. Septimius Severus besieged it twice, in 198 and 199 AD, with armies specifically equipped for extended siege operations. He also failed. Both times, the walls held. Roman siege engineering that had overcome Jerusalem and Masada could not overcome a desert city on a flat plain with nothing but its walls to defend it. Hatra outlasted the greatest military power of its era through the simple excellence of its construction. The city fell not to Rome, but to the Sassanid Persian Empire, which succeeded the Parthians as the dominant power of the Iranian plateau and took Hatra around 240 AD. The city was not rebuilt after that conquest. What survived into the modern period was extraordinary in its extent and quality, enough to earn UNESCO World Heritage status in 1985 and to make Hatra one of the principal archaeological sites of Iraq, studied by generations of scholars and visited by travelers willing to make the journey to the northern desert. In 2015, forces of the Islamic State entered Hatra and systematically destroyed what they found, using sledgehammers, drills, and explosives on statuary and architectural elements that had survived 2,000 years in the desert air. The documentation of that destruction, filmed and released by the perpetrators, was watched by archaeologists and historians around the world with a grief that circumstances made almost impossible to express adequately. What Trajan and Septimius Severus could not take with their armies, ideology took with hand tools in an afternoon. The walls of Hatra still stand. Much of what they once protected does not. 11 sites, 11 civilizations that carved, stacked, climbed, and committed to stone with a seriousness that puts almost everything we casually call permanent to shame. From the geometric perfection of Chan Baori's desert staircase to the Telem dead resting in cliff-face caves above the Malian plain. What connects all of it isn't mystery for its own sake. It's the stubborn human insistence on leaving something behind that outlasts the person who made it. Most of these places still have unanswered questions sitting in their foundations, unexcavated chambers, undeciphered inscriptions, sections of wall that nobody has touched in 1,000 years. Which means the story isn't finished, not even close. There is a 12th site in this series, one that may reframe how we think about several of the others, a place where multiple ancient traditions appear to converge in ways that current archaeology is only beginning to map. That one comes next. If this series is something you want to see continue, subscribing to the channel is the most direct way to make that happen. It costs nothing, and it means a great deal. We'll see you at the next site. Most castles have a biography, built, contested, abandoned, and eventually studied by someone with a notebook and a grant. Zangibar Castle in Azerbaijan has followed that arc in its own way, shaped by a geography that never made anything easy and a regional history that rarely held still long enough to be comfortable. It stands in the Aksu district on elevated ground that commands a wide view of the valley below. The terrain is uneven and demanding, the kind of landscape that forces travelers to pay attention to every step. Whoever selected this location was not working from a checklist. They read the land, understood what the elevation offered, and built accordingly. The castle did not happen to end up here. It was placed here because this specific piece of ground made both military and logistical sense. Its exact age has produced different scholarly answers over the years. Most opinion points to a medieval origin, with the structure taking recognizable form during a period when the South Caucasus was being pulled in multiple directions simultaneously. The Sassanid Empire had already left its mark on the region before the Arab conquests reshaped the political and cultural landscape across the 7th and 8th centuries. The Seljuk Turks followed. Then the Mongol expansion of the 13th century disrupted nearly every settled society it encountered. Zangibar existed across all of that turbulence, not simply enduring it, but being actively used throughout it, held and modified by successive powers who recognized what this position was worth. The walls that remain show clear evidence of multiple construction phases, shifts in the cut of the stone, differences in mortar composition, places where later builders joined new work directly onto older foundations. This kind of layered construction is common in long-occupied fortifications, but it carries a specific meaning at Zangibar. The castle was not built and abandoned. It was maintained, which means it was continuously valued. Across multiple generations and almost certainly multiple ruling powers, someone kept deciding this place was worth the investment. Where the interior layout can still be read, it points to a function well beyond purely military use. Traces of domestic occupation survive, evidence that people did not simply garrison the castle during moments of crisis, but lived within it over extended periods. The spatial logic of the remaining structures suggests grain storage, residential quarters, the organization of a working community rather than a temporary encampment. Sustained habitation changes how you understand a place. It stops being only an artifact of conflict and becomes something more layered, a location where routine life continued alongside the very real pressures of a volatile era. Azerbaijan's position in the medieval world was never peripheral. The South Caucasus sat between empires, Persian, Byzantine, Arab, Mongol, Timurid, and the trade routes crossing it carried not just goods, but ideas, languages, and political arrangements that shaped the region across centuries. Control of elevated ground along those routes had direct economic consequences. A castle watching the valley below was part of how that control was exercised and enforced, season after season, generation after generation. Where written records fall short, the physical structure compensates. The stonework at Zangibar carries the reasoning of its builders, their understanding of load and stress, their calculations about where walls needed mass and where openings could be afforded. It is preserved practical intelligence, legible if you know how to look. No document is needed to confirm the skill involved. The fact that significant portions of the castle still stand after everything the intervening centuries have delivered makes that argument without assistance. Zanzibar has not attracted the international attention that some better-known Caucasian fortifications receive, and that obscurity cuts both ways. The site remains relatively unmediated, less managed, less filtered through layers of visitor infrastructure. But it also means formal archaeological investigation has been limited. Real questions remain unanswered about the full sequence of occupation, about which specific powers held the castle at various points, and about the texture of daily life within its walls at its peak. What is not in question is what Zanzibar represents in the broader human story. The consistent impulse to claim high ground, to construct something durable enough to outlast immediate need, and to invest sufficient craft into a structure that it becomes genuinely part of the landscape rather than a temporary addition to it. That impulse, exercised by builders whose names are not recorded, produced this castle, and the castle, against considerable odds, remains standing to show for it. Corsica is a mountain range that happens to be surrounded by sea, and the interior of the island has a quality of rugged self-containment that has kept its deepest valleys culturally distinct across millennia of Mediterranean history. It is an island that was Phoenician, Greek, Carthaginian, Roman, Byzantine, Pisan, Genoese, and eventually French, absorbing successive waves of external influence without surrendering the particularity of its landscape and culture. The prehistoric monument complex of Filitosa in the southern Corsican commune of Sollacaro sits in one of those interior valleys, the Valle du Taravo, and holds a concentration of carved standing stones that place the island within one of the least understood and most compelling prehistoric traditions in the Western Mediterranean. Filitosa has been a site of human activity for roughly 8,000 years, with the most archaeologically distinctive period falling between approximately 3,300 and 1,000 BC. The site's defining features are its menhirs, standing stones, a significant number of which have been carved into anthropomorphic forms with a degree of realistic detail, distinguishing them clearly from the abstract standing stones of other prehistoric traditions. These statue menhirs bear facial features, arms, and in many cases, carved representations of weapons, daggers, swords, shields that allow researchers to place them within a chronological framework based on the evolution of weapon types visible in the carvings. The warrior figures of Filitosa are its most striking elements. Standing figures with clearly delineated facial anatomy, ridged brow, prominent nose, defined chin, and weapons represented on their torsos or at their sides occupy a category in prehistoric art that is neither purely abstract nor fully representational, but something between schematic enough to reflect symbolic intention, yet detailed enough to communicate individual character and status across the millennia without requiring any translation. The largest and most elaborate examples, clustered around the central monument area, have stood in this valley for 3,000 to 4,000 years and retain a presence no photograph adequately conveys. The sequence of occupation at Filitosa is itself an important part of the story. The earliest inhabitants left traces of settlement and agricultural activity. The statue menhir tradition that followed represents a remarkable investment of collective artistic and religious energy by communities we know almost entirely through their carved stones, since no written record exists for prehistoric Corsica. That tradition was followed by a period during which some older statue menhirs were incorporated and, in certain cases, dismantled into the construction of Taurian monuments. The circular dry stone structures characteristic of the Bronze Age Taurian culture that succeeded the statue menhir tradition in southern Corsica. Fragments of carved menhirs became building material in the Tauri, creating a layered relationship between two cultures that is physically readable in the stonework today. The Taurian culture that built circular tower monuments across southern Corsica remains debated in its origins and its relationship to similar traditions in Sardinia, where the nuraghi form a comparable phenomenon. Whether the Taurians arrived from outside the island or developed from the existing population, whether their use of earlier statue menhirs represented deliberate cultural appropriation or pragmatic quarrying, these are questions the archaeological record raises without fully resolving. That both traditions survive at a single site in sufficient condition to study makes Filitosa exceptional among prehistoric sites of the Western Mediterranean. The site was brought to systematic archaeological attention in the 1940s and 1950s through the work of the Corsican archaeologist Roger Grosjean, who spent decades documenting the statue menhirs and their context. His work established the basic chronological framework still in use today and drew international attention to a tradition of prehistoric art largely unknown outside the island. Filitosa is now managed as a private archaeological park, receiving visitors through the warmer months of the year. Walking among the statue menhirs in the late afternoon, when the light comes low and sideways across the valley, and the carved faces catch shadows in ways that animate their already considerable presence, it becomes possible to understand why Grosjean devoted the better part of his career to this particular valley. The figures do not recede into the landscape. They inhabit it, as they have inhabited it for longer than any historical record reaches, looking out across the Taravo Valley with an expression the passing millennia have done nothing to soften. Getting to Grand Pahatén has never been easy, and that difficulty is a significant part of its story. The site sits deep in the cloud forest of the Rio Abiseo National Park in the San Martin region of northern Peru, at an elevation of roughly 3,000 meters, accessible only by multi-day trek through some of the most biologically dense and climatically demanding terrain in South America. The cloud forest here is not a backdrop. It is an active force, wet, thick, relentless, perpetually reclaiming whatever human beings have built within it. Grand Pahatén survived for centuries in near-complete obscurity because the forest made the approach genuinely punishing, and because the people who knew it was there had reasons of their own for keeping that knowledge local. The site was brought to wider attention in 1963, when a Peruvian expedition led by Carlos Toro Montalvo reached the ruins and documented what they found. What they found was extraordinary. A complex of circular stone structures, towers, platforms, ceremonial buildings, decorated with elaborate friezes depicting human figures, birds, and geometric motifs in a style unlike anything previously recorded from this part of the Andes. The buildings were constructed from fitted stone with a technical competence indicating a sophisticated architectural tradition, positioned on terrace platforms carved into the steep cloud forest slope, with a precision suggesting careful planning rather than opportunistic construction. Grand Pahatén is associated with the Chachapoyas culture, a people who inhabited the cloud forests and high ridges of what is now the Amazonas and San Martin regions of northern Peru, roughly between 900 and 1470 AD, when they were absorbed into the expanding Inca Empire. The Chachapoyas, whose name in Quechua is sometimes translated as warriors of the clouds, built across an extensive territory spanning the difficult transitional zone between the high Andes and the Amazon basin, developing an architectural vocabulary that was distinctly and recognizably their own. Circular buildings were their consistent signature. The decorated friezes found at Grand Pahatén and at other Chachapoyas sites have no close parallel in the better-known architectural traditions of coastal or highland Peru. The human figures rendered on the friezes are among the most visually arresting elements of the site. Carved in relief and positioned in registers around the exterior of the circular towers, they stand frontally with arms extended, wearing elaborate headdresses and ornaments whose details remain legible despite centuries of exposure to cloud forest moisture and encroaching vegetation. The birds alongside them, likely condors or other Andean species carrying ceremonial significance, belong to a cosmological tradition running across cultures and centuries in the region. What specific rituals were performed at Grand Pahatén, what the figures represent in terms of ancestral or divine identity, and how the complex functioned within the wider Chachapoyas settlement network are questions the evidence answers only partially. The Inca conquest of Chachapoyas territory in the 1470s under Tupac Inca Yupanqui was prolonged and difficult. The Chachapoyas were among the most persistently resistant peoples the Inca encountered in their expansion, and the cloud forest terrain made conventional military and administrative strategies hard to apply effectively. Grand Pahatén's remoteness may have allowed it to continue functioning at some level even after formal political absorption, the forest offering a degree of practical insulation from Inca administrative reach that more accessible sites simply could not maintain. After the Spanish conquest disrupted the Andean political order in the 16th century, Grand Pahatén receded from any written record, and the forest moved steadily back. The terraces silted up, the friezes accumulated moss and lichen. The circular towers filled with vegetation until the stone walls became indistinguishable from the surrounding ridgeline for anyone who did not know exactly where to look. The 4 centuries between the Spanish conquest and the 1963 expedition represent one of the longer periods of effective concealment of a major archaeological site anywhere in the Americas. Rio Abiseo National Park, which protects Grand Pahatén and the surrounding cloud forest, was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1990, recognized for both its archaeological significance and its extraordinary biodiversity, which includes plant and animal species found nowhere else on Earth. Access remains strictly controlled, limiting the pace of archaeological research as much as it limits tourism. Grand Pahatén remains one of the least understood major sites in South American archaeology, its carved figures still watching the cloud forest from their circular towers, patient and largely unexamined. Aberdeenshire, in northeastern Scotland, is a landscape of wide agricultural valleys, granite hills, and a sky that changes with a speed and variety that makes weather forecasting feel approximate. It is also one of the most archaeologically dense regions in Scotland, a place where stone circles, hill forts, and medieval tower houses sit in such proximity across the farmland that the sense of accumulated human history is nearly constant. Dunadir Hill rises from this landscape near the town of Inch, an isolated summit prominent enough from the surrounding lowlands to have served as a landmark, a signal point, and a seat of power across a very long span of human occupation. The summit carries 2 distinct layers of visible history that coexist in an arrangement unusual enough to stop most visitors on first approach. The older is a vitrified hill fort, an Iron Age defensive enclosure whose stone ramparts were subjected to temperatures high enough to partially fuse the rock into a glassy, slag-like mass. The newer is a ruined medieval tower, standing as a single remaining wall to a height of several meters, built in a style consistent with 13th or 14th century Scottish castle construction. The tower sits directly within the footprint of the vitrified fort, using its elevated position and perhaps some of its ancient stonework as the foundation for an entirely different era's expression of authority. Vitrified forts are found primarily in Scotland, with smaller numbers in France, Germany, and parts of Northern Europe, and they have generated considerable debate since antiquarians first studied them in the 18th century. The vitrification, the partial melting and fusing of the stone and timber that form the rampart walls, results from temperatures achievable only through deliberate, sustained, and extremely intense burning. Whether this was done by attackers to destroy the fort, by defenders as a construction technique to strengthen the walls, or through some ritual process, remains a question the physical evidence has not settled definitively. At Dunedin, the vitrified material runs in glassy seams through the collapsed rampart rubble in a way that communicates the intensity of the heat involved even to an untrained eye. The Iron Age community that built and occupied Dunedin was part of a broader pattern of fortified hilltop settlement across Scotland and northern Britain between approximately 700 BC and the early centuries AD. These communities were not isolated. The hill forts of Aberdeenshire sit within a landscape that also contains hundreds of recumbent stone circles and other prehistoric monuments, suggesting long-term patterns of territorial organization and social complexity that predate the hill forts themselves. Dunedin's position within this landscape was almost certainly understood by its inhabitants in terms that extended beyond simple military utility. The view from the summit makes the strategic logic immediate. The Garioch Valley spreads to the south and east, one of the most fertile agricultural areas in Aberdeenshire, and the surrounding hills define a catchment of considerable productive capacity. Whoever controlled Dunedin commanded visibility across this territory in a way that translated into both military advantage and the symbolic authority that elevation has conferred on centers of power across cultures and centuries. The hill announces itself from the lowlands, and the lowlands are fully legible from the hill, and that reciprocal visibility was as politically meaningful in the Iron Age as it was when the medieval tower was raised on the same summit more than 1,000 years later. That continuity of use is one of the most telling things about the site. The people who built the medieval tower were not selecting an arbitrary elevated position. They were choosing a place understood as significant for long enough that the significance had become embedded in the landscape. A location carrying accumulated meaning beyond whatever its current occupants consciously articulated. This pattern of successive cultures, recognizing and reoccupying the same elevated positions across centuries, appears widely across Britain and Ireland, suggesting that the criteria for identifying a strategically important site were stable enough across cultural transitions to produce consistent choices. Dunedin receives relatively little formal heritage attention compared to the more celebrated prehistoric monuments of Aberdeenshire, and the site is accessible by an unmarked path most visitors locate without difficulty once they know to look. The combination of vitrified rampart, ruined tower, and wide agricultural valley below makes it one of the more layered hilltop sites in northeastern Scotland, a place holding two distinct eras of fortification in easy coexistence, each making more sense because of the other's presence. Most Iron Age sites offer foundations. Castell Henley's offers something closer to the real thing. Located in the Pembrokeshire Coast National Park in southwest Wales, on a defended promontory above the Afon Duad River, the site has been the subject of a long-running archaeological and reconstruction project that has produced something genuinely unusual in European heritage: a partially rebuilt Iron Age settlement constructed directly on top of the original archaeological remains, using ground evidence to inform the reconstruction with a fidelity that makes Castell Henlys one of the most instructive prehistoric sites in Britain. The original hill fort was occupied roughly between 600 BC and the Roman period, when the indigenous Celtic society of southwestern Britain underwent the gradual transformation that Roman provincial integration tended to produce across the regions it absorbed. The site's defensive character is evident in its physical form. A promontory naturally protected on three sides by steep riverbanks and woodland, with an artificial bank and ditch system across the accessible approach to the northeast. Castell Henlys presents the same combination of natural topography and deliberate engineering characteristic of the better-preserved hill forts of Atlantic Britain. The bank system reflects repeated reinforcement across the centuries of occupation, a useful reminder that these were not static monuments, but living settlements continuously adapted to changing circumstances. What the reconstruction program has achieved is rare in its honesty and ambition. The roundhouses that now stand on the site were built using materials and techniques consistent with Iron Age construction methods: timber frames, wattle and daub infill, and deeply thatched roofs that sweep low to the ground in the characteristic form that has become the visual signature of Iron Age Britain. The dimensions of each building were determined directly by the post holes preserved in the ground beneath, meaning the reconstructions sit on the same footprints as the original structures, their walls rising from the same points in the earth that Iron Age builders chose more than 2,000 years ago. The effect of walking through a reconstructed Iron Age roundhouse is different from reading about them in any meaningful way. The space is organized around a central hearth, with smoke finding its way through the thatch above in the absence of a chimney, a feature that keeps the roof timbers dry while producing an atmospheric quality that is simultaneously ancient and domestic. The darkness is real. The smell of thatch and smoke is real. The sense of a space designed for the full range of human life: sleeping, working, cooking, sheltering from the weather that the Pembrokeshire coast provides in consistent abundance, is immediate in a way that a field of post holes simply cannot replicate. The Celtic society that occupied Castell Henlys was part of the broader cultural world of Iron Age Atlantic Britain, connected through trade, kinship networks, and shared practices to communities across Wales, southwest England, and the wider Celtic world of continental Europe. The material culture of this community, metalwork, pottery, textile production, agricultural tools, has been studied through finds recovered over decades of excavation, and reproductions of many objects are used in the educational programs that form a central part of the site's present-day function. Castell Henlys receives substantial numbers of school groups each year, making it one of the more actively used prehistoric heritage sites in Wales for living history education. The surrounding landscape of the Pembrokeshire Coast National Park reinforces what the site itself communicates. The river valley below the promontory, the managed woodland on the slopes, the agricultural fields beyond, these are not radically different in their basic character from what the Iron Age occupants would have worked with and depended on. The scale of human modification has changed enormously. The fundamental relationship between a community Its river valley, its woodland, and its accessible farmland has not changed as completely as the intervening centuries might suggest. Castell Henleys is an unusual kind of archaeological site, one that has chosen engagement and reconstruction over the conventional approach of protecting the ground surface and presenting evidence at a studied distance. Whether that involves trade-offs in strict archaeological preservation is a question heritage professionals debate with some regularity. What is less debatable is the result: a site where the Iron Age is not entirely past, where the roundhouses still stand and smoke still rises through the thatch, and where the distance between the visitor and the original inhabitants feels, for at least a moment, genuinely small. The Spanish town of coria sits in the province of Cáceres, in Extremadura, on a low, rocky outcrop above the Alagon River in a landscape of dehesa. The distinctive Iberian savanna of scattered cork and holm oaks over open pasture that has defined this part of the peninsula for centuries. It is a quiet town by contemporary standards, with a population of just over 10,000 and a pace of life calibrated to the heat of an Extremaduran summer rather than to any tourism industry. What Coria has, encircling the old town on three sides with a completeness unusual anywhere in the Iberian Peninsula, is one of the best preserved Roman town walls in Spain, a structure whose survival owes as much to the quality of its original construction as to the relative obscurity that has kept it off the routes that bring crowds and the development pressures that reliably follow them. The Roman city of Caurium, from which the modern name Coria directly descends, was established as a municipium, probably in the 1st century AD, occupying a position of administrative and commercial significance in the Roman province of Lusitania. The rocky platform above the river provided natural defensive advantages. The Alagon Valley offered solid agricultural productivity, and the route network connecting the interior of Lusitania to the provincial capital at Emerita Augusta. Modern Merida, one of the most important Roman cities anywhere in Hispania, gave Caurium genuine logistical relevance well beyond its local agricultural base. The walls that survive today were built primarily during the late Roman period, most likely the 3rd or 4th century AD, when the empire's shifting security situation prompted extensive investment in the fortification of provincial towns across the western provinces. The construction is characteristic of late Roman military engineering at its most systematic. Large granite blocks, many of them reused from earlier structures, including demolished public buildings, arranged in courses of impressive regularity and reinforced with semicircular towers projecting outward at intervals along the circuit. The reuse of earlier masonry, known as spolia, means that the walls of Coria contain fragments of earlier Roman corium embedded within their fabric. Column drums, inscribed stones, architectural elements from buildings that survive in no other form. The towers are among the best preserved elements of the surviving circuit. Roughly cylindrical, projecting from the wall face sufficiently to allow flanking fire along the curtain, they represent the standard late Roman approach to defensive tower design and survive in several cases to near their original height. Walking the exterior of the walls, which is possible along much of the surviving circuit, the towers appear at regular intervals in a rhythm that communicates the systematic logic of Roman military planning clearly enough that no accompanying text is required. The wall makes its own argument. The survival of the walls through the medieval period was aided significantly by their continued practical utility. The Visigoths, who succeeded Roman authority, maintained the circuit for their own defensive needs. The town passed between Christian and Moorish control during the long centuries of the Reconquista, and each controlling power found the Roman walls worth incorporating into their own defensive arrangements rather than dismantling. The cathedral that now anchors the historic center was built largely within the Roman perimeter, and medieval development followed the Roman layout with sufficient fidelity that the old town retains a spatial organization that is, in its broad outlines, genuinely ancient. Sections of wall abutting existing buildings reveal the full depth and complexity of the construction, in places nearly 3 meters thick, with the bonding between large granite-facing blocks and rubble core maintaining its integrity across 17 centuries. This is not a wall built quickly or cheaply. It represents a substantial and deliberate commitment of provincial resources by an administration that understood defensive infrastructure as a long-term investment rather than a short-term response to an immediate threat. Coria and its walls receive considerably less international attention than the Roman monuments of Merida, Segovia, or Tarragona. That comparative obscurity is entirely the visitor's advantage. The walls can be walked, examined at close range, and appreciated without crowds or the management apparatus surrounding more heavily visited heritage sites. In a small Spanish town, going about its ordinary daily business, the Roman engineering that has enclosed it for 17 centuries simply continues to stand, functional in its permanence, unhurried in its presence, indifferent to whether anyone is paying attention. Menorca is the quieter of the two larger Balearic islands, a place that has historically absorbed the ambitions of successive Mediterranean powers: Phoenicians, Carthaginians, Romans, Vandals, Byzantines, Moors, Aragonese, British, and finally Spanish, while maintaining beneath all of that accumulated history a prehistoric substrate that is, by any serious archaeological measure, extraordinary. The island contains one of the highest concentrations of prehistoric monuments per square kilometer anywhere in Europe, and the Bronze and Iron Age cultures that produced them, collectively known as the Talaiotic culture, left a built landscape so dense and distinctive that it has been under active consideration for UNESCO World Heritage designation for years. The Talaiot is the defining monument type of this culture. A talaiot is a circular or occasionally square dry stone tower, built without mortar from large limestone blocks, typically between the 11th and 7th centuries BC, and found across Menorca and neighboring Majorca in numbers reflecting a society organized around these structures as expressions of communal identity, territorial control, and possibly religious function. Talaiot de Torelló, located near the town of Mau in the eastern part of the island, is among the better preserved examples, and its position within a broader archaeological landscape makes it representative of the Talaiotic culture in a way that isolated monuments cannot. The construction logic at Torelló reflects the technical capabilities and aesthetic priorities of its builders in ways still readable today. The outer wall, built from large limestone blocks shaped with a precision that requires no mortar, rises in slightly inward-leaning courses, giving the tower its characteristic profile: broad at the base, narrowing with height, stable through geometry rather than binding agent. The interior contains a central pillar supporting a corbelled roof structure, with the space between the pillar and outer wall forming a circular corridor or chamber. The function of this interior space is debated. Storage, ritual use, a combination of both, or an original purpose that shifted across the centuries of occupation are all possibilities the evidence supports without clearly favoring any single one. The broader archaeological zone around Torello enriches the site considerably. Prehistoric Minorca was not a landscape of isolated towers, but of organized settlements, in which the talaiot functioned as one element within a more complex spatial arrangement that included domestic structures, enclosures, and the distinctive T-shaped monuments known as talls. Two large limestone slabs, one vertical and one horizontal, whose precise religious significance remains one of the more persistent unresolved questions in Western Mediterranean prehistory. The relationship between talaiot and taula within talaiotic settlements suggests a society in which the monumental and the ritual were organized according to principles we can observe physically without yet being able to read in any textual form. The talaiotic culture developed in relative isolation from the major Bronze Age civilizations of the Eastern Mediterranean, though not in complete ignorance of them. Trade goods of Eastern Mediterranean origin have been recovered from talaiotic sites, and Phoenician and Carthaginian contact is visible in aspects of the later material culture. But the fundamental architectural character of the culture, the towers, the talls, the enclosed settlements, developed from local roots reflecting local priorities rather than external imitation. Minorca was not a periphery of any larger civilization. It was the center of its own. Roman conquest of the Balearic Islands in 123 BC brought the talaiotic period to its effective close as an active building tradition, though the existing monuments were not immediately abandoned. Archaeological evidence suggests some talaiotic structures continued to be used and modified into the Roman period, adapted by a population that remained on the island even as its political framework was absorbed into the Roman provincial system. The monuments persisted because dry stone construction of this scale does not require maintenance to stand. Remove the people and the roof timbers rot, but the walls remain. Talaiot de Torello is accessible to visitors, and its preservation reflects both the inherent durability of talaiotic construction and the care Minorca has invested in its prehistoric heritage in recent decades. Standing beside the tower and looking across the limestone plateau toward the coast, with the characteristic Minorcan scrubland of wild olive and lentisk pressing close on every side, the scale of what the talaiotic builders achieved across the entire island becomes the kind of thing that accumulates in the mind, rather than arriving all at once. On the southeastern coast of Öland, a long, narrow island off the eastern shore of Sweden, there is a ring fort that contains one of the most disturbing archaeological discoveries made in Europe in recent decades. Sandby Borg is not unusual in its form. Ring forts of this type were built across Scandinavia and the Baltic region during the migration period, roughly the 5th and 6th centuries AD, and several survive on Öland alone. What makes Sandby Borg exceptional is what was found inside it when archaeologists began systematic excavation in 2011. The skeletal remains of people who were killed where they fell, left unburied, and never returned to by anyone who survived whatever happened there. The fort was not abandoned in the ordinary sense. It was massacred, sealed by silence, and forgotten for 1,500 years. The migration period was not a peaceful era. The centuries following the disintegration of the Western Roman Empire were defined across Europe by population movements, political instability, and violence that periodically erased entire communities. The ring forts of Öland were built precisely because the people who constructed them understood that violence could arrive without warning. Sandby Borg's walls, roughly 4 meters thick and originally standing to a considerable height, enclosed a circular interior of about 5,000 square meters containing perhaps 50 structures. By the standards of migration period Scandinavia, it was a substantial and well-defended settlement. The attack, current evidence points to sometime in the 5th century AD, was overwhelming and apparently total. Archaeologists have recovered the remains of at least 26 individuals, with indications that more remain in unexcavated sections. The bodies were found in and around structures where the inhabitants had been going about their daily lives. An elderly man near a hearth, a child beneath a bench, several people whose positions suggest they were caught moving through the settlement when the attackers arrived. There are no signs of defensive preparation. The assault appears to have been swift, effective, and comprehensive. What happened after is, in some ways, as striking as the attack itself. The bodies were not recovered. No one came back to bury the dead, collect valuables, or reoccupy the settlement. The fort was left exactly as it was at the moment the killings stopped. A frozen scene that accumulating soil and eventual turf covering preserved in extraordinary condition for 15 centuries. The artifacts recovered alongside the human remains include jewelry, tools, animal bones from interrupted meals, and objects suggesting the inhabitants were not poor. A gold finger ring and other high-status items indicate that Sandby Borg housed people of some social standing rather than a marginal community. The question of why no one returned is one researchers continue to examine carefully. The completeness of the abandonment, no burial, no salvage, no reoccupation, suggests either that no survivors existed in a position to return, that survivors were prevented from returning by fear or by those who carried out the attack, or that some cultural prohibition made the site untouchable afterward. The third possibility is perhaps the most archaeologically interesting, implying the site was known to subsequent generations and deliberately avoided rather than simply forgotten. A place where the dead lay unburied, in a culture with strong obligations around burial rites, would have carried a powerful ritual charge, a site of unresolved violence that people chose to leave sealed rather than confront. The physical evidence of the attack is preserved with unusual clarity. Cut marks on bones indicate edged weapon wounds. The distribution of bodies across the site is consistent with people being killed in place, rather than moved after death. Personal ornaments remain on skeletons where they were worn, which argues against systematic looting following the massacre. The attackers, whoever they were, either left quickly or had reasons for not stripping the dead that the archaeological record cannot currently recover. Sandby Borg is ongoing research rather than a concluded excavation. Each season adds to the picture, and the site continues to produce finds that refine and occasionally complicate the emerging narrative. It has attracted serious international scholarly attention, in part because the combination of extreme preservation and extreme violence produces a historical intimacy that most archaeological sites cannot offer. The people of Sandby Borg are not abstractions. They are individuals caught in a specific moment, whose names we will never know, but whose last hours we can now read with uncomfortable clarity in the positions of their bones. The Atlantic coast of Galicia, in the far northwestern corner of Spain, is not a gentle coastline. The sea here comes in hard off the open ocean. The headlands are worn to bare granite by millennia of wind and spray, and the light has a quality, grey and silver and intermittently brilliant, that is nothing like the Mediterranean coast 1,000 miles to the east. It is a landscape that demands adaptation, and the people who settled it in the centuries before and after the turn of the Common Era adapted with a thoroughness that left marks in stone still clearly readable 2,000 years later. Castro di Barogna is a Celtic hill fort, a castro in the Galician terminology, occupying a rocky peninsula that juts into the Atlantic near the town of Porto do Son in the province of A Coruña. The peninsula is connected to the mainland by a narrow natural causeway of rock, making the site essentially an island at high tide and a highly defensible promontory at all other times. The people who chose it understood what the geography offered: water protecting three sides, a single landward approach easily monitored and fortified, and direct access to the sea and its resources without the vulnerabilities of an inland position. The Castro culture of northwestern Iberia flourished roughly between the 8th century BC and the 1st or 2nd century AD, when Roman conquest and gradual assimilation into the provincial structure of Hispania transformed the political and social landscape of the region. Castro de Barogna belongs to the Iron Age phase of this culture, and its remains reflect a community organized around the circular stone structures that are the Castro culture's most recognizable architectural signature. The foundations of these circular dwellings are still visible across the interior of the peninsula. Stone-walled, roofed originally with thatch or timber, grouped in clusters suggesting family or social organization rather than simply undifferentiated mass habitation. The defensive walls enclosing the settlement on the landward side are the most structurally imposing element of the site. Built from local granite, fitted without mortar, in the dry stone technique characteristic of Iron Age Atlantic Europe, they present a substantial barrier to any approach from the mainland, while the sea cliffs handle the remaining perimeter. The wall construction is not merely functional in the engineering sense. It represents a considered investment of collective labor that speaks to the community's capacity for organized effort and to how seriously they regarded the threat of attack from neighboring groups, or later, from the Roman forces progressively extending their control across Iberia during the final 2 centuries BC. The economy of Castro de Barogna was almost certainly oriented heavily toward the sea. The Atlantic waters off the Galician coast are among the most productive fishing grounds in Europe, rich in shellfish, fish, and marine resources that provided a more reliable food base than dryland agriculture could guarantee in a region with Atlantic Galicia's climatic variability. Excavations at Castro culture sites across the region consistently recover shell middens and fish remains in significant quantities, and the coastal positioning of sites like Barogna is itself a statement of economic priority. These were maritime communities first, farmers second, and the site's location reflects that hierarchy clearly. The Roman period brought progressive change rather than sudden rupture. Roman administrative organizations, trade networks, and eventually Roman-style urban settlements gradually drew the population of the Castro settlements into new patterns of life and residence. Castro di Barogna appears to have been abandoned by the early centuries AD, as its inhabitants moved, voluntarily or otherwise, the archaeological record does not specify, into the reorganized settlement landscape that Roman provincial administration was establishing across Galicia. The walls were left standing, the round house foundations remained, and the Atlantic kept arriving off the open ocean, wearing the headland as it had always done. What survives at Castro de Barogna today is one of the most complete and visually coherent Iron Age sites on the Atlantic coast of the Iberian Peninsula. The combination of dramatic coastal setting, legible round house foundations, and intact stretches of defensive wall make the site unusually communicative for its age and preservation. Standing on the seaward edge of the promontory, with the Atlantic below and the wall behind you, the logic of the place assembles itself without effort. The people who built here were not hiding from the sea. They were living from it, protected by it, and shaped by it in ways their circular stones make quietly and permanently clear. The Root River does not hurry through this part of Moldova. It bends in a wide, deliberate loop through limestone cliffs and forested hills about 50 kilometers north of the capital Chisinau, carving a meander so pronounced that the rocky promontory it encircles becomes, for most practical purposes, a peninsula. High ground, surrounded on three sides by water and steep slope, the kind of natural defensive position that human beings have recognized and occupied since the earliest periods of settled life. Old Orhai, the archaeological complex that occupies this promontory, contains the layered evidence of that occupation across more than 2,000 years, and it does so in a landscape of such unforced beauty that the historical weight and the natural setting reinforce each other rather than competing. The name Old Orhei, or Orheiul Vechi in Romanian, distinguishes the ancient site from the modern town of Orhei, located a few kilometers away. What the complex holds is not a single period, but a sequence. Ghetto-Dacian settlements from the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, a Mongol-era city from the Golden Horde period in the 13th and 14th centuries, a Moldavian fortified town from the 15th century, and a Christian monastic community that has been present in one form or another since the medieval period and continues to function today. Each layer made use of what the landscape offered and added its own mark to the accumulation. The Golden Horde period left some of the most structurally substantial remains visible at the site. Following the Mongol invasions of the mid-13th century, the Golden Horde established administrative and commercial settlements across the territories they controlled. And Old Orhai, known in that period as Sher al-Jadid, the new city, became one of the more significant urban centers in the western reaches of the Horde's territory. The remains of a large bathhouse, a caravanserai, and associated structures from this period have been excavated and studied, and they reflect a level of urban organization and architectural ambition that challenges the common image of Mongol presence as purely destructive. Trade moved through here. People settled. Buildings were raised with permanence in mind. The Mongol city was superseded by a Moldavian fortified settlement in the 15th century, as the Principality of Moldova consolidated its control over the region following the decline of Golden Horde power. The Moldavian fortress occupied the highest and most defensible section of the promontory, and its remains, walls, towers, the footprint of internal structures, have been identified through excavation. This was a period when the Principality of Moldova was navigating the competing pressures of Hungarian ambition to the west and Ottoman expansion from the south, and the fortified positions along the route were part of a broader defensive landscape that the Moldavian princes maintained with considerable strategic awareness. What draws most visitors to Old Orhai today, however, is neither the Mongol bathhouse nor the Moldavian fortress, but the cave monastery carved directly into the limestone cliff face above the river. Monks began hollowing cells, chapels, and passageways into the rock at some point in the medieval period, and the community they established has survived in various forms and with various interruptions to the present day. The Church of the Assumption, cut into the cliff and expanded over successive centuries, looks out over the river bend from a position that combines the practical advantages of a defensive natural site with a quality of contemplative isolation that monastic communities across cultures have consistently sought out in high, inaccessible places. The Soviet period brought the monastery's active religious life to a halt, as it did for religious communities across Moldova and the broader Soviet space. The monks returned after independence, and the community at Old Orhai today maintains a presence that connects the living landscape directly to its medieval origins in a way that purely archaeological sites cannot replicate. Standing at the cliff edge and looking out over the route's wide bend, with the monastery carved into the rock behind you and the river moving quietly far below, the 2,000-year span of human occupation compressed into this single limestone promontory becomes briefly unusually legible. Old Orhai is currently a candidate for UNESCO World Heritage status, a designation that would formalize the international recognition of a site whose significance has long been understood within Moldova and among specialists in the archaeology of the region. It receives a fraction of the visitors that its depth of history and its landscape quality warrant, a situation that, for the traveler willing to make the journey, works entirely in their favor. Algeria holds more Roman ruins than most Americans realize, and the reasons for that gap are more political than historical. The Roman province of Numidia covered much of what is now northeastern Algeria, and the towns, temples, roads, and water systems built there over 4 centuries survive in preservation that compares favorably with better-known sites in France, Spain, and North Africa's more visited corners. Titis, the ancient Castellum Titanorum, sits about 20 kilometers northwest of the modern city of Constantine, on a steep and rocky ridge above the Rumel River Gorge, and it offers something that the more celebrated Algerian Roman sites at Timgad or Gemila do not. A site so abruptly carved from its terrain that the relationship between Roman urban planning and the landscape it was forced to negotiate becomes the central subject of the place. Most Roman towns of any ambition were built on flat or gently sloping ground, allowing application of the standard grid plan, the regular network of perpendicular streets organizing urban space into a rational and administratively legible pattern. Titis was built on a ridge that made that approach impossible. Its streets follow the terrain rather than overriding it, climbing in irregular steps and switchbacks up the rocky spine of the hill, with buildings set into the slope at varying orientations and elevations according to what the topography permitted. The result is a Roman town that feels unlike almost any other: compact, vertical, idiosyncratic, shaped by rock more than by any drawing board. The site was occupied from at least the 1st century AD through the Byzantine period, a span overlapping with the most productive centuries of Roman North African civilization. This was a period in which the region produced some of the most significant figures in the intellectual history of late antiquity. Tertullian, Cyprian, and Augustine were all North Africans, and the theological culture of the Roman Maghreb was, in the 3rd and 4th centuries, among the most dynamic in the entire Western Empire. Titis was not a center of that world. It was a small castellum, a fortified secondary settlement, rather than a major urban center, but it existed within the same provincial framework and participated in the same economic and religious life. The religious monuments at Titis are among its most interesting surviving features. A sanctuary dedicated to Mithras, the mystery cult popular among Roman soldiers and merchants across the empire, has been identified and partially excavated at the site. The presence of a Mithraic sanctuary at a small hillside garrison town in northeastern Algeria is a reminder of how thoroughly the Roman military carried its cultic life with it across the empire's furthest reaches. The same deity worshipped in the same form in Britain, along the Rhine, in Syria, and on this rocky ridge above the Rumel Gorge. Roman religious geography was empire-wide in a way that no subsequent European system would replicate until the spread of Christianity, itself a product of the same Mediterranean world. The water supply infrastructure at Tidus reflects the practical intelligence that Roman provincial engineering applied regardless of terrain difficulty. Cisterns carved into rock, channels cut to direct rainfall, and a distribution system serving a population living at multiple elevations on an irregular hillside represent the kind of problem-solving Roman engineers treated as routine. The cisterns at Tidus are large, well-constructed, and in several cases structurally sound today, built to standards that have outlasted the civilization producing them by nearly 2,000 years. The site is managed by Algerian heritage authorities and accessible to visitors, though it receives far less traffic than its quality warrants. That neglect is partly a consequence of Algeria's complicated relationship with its colonial history. The country was a French colony from 1830 to 1962, and French archaeological work on Roman Algerian sites is embedded in a political history that independent Algeria has navigated carefully. The Roman ruins themselves predate French colonialism by 15 centuries, but the archaeology of those ruins was conducted largely by French scholars in a colonial context, complicating the heritage narrative in ways that simpler histories do not have to manage. What Tidus offers, the visitor willing to make the journey, is a Roman town that has never been tidied into a comfortable tourist experience, a site where the stones are where they fell, the streets still climb the ridge at the angles the terrain imposed, and the relationship between human ambition and resistant landscape remains as legible as the day the last inhabitant walked away. These 11 places, Zanzibar Castle, Old Orhai, Grand Pajaten, Sandby Borg, Castro de Barogna, Dunidia Hill Fort, Castel Henleys, the Roman walls of Coria, Filitosa, Talayot de Torello, and the ruins of Tidis, are not household names. They don't appear on most travel bucket lists, and you won't find them on the covers of magazines. But each one of them holds a genuine piece of the human story, built by people who had no way of knowing that centuries later, someone would still be looking. That is exactly why this kind of history matters. Not because it is dramatic, though sometimes it is. Not because it is exotic, though it can feel that way, but because it is honest. These are the places that survived without being famous, that endured without being celebrated, and they deserve the attention. If this documentary gave you something, a name you hadn't heard before, a corner of the world you want to learn more about, a reminder that history runs deeper than the stories we were taught in school, then consider subscribing to this channel. We are working toward 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of them makes it possible to keep producing work like this. No filler, no exaggeration, just carefully researched stories about places that earned their place in history the hard way. Hit the subscribe button, share this video with someone who loves history, and stay with us. There is a great deal more still to uncover. "600 feet of raw volcanic rock pushing straight up from the Sri Lankan jungle floor. That is your first impression of Sigiriya. Not a hill, not a ridge, but a single vertical mass of ancient stone that rises so abruptly from the surrounding flatlands that your eyes struggle to process it as a natural formation. And in one important sense, by the time the 5th century was drawing to a close, it no longer was entirely natural. Someone had decided to build a palace on top of it. Someone with resources, vision, and a very pressing need to put as much distance as possible between himself and the ground. That someone was a king named Cassapa, and his story begins not with architecture, but with murder. His father, Datusina, had ruled the Sinhalese kingdom for 18 years. By the standards of ancient kingship, he governed well, an engineer king whose legacy showed up not in conquest, but in infrastructure. Canals, reservoirs, irrigation networks that turned marginal land into productive farmland and fed populations through the dry season. His people remembered him for the water he brought them. History remembers him for what his son did to him. Cassapa was not the legitimate heir. That position belonged to his half-brother Mohenjo-daro, born of the recognized queen. Cassapa's mother held a lower status at court, which meant that regardless of what he achieved, the throne was meant to pass over him. He did not accept that. He imprisoned his father, seized power, and then had the old king entombed alive within the walls of the very irrigation dam the man had spent his reign constructing. Mohenjo-daro fled to southern India before the same fate could find him, and Cassapa, now king through patricide and usurpation, understood something with absolute clarity. A man who takes power the way he had taken it spends the rest of his life waiting for the response. He needed somewhere to rule from that was not simply defended, but genuinely unreachable. Sigiriya was his answer. What followed over the next 11 years was one of the most audacious construction projects of its era. Cassapa did not merely fortify the rock, he transformed it into a complete royal complex, layered across the summit, the slopes, and the gardens at the base, tied together by an engineering intelligence that still draws serious attention from modern hydrologists and urban planners. The water gardens spreading from the base are not decorative features. They are the product of a precisely designed hydraulic system. Underground ceramic pipes, surface channels, cisterns carved into bedrock that captured seasonal rainfall and fed a series of fountains that still activate during heavy rains today, 15 centuries after their designers are gone. The processional path between symmetrical limestone pools was clearly intended to produce a specific psychological effect. You were meant to feel the scale of what surrounded you before you had climbed a single step. Midway up the western face, a sheltered gallery of frescoes represents some of the finest surviving painting from the ancient world in this part of Asia. The figures, richly ornamented women, rendered in warm ochre and deep umber, carry a composure that centuries of decay have not managed to diminish. Ancient texts suggest the original paintings may have numbered in the hundreds. 21 figures survive. What remains is enough to confirm that the artists behind them were working at the peak of their craft. Higher still, the mirror wall once carried a polish that visitors compared to glass, and over the centuries that followed, travelers scratched their thoughts into its surface. More than 1,500 inscriptions in early Sinhalese have been catalogued there, one of the oldest collections of that language on record. Some entries are verse, some are simply the record of what a person saw and felt on a particular afternoon, long ago. At the summit, the palace has dissolved into foundations and scattered brick, but the platform endures. Standing on it, with the jungle unrolling to every horizon beneath you, the full weight of the achievement becomes legible in a way no photograph quite captures. Cassapa was not only building a refuge, he was making an argument about what a human being could accomplish, pressed into stone at the highest point he could reach. He ruled from that height for 11 years. Then Moggallana returned from India with an army, rode onto the plains below, and Cassapa rode down to meet him. His war elephants turned, his lines broke, and understanding that no escape remained, he took his own life on the battlefield beneath the rock he had built his world upon. Moggallana reclaimed the throne, converted Sigiriya into a Buddhist monastery, and the great palace above the clouds was never a royal seat again. The city that invented money did not look like a place with anything left to prove. Sardis sat in the broad valley of the Hermus River in western Turkey, watered by mountain streams, sheltered by the ridge of Mount Tmolus, rising to the south, and positioned along trade routes connecting the Aegean coast to the deep interior of Anatolia. By geography alone, it was a city built to accumulate, and accumulate it did. Wealth, influence, and a reputation so outsized that its king's name became a permanent entry in the English language as the ultimate measure of earthly riches. That king was Croesus, and the Acropolis watching over his kingdom from 1,500 feet above the valley floor was both his seat of power and, in the end, a monument to how quickly certainty can dissolve. The Lydian Acropolis at Sardis was not the product of a single building campaign. It grew across generations, shaped by the natural geology of the ridge, eroded volcanic rock and compacted sediment that engineers reinforced with mud brick and stone, carving cisterns into bedrock, raising watchtowers along the rim, connecting the heights to the lower city through a network of defensive gates. From its summit, a ruler could observe the full length of the Hermus Valley, monitor movement on the roads below, and project an authority over the surrounding landscape that no written decree could match with equal force. In the ancient world, power was often a straightforward matter of elevation. What made Sardis genuinely consequential had less to do with its walls than with what was happening far below them. In the workshops lining the banks of the Pactolus, a small tributary that carried gold, not as a figure of speech. The Pactolus delivered actual alluvial gold washed down from the mountains, and Lydian craftsmen had mastered a refining process that produced a purity consistently astonishing to traders from across the known world. That metallurgical command led, around 600 BC, to a development whose implications are almost impossible to overstate. The Lydians began striking standardized coins from electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver, each piece stamped with an official mark guaranteeing its weight and value. Before coinage, commerce depended on barter, weighed metal, and exhausting negotiation over equivalencies at every exchange. Friction was embedded in every transaction. The Lydian coin removed it. Trade became faster, trust more portable, and economic activity scalable across distances barter could never bridge. The concept spread to the Greek city-states, then into Persian imperial finance, then outward through Alexander's conquests and across every monetary economy that followed. The number in your bank account today is a concept with a direct ancestor in those small workshops beside the Pactolus. Croesus inherited the system and extended it, striking the first known pure gold and pure silver coins in separate denominations, a bimetallic structure of real sophistication for its era. He directed that wealth into construction that announced Sardis as a city of the first rank. The Temple of Artemis in the valley below the Acropolis, whose enormous columns still rise from the plain today, ranked among the largest Greek temples ever attempted, and Croesus funded it with the composure of a man who had stopped thinking seriously about limits. That composure was his problem. Contemplating war against the rising Persian Empire of Cyrus the Great, Croesus sent to the oracle at Delphi and received the famous reply, "Cross the Halys River and a great empire would fall." He took it as permission. In 547 BC, he crossed. The empire that fell was his own. Cyrus took Sardis in roughly 14 days. A siege so swift, it bordered on humiliating for a citadel long considered unassailable. The Acropolis fell because one Persian soldier watched a Lydian defender climb down the rock face to retrieve a dropped helmet and recognized a route no one had posted a guard on. One unprotected gap, one attentive enemy. The fortress of Croesus fell not through superior force, but through a single lapse of attention on one unremarkable afternoon. What followed was not erasure, but layered continuation. Sardis became the western terminus of the Persian royal road, fell without resistance to Alexander in 334 BC, then flourished under Rome, which added a gymnasium, a synagogue of extraordinary scale, and colonnaded streets whose excavated shopfronts still line the ancient road today. Layer after layer settled into the valley, while the Acropolis above slowly surrendered its edges to erosion, its walls thinning back into the ridge. The ridge remains, the story compressed inside it, coinage and conquest, a dropped helmet and 15 centuries of cities, takes considerably longer to unpack. Ani was once the kind of city that made travelers stop writing mid-sentence and simply stare. At its peak, around the turn of the 11th century, it held a population estimated between 100,000 and 200,000, placing it among the largest cities on Earth at that moment. It was the capital of the Bagratid Armenian Kingdom, a commercial hub on routes connecting Byzantium to Central Asia, and an architectural statement ambitious enough that its skyline of domes and church towers carried a reputation far across the medieval world. Today, it sits on a high plateau in far northeastern Turkey, a few hundred yards from the Armenian border, exposed to the wind off the Caucasus and almost entirely empty. The walls still stand in long, crenellated stretches. The cathedral rises to a partial height that communicates the full scale of what was originally intended. The Church of the Redeemer survives as exactly half of itself, split cleanly down the middle by lightning in 1957, each half standing in quiet conversation with the open sky where the other used to be. Ani ranks among the most arresting archaeological sites in the world, and outside of Armenia and a small community of architectural historians, it remains barely known. The Bagratid dynasty came to prominence in the fragmented landscape following the Arab conquests of the 7th century. They were methodical survivors, Armenian nobles who had navigated Arab overlordship, Byzantine pressure, and the friction of a region where several imperial ambitions met and ground against each other across generations. By the mid-9th century, they had consolidated enough authority to style themselves kings of Armenia, and in 961, the capital moved to Ani, transforming a regional stronghold into a full royal city with all the infrastructure and symbolic weight that required. The location was chosen with strategic care. Ani occupies a triangular plateau bounded on two sides by deep river gorges, the Akurian to the west, now the border with Armenia, and the Bostanlar cutting across the north. The only unprotected approach was sealed by a double wall of exceptional construction. Dressed stone faces, packed with rubble core, reinforced by projecting towers at regular intervals, fronted by a moat. These walls were engineered to resist siege engines and they held for well over a century. Inside them, the Bagratid kings, built with precision and evident ambition. The Cathedral of Ani, completed around 1001, was the work of the architect Takht-e, the same man credited with repairing the dome of the Hagia Sophia after seismic damage had compromised it. His structural logic is unmistakable at Ani. The cathedral uses clustered pilasters and pointed arches in an arrangement some historians argue anticipates Western European Gothic construction by a full century. Whatever the merits of that claim, the building itself remains undeniable, soaring, geometrically precise, and producing a quality of diffused interior light that its fractured roof still somehow delivers. The city's commercial life matched its architecture. Ani controlled a branch of the Silk Road connecting the Black Sea coast to Tabriz and the routes continuing east, drawing merchants regularly from the Islamic world, from Byzantium, and from across the Caucasus. It minted its own coins and maintained a sophisticated administrative class. By any reasonable measure, it had achieved the self-sustaining complexity that distinguishes a genuine metropolis from a large, fortified settlement. Then the Seljuk Turks arrived. Their Sultan, Alp-Arslan, took Ani in 1064 after a siege of 25 days. A city that had held against serious assault for over a century fell in less than a month. Partial recovery followed. The Seljuks recognized Ani's value and permitted rebuilding. A mosque went up within the cathedral precinct, and caravans continued arriving. But the city never reclaimed the population, or the confidence it had held at its height. What finished Ani was not any single force. Mongol invasions through the 13th century struck repeatedly. Trade routes shifted as the regional order reorganized. An earthquake in 1319 caused structural damage from which real recovery never came. The population drained away, and without people maintaining them, even carefully built stone structures begin their long return to the ground. Walking through Ani today, that return is visible everywhere. In grass, reclaiming cathedral floors, carved facades, losing fine detail to frost and wind, broad fields of foundations where upper stories are simply gone. What survives reads the city's ambition clearly. What is absent makes its own argument. That stone, however skillfully laid, requires continuous human presence to remain a city rather than a landscape. The name itself is the first clue. Zimbabwe derives from a Shona phrase meaning stone houses or venerated houses of stone, and the site that gave an entire modern nation its name sits on the high plateau of southeastern Africa, rising from a landscape of granite and thornbush that has changed relatively little since the walls were first raised in the 11th century. What those walls represent took the better part of a century for Western scholarship to accept honestly. When European explorers and colonists first encountered Great Zimbabwe in the late 19th century, the scale of what they found, thousands of tons of dressed granite stacked without mortar into enclosures, passageways, and towers of genuine architectural sophistication, collided directly with the assumptions they had carried from Europe. The conclusion many reached and actively promoted was that Africans could not have built this. They proposed Phoenicians, Arabs, the Queen of Sheba, ancient Israelites, any origin that avoided the obvious one. That the Shona people built Great Zimbabwe is the settled consensus of archaeology, and has been for decades. The colonial refusal to acknowledge that fact is itself a significant historical episode, a revealing case study in how embedded assumptions corrupt the reading of physical evidence. Great Zimbabwe was constructed and occupied roughly between 1100 and 1450 AD, reaching its peak influence in the 14th century. At that height, it housed an estimated 10 to 18,000 people and served as the capital of the Kingdom of Zimbabwe, a Shona state controlling a substantial portion of trade flowing between the interior of southern Africa and the Swahili coast ports opening onto the Indian Ocean. That trade connection is essential to understanding what Great Zimbabwe actually was. Excavations have recovered Chinese porcelain, Persian faience, and glass beads of Near Eastern origin, objects arriving through the Indian Ocean network linking East Africa to Arabia, Persia, India, and China. In exchange, the kingdom exported gold and ivory in significant quantities. Control over gold-bearing reefs and alluvial deposits across the plateau, and over the routes connecting the interior to the coast, formed the foundation of the kingdom's political and economic authority. The architecture reflects that authority directly in stone. Great Zimbabwe divides into three main areas. The hill complex, built on a granite outcrop above the valley floor, served religious and possibly royal functions, its narrow passages and enclosed chambers producing a spatial experience entirely unlike any open administrative court. The valley ruins spread across lower ground, housing the general population alongside workshops and storage areas. Between them, rising from the valley floor, stands the Great Enclosure. The Great Enclosure is an oval wall, roughly 20 feet thick at its base, standing up to 36 feet in its best-preserved sections and encircling nearly 2 acres of interior space. It was built entirely without mortar. Granite blocks selected, shaped by controlled splitting along natural fracture lines, and stacked with a precision that has kept the structure largely intact for 6 full centuries. Inside, a solid conical tower, roughly 30 feet tall, stands without any entrance or interior space whatsoever. Its purpose remains genuinely debated. Theories range from a symbolic representation of royal grain reserves, communicating the ruler's capacity to feed his people, to a purely architectural assertion of power with no single utilitarian function. The tower offers no answers. It simply stands. The kingdom declined through the 15th century for reasons researchers continue to weigh. Environmental pressure from sustained occupation over generations likely depleted local resources around the capital. A gradual shift in trade routes, with commerce moving northward toward a successor state called Mutapa, drew economic activity and population away from Great Zimbabwe over time. By around 1450, the site had been largely abandoned as a political center, though smaller occupation continued for a period afterward. What remained was the stone. The walls did not fall because they were never attacked into ruin and were never mortared into brittleness. They simply stood, and the thorn bush grew back around them, and the granite hills watched over them in silence, and for roughly 4 centuries, the wider world beyond southern Africa kept no record of them at all. When that world finally arrived and looked, it refused to see what local people had always known. The stones were built by the ancestors of the people living among them. That is what Great Zimbabwe says, plainly and without ambiguity, to anyone willing to read the evidence on its own terms. Most people who know Angkor have never heard of Banteay Chma. That gap says less about the site itself than about how history distributes its attention, concentrating fame on the most accessible and most photographed places, while leaving others of equal complexity to sit quietly in the undergrowth. Known mainly to specialists and the occasional traveler willing to navigate the unpaved roads of northwestern Cambodia. Banteay Chma was built during the reign of Jayavarman VII, the Khmer king who ruled from roughly 1181 to 1218, and who raised more stone than any other ruler in the history of Southeast Asia. Angkor Wat gets the tourists. Angkor Thom gets the second wave. Bante Chma, located about 90 miles northwest of Siem Reap near the modern Thai border, receives a fraction of that traffic, despite ranking among the largest temple complexes the Khmer Empire ever produced. The scale becomes real only when you are standing inside it. The outer enclosure wall runs approximately 3 miles in perimeter. The moat stretches wide enough that the temple complex reads as a deliberate island, an effect the Khmer architects used across their major sites to evoke the mythological ocean surrounding Mount Meru, the cosmic mountain at the center of both Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. Bante Chma was not simply a place of worship. It was a physical model of the universe as the Khmer understood it, built in laterite and sandstone in the jungles of northwestern Cambodia. Jayavarman VII dedicated the complex in honor of his son Shrindrakumara, who died in battle alongside 4 generals during a campaign against the Cham people of what is now central Vietnam. The inscription recording this dedication is one of the more personally revealing documents to survive from Khmer royal history. Jayavarman writes of grief and of the merit he hoped to generate through construction, placing Bante Chma within a long tradition of memorial architecture, the recurring human impulse to build something permanent in response to an irreversible loss. The bas-relief galleries running along the temple walls are what distinguish Bante Chma most sharply from other Khmer sites. Carved with the dense, confident energy of Jayavarman's building program, they depict naval battles on the Tonle Sap Lake, land campaigns against the Cham, and scenes of everyday Khmer life. Markets, cockfights, women giving birth, men playing chess, fish being pulled from rivers, providing an almost documentary record of 12th century Cambodian society at every level of daily existence. These are not purely ceremonial images. They are close observations made by people who watched the world around them carefully and found it worth recording permanently in stone. Among the most celebrated features are towers carved with enormous faces, serene, slightly smiling, gazing outward in the 4 cardinal directions. Found also at the Bayon in Angkor Thom, these faces are thought to represent either Jayavarman VII, merged with the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, or the Bodhisattva alone. The theological and political meanings may not have been fully separable in the Khmer royal context. What the faces communicate, whatever their precise identity, is a quality of watchful calm that remains quietly unsettling. The persistent sense of being observed by something that has watched this landscape for 800 years and intends to continue doing so. The site suffered severely after the Khmer Rouge period, when systematic looting stripped significant portions of the bas-relief galleries. In 1998, a section of the western gallery wall was found cut away in large carved panels, later recovered by Cambodian authorities and returned to the site. The damage already done cannot be undone. Gaps in the narrative sequence of the carvings now mark where stone was removed, interrupting stories that had run continuously and unbroken for 8 centuries. What survives is still extraordinary. Jungle vegetation presses against the walls and exploits every crack from within. The roots of silk cotton and strangler fig trees working through the stonework with a patience no preservation effort has fully countered. The combination of carved stone and encroaching living root produces a visual texture unique to the temple complexes of Cambodia, beautiful and melancholy in roughly equal measure. restoration work continues at Banteay Chma, supported by international organizations and the Cambodian government. The process is slow and almost certainly permanent in its duration. The jungle does not pause, and the stone remains in continuous negotiation with the environment pressing in on every side, a negotiation that began the day Jayavarman's builders set down their tools and that shows no sign of resolving cleanly in favor of either side. The Indus Valley Civilization is one of the great underdog stories of ancient history. It was contemporary with Egypt and Mesopotamia, covered a larger geographic area than either, supported urban populations ranking among the largest of the ancient world, and produced engineering solutions, sewage systems, standardized weights, urban planning on a grid that would not reappear in some parts of the world for another 2,000 years. And yet it occupies a fraction of the cultural space in the American imagination that Egypt commands without effort. Dholavira, located on a seasonally isolated island called Qadir in the Rann of Kutch in western India, is one of the 5 largest known cities of the Indus Valley Civilization, and arguably the most completely excavated. It was occupied for roughly 1,500 years, from approximately 3000 BC to 1500 BC, and the layers of habitation it contains have given archaeologists one of the clearest pictures available of how an Indus city was built, modified, and ultimately abandoned. The site rewards attention to geography. Qadir Island sits within the Great and Little Rann of Kutch, vast salt flats that flood seasonally, turning the elevated rocky terrain into something approaching an island for part of each year. For the people who built Dholavira, this landscape was not a liability. It was a resource. The site sits at the intersection of trade routes, connecting the Indus heartland to the Kathiawar Peninsula and coast to the south, and the surrounding salt flats were likely a trade commodity in themselves. Dholavira was positioned deliberately by people who understood the value of what the landscape offered. Water management at Dholavira draws the most sustained attention from researchers, and for good reason. The city was built on rocky terrain, with no perennial river nearby, which meant rainfall had to be captured and stored with exceptional care. The Rann of Kutch receives relatively little of it. The builders constructed a system of reservoirs, channels, and dams that modern engineers have studied with genuine respect. 16 or more reservoirs have been identified within and around the city, fed by 2 seasonal streams, diverted through channels into stone-lined cisterns of varying sizes. The system was designed to sustain the population through the dry season, and it did so successfully for over a millennium. The city was organized into 3 distinct sections, separated by walls: a fortified citadel at the high end of the site, a middle town, and a lower town extending toward the reservoirs. This tripartite arrangement is one of the clearest examples of deliberate civic planning to survive from the Indus period. The citadel walls, built from precisely cut sandstone blocks, still stand in sections to a considerable height. The gateways were elaborate, multi-chambered structures whose design suggests that controlling movement and projecting authority were conscious architectural intentions. One discovery at Dholavira stands apart from anything found at other Indus sites. In the ruins of the northern gateway, archaeologists uncovered a large sign, 10 pieces of gypsum inlaid into what appears to have been a wooden board, bearing an inscription in Indus script. The script remains undeciphered, but it was clearly intended to be read from a distance, displayed publicly at a city entrance, making this the equivalent of a civic signboard. It is the largest Indus script inscription ever found. What it says is unknown. that someone considered a message large enough to read across a public space, worth the effort of producing, says something direct about the society that placed it there, one organized and literate enough to see public written communication as meaningful. The city declined and was abandoned around 1500 BC, consistent with the broader contraction of the Indus Valley civilization. Climate shift, specifically a long-term aridification of the region, is currently the most widely supported explanation. The monsoon weakened, rivers changed course or dried. Agricultural surpluses that had sustained the cities contracted over generations. D'Oliveira's depopulation was not a sudden event, but a gradual withdrawal, leaving the stone walls standing and the reservoirs slowly silting over. It was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2021, recognition long overdue for a city that sustained complex urban life in a demanding landscape for 15 centuries. Standing among its walls and reservoirs today, what impresses most is not conquest or dramatic collapse. There is none of that here. It is something quieter, the evidence of a civilization that planned carefully, managed scarcity intelligently, and endured far longer than most of the ancient world's more famous cities ever managed to do. A lake in northwestern Iran does not behave the way lakes are supposed to. It sits inside the ruins of one of the most sacred sites in the ancient Persian world, at roughly 6,200 feet elevation on a volcanic plateau in what is now West Azerbaijan province, and it has no visible inlet or outlet. Water rises from the earth through a volcanic vent, fills the crater to a depth of about 65 feet, maintains a nearly constant level regardless of season, and simply stays there. The ancient Persians, encountering this phenomenon, did not reach for a geological explanation. They built a fire temple beside the water and declared the place holy. That fire temple, and the royal complex that grew around it over several centuries, is Takht-e Soliman, the throne of Solomon, a name applied by later Islamic tradition to a site whose origins are entirely pre-Islamic and belong to the Zoroastrian religious world of the Achaemenid and Sassanid Persian empires. Zoroastrianism organized much of its ritual life around fire. Sacred flames were maintained continuously at temple sites across the Persian world, tended by priests whose specific role was ensuring the fire never went out. These were not symbolic gestures. The fires were understood as direct manifestations of divine truth, and the fire at Takht-e Soliman ranked among the most important in the entire Zoroastrian world, one of three great fires that the Sassanid Empire, which ruled Iran from the 3rd to the 7th century AD, regarded as being of supreme sacred status. The Sassanids built extensively here, and the surviving ruins reflect a complex that functions simultaneously as a religious center, a royal destination, and a major site of pilgrimage. The oval enclosure wall, running roughly 1,400 feet on its long axis, enclosed the sacred lake, the fire temple, and an elaborate arrangement of royal reception halls, courtyards, and supporting structures. The remains of a large vaulted audience hall indicate that Persian kings came here not merely to worship, but to be seen doing so, to associate their political authority directly with the sacred fire and with the lake that never ran dry regardless of season or drought. That association between religious and political power was entirely characteristic of Sassanid kingship. Persian monarchs derived legitimacy in part from their formal relationship to the sacred fires, and Takht-e Soliman was specifically the location of Adur-Gushnasp, the fire of the warrior class, most directly connected to royal and military authority. Ancient sources record that Sassanid kings made ritual journeys to the site on foot from their distant capitals, a physically demanding pilgrimage whose difficulty was presumably inseparable from its religious and political significance. The Sassanid Empire fell to the Arab-Muslim conquests of the 7th century, and with it, the institutional structure of Zoroastrian state religion collapsed. The sacred fire was extinguished precisely when is not certain, and the site lost the royal patronage and continuous priestly maintenance that had sustained it across centuries. The lake held, the walls held, the ruins accumulated slowly across the following generations. The Ilkhanids, the Mongol dynasty ruling Iran in the 13th and 14th centuries, took a serious interest in the site and constructed a palace complex within the existing Sassanid enclosure. Their structures show a distinctive synthesis of Mongol, Persian, and Chinese decorative traditions that reflects the extraordinary cultural mobility of the Mongol world at its greatest extent. Their presence also had an incidental preservation effect, maintaining enough sustained activity at the site to prevent the complete structural collapse that abandonment alone would have caused. The volcanic landscape surrounding Takht-e adds a dimension that historical reading cannot fully prepare you for. Volcanic cones rise from the plateau in the middle distance, and the terrain bears unmistakable marks of geological forces still active within human memory at the time the Persians were building here. The combination of the still crater lake, the volcanic plateau, and the layered ruins of successive civilizations creates a setting that operates at a scale and strangeness well beyond the ordinary archaeological site. Takht-e was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2003. The lake still fills by the same volcanic process it always has. The level still holds steady, regardless of season. Whatever the ancient Persians felt when they stood at the edge of that water and watched its still, mineral-green surface hold the sky above them, enough of the original quality remains that the feeling is not entirely difficult to reach. In the late 3rd century AD, a Roman emperor built a palace complex in what is now eastern Serbia and named it after his mother. That single fact contains several layers worth unpacking. The emperor was Galerius, one of the 4 co-rulers of Rome, under the system known as the Tetrarchy. His mother was Romula, a woman of Dacian origin from somewhere in the region, and the complex he raised on a low hill above the Kshurani-Timok River, Gamzigrad-romuliana, was simultaneously a retirement residence, a dynastic monument, and an act of filial devotion that only imperial resources could produce at that scale. Galerius is not among the Roman emperors most Americans would recognize, which says more about the crowded nature of that particular field than it does about his actual significance. He ruled as Caesar and then Augustus during one of the more turbulent stretches of late Roman history, oversaw a major reorganization of imperial administration under Diocletian's tetrarchic system, commanded successful campaigns against Persia that recovered lost territory and prestige, and was a central figure in the persecution of Christians that preceded Constantine's eventual reversal of imperial religious policy. What he built at Gamzigrad-romuliana is remarkable by any standard. The complex covers roughly 7.5 acres, enclosed within a double circuit of walls reinforced by 20 towers, an arrangement combining the security of a military installation with the spatial ambitions of a luxury residence. The walls reflect imperial construction standards at their most rigorous, and the towers, alternating between circular and polygonal forms, give the enclosure a visual rhythm still clearly readable in the ruins today. Inside the walls, Excavations have revealed the footprints of two large temples, a basilica, baths, residential quarters, and elaborate mosaic floors, whose quality indicates craftsmen working at the highest level of late Roman decorative art. The mosaics depict mythological scenes, geometric patterns, and hunting imagery. The visual vocabulary of late Roman aristocratic culture rendered in tesserae on a provincial hilltop far from Rome or Constantinople. Several fragments survive in sufficient condition to read their original intentions clearly. They are, by any reasonable measure, extraordinary work produced at real expense. The two temples within the enclosure are particularly significant. One is thought to have been dedicated to Jupiter, the other to Cybele, choices aligning with the religious sensibilities of tetrarchic emperors generally and Galerius specifically, whose self-presentation drew on Jupiter's authority in ways standard to the political theology of the period. The presence of two full temples within a private imperial complex illustrates how completely the boundary between religious observance and political self-representation had dissolved in late Roman imperial culture. To worship publicly and correctly was itself a form of governance, and Galerius built with that understanding fully in mind. Perhaps the most striking element of Gamzigrad-romuliana is what lies immediately outside its walls. On a low hill nearby, archaeologists have identified two mausolea and two consecration monuments, tumuli beneath which the deified remains of Galerius and his mother Romula were interred following their deaths. The proximity of the burial site to the palace creates a unified dynastic landscape, the place of life and the place of apotheosis positioned within sight of each other, forming a single statement about how Galerius understood his place in the Roman imperial tradition. Emperors were deified after death. The monuments marking that transition were built to endure indefinitely. What makes Gamzigrad-romuliana especially valuable to historians is the clarity of the evidence, connecting the physical remains to the written record. Inscriptions found at the site name Romula explicitly. The burial monuments outside the walls correspond closely to ancient descriptions of imperial consecration practices. The scale and quality of the construction align precisely with an imperial tetrarchic commission. Rarely do the physical and textual records of the ancient world fit this completely together at a single site. The complex was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2007. It remains comparatively little visited, sitting in a part of Serbia that draws less international traffic than the country's better-known destinations. For those who make the effort, that quiet works entirely in their favor. The ruins of Romuliana can be explored at a pace, and in a stillness the site's historical weight fully warrants. The remains of an emperor's devotion to his mother, pressed into stone on a Balkan hilltop, still waiting for the wider attention it deserves. Some fortresses are built to be seen. Al-ula is built to be reached, or rather, to make reaching it as difficult as the builders could arrange. Perched on a volcanic rock massif, rising approximately 500 meters above the surrounding valley floor in the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic of Azerbaijan, Al-ula sits at the kind of elevation that turns a military installation into something closer to a geological argument. The mountain does not merely support the fortress. It is the fortress, shaped and supplemented by human hands over several centuries of continuous occupation and repeated siege. The site commands a position of considerable strategic value. The Al-ula River valley below connects the broader South Caucasus region to the routes running south toward Iran, and whoever held the high ground above it held a degree of control over movement through the corridor that no force operating at valley level could easily ignore or bypass. Al-ula was not positioned here accidentally. It was chosen by people who understood the landscape and what it offered, and who were willing to invest the considerable labor of building at altitude in exchange for the defensive advantages that altitude provides. The fortress has a documented history stretching back to at least the 10th century, though the site was almost certainly used for defensive purposes well before the surviving written record begins. It came to particular prominence during the medieval period as a stronghold of the rulers of the Karakoyunlu and Jalayirid dynasties, and its most celebrated chapter belongs to the late 14th and early 15th centuries, when it became the last refuge of the Jalayirid dynasty against the advancing forces of Timur, the Central Asian conqueror known in the West as Tamerlane. Timur's campaigns across the Middle East and Caucasus in the 1380s and 1390s reshaped the political map of the region with a thoroughness that left few dynasties intact and fewer cities undamaged. The Jalayirids, who had ruled a substantial territory centered on Baghdad and Tabriz, found themselves progressively stripped of their holdings as Timur's forces swept through. The Al-ula fortress became the place where what remained of the dynasty made its final stand. According to historical sources, the siege of Al-ula lasted for an extraordinary period. Estimates range from 14 to 20 years, depending on the source and how the sieges are counted, making it one of the longest recorded sieges in the medieval history of the region. What allowed such a prolonged resistance was precisely the character of the rock itself. The approach to the summit involves terrain that defeats conventional siege tactics almost entirely. There is no position from which artillery or massed assault could be brought to bear effectively against the upper fortifications without first solving the problem of the ascent, and the ascent was designed to prevent exactly that. Water cisterns carved into the rock at multiple levels allowed defenders to maintain water supply even under extended blockade. The garrison could be reduced by attrition and starvation, but direct military assault on the upper fortifications was effectively impossible with the technology and tactics available to medieval armies. The physical remains of the fortress reflect this layered, adaptive quality. Walls and towers follow the natural contours of the rock at different elevations, connected by steep pathways cut directly into the stone. Cisterns, storage chambers, and what appear to have been residential structures occupy the more sheltered sections of the massif. The construction materials vary across different periods of occupation, reflecting successive generations of repair, reinforcement, and expansion by rulers who recognized the site's irreplaceable value and maintained it accordingly. The fortress eventually fell. The Jalayirid resistance collapsed not through direct assault, but through the gradual exhaustion of resources and the broader political unraveling of the dynasty's position across the region. Timur's empire itself did not long outlast its founder, and Al-ula passed through the hands of successive regional powers over the following centuries, its strategic importance ensuring that it was never entirely abandoned, as long as the valley below remained contested ground. Reaching the summit today requires the same thing it has always required: the willingness to climb. The path is steep, the rock unforgiving, and the altitude makes itself felt well before the upper fortifications come into view. But the view from the top, the valley floor far below, the river cutting through it, the ranges extending in every direction, explains immediately and without ambiguity why this particular rock, on this particular morning, sometime in the 10th century or earlier, was the place someone decided to build. Cappadocia is one of those landscapes that resists easy description because the vocabulary for ordinary terrain does not quite apply. The central Anatolian plateau, in what is now Turkey, was blanketed millions of years ago by volcanic ash and lava, and that material, a soft, porous rock called tuff, was shaped over geological time by wind and water into formations that look from a distance like something between a natural landscape and a constructed one. Tall, tapered columns called fairy chimneys rise from the valley floors in clusters. The ridgelines are irregular and dramatic, and throughout this terrain, human beings discovered early that tuff could be carved, that you could cut a room into a cliff face, hollow out a column, dig downward into the earth, and create an entire underground city, with tools no more sophisticated than a pickaxe and patience. Uçhisar is the highest point in Cappadocia. The castle occupying its summit is not a castle in the conventional sense of stone walls raised on prepared foundations. It is the rock itself, honeycombed over centuries with tunnels, chambers, stairways, storage rooms, and defensive positions carved directly into the tuff by successive generations of inhabitants who recognized what the elevation offered and exploited it methodically. From the summit on a clear day, the entire sweep of the Cappadocian landscape is visible. The valleys, the fairy chimneys, the distant cone of Mount Erciyes, in a panorama that explains immediately why this particular rock was valued above all others in the region. Human occupation of Cappadocia's carved spaces stretches back several thousand years, but the period that most defined the landscape as we encounter it today was the Byzantine era, roughly from the 4th to the 11th century AD. Byzantine Christians, facing repeated pressure from Arab raids beginning in the 7th century, developed the underground and cliff-carved spaces of Cappadocia into an extensive refuge network. Churches were carved into rock faces and decorated with frescoes of considerable quality. Underground cities at Derinkuyu and Kaymakli expanded to depths capable of sheltering thousands of people, along with their livestock and food stores. Uçhisar's height made it the natural watchtower for this defensive system, a point from which approaching threats could be observed and communicated to surrounding communities well before they arrived. The strategic logic is straightforward. The castle rock rises steeply enough that any approach is visible from its upper levels long before a threat reaches the base. The carved interior provided secure storage, defensible positions at multiple elevations, and the possibility of refuge even when lower approaches were compromised. Tunnels connecting different levels allowed movement within the structure without exposure to whatever was happening outside. It was a system built by people operating under genuine recurring threat, and it reflects a practical intelligence shaped by hard experience. The frescoes surviving in the rock-cut churches of the broader Cappadocia region, hundreds of them carved into cliff faces throughout the surrounding valleys, at a dimension that pure military history cannot account for. These were not simply people sheltering from danger. They were a community maintaining a full religious and cultural life within the constraints of their circumstances, painting saints and gospel scenes onto walls they had cut from volcanic rock with their own hands. The quality varies considerably, but the ambition does not. Some of the frescoes at nearby Göreme reach a sophistication that would not be out of place in a major Byzantine church anywhere in the empire. The broader Cappadocian landscape was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1985. The region now draws considerable tourist traffic, and the fairy chimney formations have become among the most recognized images associated with Turkey in international travel photography. Hot air balloons launch at dawn over the valleys in numbers that would have astonished the Byzantine farmers and monks who carved the spaces below. The visual effect of balloons drifting above that ancient carved landscape is genuinely striking, and it has done more than almost anything else to bring international attention to a region whose historical depth extends far beyond its photogenic surface. What Uchisar offers, beyond the view and the drama of its rock, is a physical record of how people adapt to landscape and threat at the same time, carving their lives into the available material, making permanent what began as necessity, and producing a habitation so thoroughly merged with its geology that the boundary between the natural and the human-made is in many places simply impossible to locate. Rome's northern frontier was never a line so much as a condition, a zone of negotiation, military presence, economic exchange, and managed tension that shifted across centuries as the empire's capacity to project power expanded and eventually contracted. In the province of Dacia, which corresponds roughly to modern Romania, that frontier reached its furthest northern extent at a site called Porolisim, perched on a ridge above the Transylvanian plateau near the modern town of Mohenjo-daro. What was built there over 2 centuries of Roman occupation tells a story about empire that the more celebrated frontier sites, Hadrian's Wall, the Rhine forts, tend to overshadow simply by being far better known. Rome conquered Dacia in 2 campaigns under the Emperor Trajan, in 101 to 102 AD, and again in 105 to 106 AD. The wars were brutal, commemorated in extraordinary detail on Trajan's column in Rome, where the spiraling narrative carved in relief remains one of the most ambitious works of Roman historical art. Dacia was rich in gold and silver, and its conquest delivered resources that funded a building program whose monuments are still standing. Porolisim was established as a military camp during those campaigns and developed over the following decades into the northernmost significant urban settlement in the entire province. The site's position was chosen with the precision that characterized Roman military surveying at its best. The ridge dominates the passes through the Carpathian foothills to the north and northwest, the routes through which any force moving against the Roman province from unconquered territory would have to pass. Controlling those passes meant controlling the threat, and Porolisim was designed to do exactly that, combining a substantial auxiliary fort with a civilian settlement, customs facilities, and religious infrastructure that together formed a fully functional frontier city. The fort followed the standard Roman playing card footprint, rectangular with rounded corners, internally organized with the precision the Roman military applied uniformly across the empire from Britain to Syria. What distinguished Porolisim from a purely military post was the civilian town that developed organically around the fort as merchants, craftsmen, veterans, and their families settled in the shadow of the garrison. The amphitheater serving this community, excavated and partially reconstructed in modern times, remains one of the best preserved examples of a provincial Roman amphitheater in the Dacian frontier zone. It held several thousand spectators and hosted the games and public gatherings that Roman provincial life organized itself around. A reminder that wherever Rome established permanent presence, it carried its entertainment culture as surely as it carried its engineering standards. The religious life at Porolisim was correspondingly diverse. Inscriptions and votives recovered from the site record dedications to Jupiter, Mithras, the Danubian horseman, Liber Pater, and a range of local Dacian deities that continued to be worshipped alongside the official Roman pantheon. This plurality is characteristic of Roman frontier communities, where soldiers recruited from across the empire brought their home cults with them, and where the line between conqueror and local tradition blurred over time into something genuinely hybrid. A customs post, the portoria, processed goods moving across the frontier in both directions, drawing people and practices from the Roman and non-Roman worlds into sustained and consequential contact. The province of Dacia was abandoned by Rome under the Emperor Aurelian between 271 and 275 AD, a strategic withdrawal driven by the difficulty of defending the exposed salient north of the Danube against increasing pressure from Gothic and other groups. Poralism was evacuated along with the rest of the province, the military and administrative apparatus withdrawing south and leaving behind a civilian population that adapted as best it could to what came next. The stone buildings did not vanish overnight. They became quarries, then foundations, then archaeology. What has been recovered through excavation at Poralism represents one of the more complete pictures available of how Roman frontier life actually functioned. Not the grand monuments of the imperial center, but the everyday infrastructure of a garrison town at the edge of the known world. The barracks, the baths, the workshops, the temples, the customs house, the amphitheater, where soldiers and civilians watched the same performances and shared, at least in those moments, a common public life. The frontier, this site suggests, was never simply a military boundary. It was a place where the Roman world made contact with everything beyond it, and where both were changed by the encounter. A rock palace in Sri Lanka, a golden city in Lydia, a ghost capital in Armenia, stone walls in Zimbabwe, a jungle temple in Cambodia, a planned city in the Indian desert, a sacred lake in Iran, an emperor's monument to his mother in Serbia, a mountain fortress in Azerbaijan, a carved rock in Cappadocia, and a Roman garrison town on the very edge of the known world. What connects them is not geography, era, or culture. What connects them is the human need to build, to take the available materials and shape them into something that outlasts the moment. Some of these places were built from ambition, some from faith, some from fear, some from grief, most from some combination of all four. And all of them, despite centuries of neglect, conquest, earthquake, and encroaching vegetation, are still here. History is full of places like these, sites that once carried the full weight of civilizations and were then quietly set aside while the world moved on to the next thing. Finding them, understanding them, and telling their stories properly is work worth doing. That is exactly what this channel exists for. If you made it to the end of this documentary, there is a good chance you care about this kind of history as much as we do. We are working toward 1,000 subscribers, a milestone that will allow us to keep making films like this one, to keep traveling to the overlooked corners of the ancient world, and to keep telling the stories that larger channels tend to leave on the shelf. If this film gave you something, a name you had never encountered before, a place you now want to learn more about, or simply a quiet hour well spent, please consider subscribing. It costs nothing, takes only a few seconds, and means everything to a small channel trying to do serious work. Share it with someone you think would appreciate it. Leave a comment below telling us which site surprised you most. We have more stories to tell. We hope you will be here for them. The Atacama Desert is not a place that welcomes human ambition. It is the driest non-polar desert on Earth, a landscape so stripped of moisture that some weather stations have never recorded a single drop of rainfall. The sun bears down without mercy. The altitude punishes the unprepared. And yet, roughly 3,000 years ago, people not only chose to live here, they chose to build here, to plant their civilization into this hostile ground and defend it with stone walls that still stand today. Pucara de Kotor sits on a rocky promontory above the San Pedro River Valley in northern Chile, roughly 3 kilometers from the modern town of San Pedro de Atacama. From a distance, it blends into the landscape almost completely. The buff-colored stone walls echoing the cliffs and hillsides around them, as though the fortress grew naturally from the earth, rather than being placed upon it. That camouflage was almost certainly intentional. In a desert this open, visibility cuts both ways. You want to see the enemy coming. You also want to make it as difficult as possible for the enemy to see you. The site contains the remains of more than 200 structures, houses, storage rooms, ceremonial spaces, and the defensive walls that connected and enclosed them all. The layout climbs the hillside in tiers, each level taking advantage of the natural terrain, so that the uppermost structures command sweeping views of the valley below in every direction. Whoever held this high ground controlled the approaches to the oasis of San Pedro, one of the few reliable water sources in the entire region. That was not a minor strategic detail. It was the whole point. Water in the Atacama is everything. The communities that thrived here did so because they found it, protected it, and organized their entire way of life around it. The oasis at San Pedro was not simply a convenience. It was the reason for settlement, the reason for agriculture, and ultimately the reason for fortification. When you understand how scarce water is in this landscape, the decision to build a fortress above it stops being a purely military calculation and becomes something closer to an act of civilizational survival. The Atacameño people, also known as the Lican Antay, are credited with constructing and inhabiting Kotor. Their culture flourished in this region for centuries, developing sophisticated irrigation systems, distinctive ceramic traditions, and trade networks that reached the Pacific coast and the high Andean plateau. They were not an isolated people. The fortress was, in part, a reflection of that broader engagement, a response to the pressures that came with being a prosperous community in a contested landscape. Archaeological evidence shows occupation spanning multiple periods, suggesting Kotor was not built all at once, but expanded over time as circumstances demanded. The walls vary in construction quality, consistent with a structure added to by different hands across different generations. Some sections are carefully fitted, the stones chosen and placed with evident skill. Others are rougher, built with urgency rather than precision. The kind of construction that happens when a threat feels immediate and real. The Inca Empire extended its reach into the Atacama around the 15th century, and Kotor, positioned above a vital water source and trade route, would have been both a significant prize and a significant obstacle. Then came the Spanish. In 1540, the conquistador Pedro de Valdivia led an expedition into the region. The Atacameño defenders held out, using the fortress's elevated position and their intimate knowledge of the terrain to resist. The Spanish eventually prevailed, reportedly taking more than 1,000 prisoners. It was one of the final chapters in the active military life of a fortress that had stood far longer than any European structure in the Americas at that time. After the conquest, Kotor fell into disuse. The community that had sustained it was disrupted, and absorbed into the colonial order. The fortress was abandoned to the desert, which proved to be an unexpectedly good caretaker. The same arid conditions that made life here so demanding also slowed the processes of decay considerably. Stone walls built to withstand human assault found that time itself was a more forgiving adversary than they might have faced from any army. Today, Pucara de Kotor is a protected national monument. Visitors make the short journey from San Pedro de Atacama and climb the rocky path to the fortress, where restored walls rise against a sky of improbable blue. The views from the upper levels are exactly what they were always designed to be: total, commanding, and quietly humbling. You can see for miles across a valley that still carries the faint green line of the river far below. Standing there, it is not difficult to understand why people chose this place, and why, having chosen it, they gave everything they had to hold it. Housestead's Roman fort sits on a dramatic ridge along Hadrian's Wall in Northumberland, England. It is one of the best preserved Roman forts anywhere in the world, and standing on its northern ramparts on a grey winter morning, you can still feel the logic of the place with uncomfortable clarity. The wall runs east and west as far as the eye can see, following the natural line of a hard volcanic ridge that the Romans recognized immediately as a gift from the landscape. To the north, the ground drops sharply away into a tangle of hills. To the south, the land opens up and breathes. The contrast is deliberate, and it still communicates its original message without any need for explanation. Hadrian's Wall was ordered by the Emperor Hadrian around 122 AD, following his personal visit to Britain. It stretched approximately 73 miles across the width of northern England, garrisoned by auxiliary troops drawn from across the empire, soldiers from Syria, Spain, Belgium, and the Germanic frontier, all posted to this windswept corner of Britain to hold a line that Rome had decided represented the practical limit of its ambitions. Housesteads, known in Latin as Vercovicium, was one of the wall's primary garrison forts, built to house an infantry cohort of around 800 men. The fort covers roughly 5 acres and follows the standard playing card shape favored by Roman military planners: rectangular with rounded corners, 4 gated entrances, and an interior organized with characteristic precision. The headquarters building sat at the center. Barracks blocks ran in parallel rows on either side. The commanding officer's house occupied a prominent position near the Principia. There were granaries engineered with raised floors to prevent damp and discourage vermin, a hospital block, a workshop. The Romans brought their entire administrative and logistical culture with them and embedded it in stone on a Northumbrian hillside, as though permanence was simply assumed, as though the wall would stand forever, and the empire behind it along with it. What archaeology has revealed about daily life at Housesteads is both detailed and strangely humanizing. The fort's latrines, communal, efficiently designed, flushed by rainwater carefully channeled from surrounding rooftops, are among the best preserved in the Roman world. Excavations have uncovered writing tablets, personal items, coins, evidence of active trade with the civilian settlement that grew up outside the fort's south gate. Soldiers bought goods, formed lasting relationships, had children. Some stayed long after their years of service ended, putting down roots in a place they had originally arrived at only under orders. That civilian settlement tells its own story. It grew organically beyond the walls, a community of traders, family members, retired veterans, and local Britons drawn together by the economic pull of a permanent military installation. The Roman frontier was never simply a military boundary. It was a zone of contact, commerce, and gradual cultural exchange that reshaped both sides of the line over time. The troops stationed at housesteads were not Roman in any simple ethnic sense. Inscriptions found at the site record units from the Frisian coast of the Netherlands and from Tungria in modern Belgium. These men brought their own gods, their own languages, their own customs. Dedications to Roman state gods sit alongside offerings to local British deities and imported cults from the Eastern Empire. The Roman army was, in practice, one of the ancient world's most effective engines of cultural mixing, even, perhaps especially, at its most remote postings. Housesteads was garrisoned for nearly 3 centuries. When Roman authority in Britain finally collapsed in the early 5th century, the wall was not dramatically overrun or destroyed in a single catastrophic assault. It was simply abandoned, the troops withdrawn or dispersed. The institution that had given the place its entire purpose dissolving quietly rather than falling in battle. The end came, not with fire, but with silence. What remained was the stone. And stone, given the right conditions, is extraordinarily patient. Housesteads today draws visitors from around the world, most of them making the bracing walk along the ridge path that still traces the wall's ancient course. The foundations of the barracks, the headquarters building, the latrines, the gates, all of it remains readable in the landscape, still telling the story of men who were sent to the edge of their world and told to hold the line. Rome is long gone from Britain, but on a clear day at Housesteads, standing on that ridge with the wind coming hard from the north, it does not feel entirely absent. The Illyrians are not a people who occupy much space in the popular imagination of ancient history. They tend to appear at the margins, mentioned briefly in accounts of Greek colonial expansion, or noted as the tribal ancestors of a region that would later become a Roman province. But in their own time, across a stretch of the Western Balkans that today encompasses Albania, North Macedonia, and parts of coastal Croatia, they were a formidable presence. They built cities, forged alliances, fought wars, and carved their settlements into some of the most dramatic mountain terrain in all of Europe. Selkirk de Chaves is what remains of one of their most significant achievements. The site sits in the Ohrid region of what is now eastern Albania, high in the hills above a landscape of extraordinary natural beauty. The mountains here are not gentle. They rise steeply, with rocky outcrops and dense forest covering the upper slopes, and the settlement at Selkirk takes full advantage of that severity. The builders chose a position of commanding height, where the natural defenses of the terrain did much of the protective work before a single stone wall was raised. From the upper reaches of the site, the surrounding valleys open up in panoramic clarity, the kind of visibility that made surprise attack nearly impossible and gave defenders an enormous psychological as well as tactical advantage. Selkirk de Chaves is believed to have served as a royal center of the Enchele, and later the Dasareti, 2 Illyrian tribal kingdoms whose histories are only partially reconstructed from archaeological evidence and fragmentary ancient sources. The settlement reached its peak between roughly the 4th and 2nd centuries BC, a period of intense political competition across the Balkans as Macedonian power expanded under Philip II and later Alexander the Great, and as Greek and later Roman influence pressed steadily into Illyrian territory from multiple directions. The architecture at Selkirk reflects a sophisticated building tradition that draws on both indigenous Illyrian practice and clear influence from the Hellenistic world. The defensive walls are constructed in a technique known as isodomic masonry, carefully cut stone blocks, laid in regular horizontal courses, a method associated with the higher end of ancient construction, and one that requires both skilled labor and considerable organizational resources. These were not walls thrown up in desperation. They were built by a community with the means and the intention to project permanence and authority. Among the most remarkable discoveries at the site are a series of rock-cut tombs carved directly into the living stone of the hillside. These tombs are monumental in scale and sophisticated in their architectural detailing, featuring carved facades with pilasters, niches, and decorative elements that speak clearly to Hellenistic influence while remaining distinctly local in their overall character. The individuals buried here were people of considerable status, rulers or members of a ruling class who wished their tombs to declare that status as unmistakably as the fortress walls declared their power over the surrounding landscape. One tomb in particular has attracted significant archaeological attention. Its carved facade incorporates architectural elements of a quality rarely seen outside the major centers of the Hellenistic world, raising genuine questions about the level of cultural and artistic exchange between the Illyrian kingdoms and their Greek neighbors. The old assumption that Illyrian culture existed in a kind of rough peripheral isolation from the sophisticated Mediterranean world has not survived close examination of the evidence at sites like Selka. What the archaeology shows instead is a culture actively engaged with its wider world, selectively adopting and adapting external influences while maintaining a strong local identity. The settlement was eventually abandoned, likely in connection with the Roman conquest of Illyria in the 2nd century BC, a process that unfolded gradually but decisively, dismantling the political structures that had sustained places like Selka and reorganizing the region under Roman provincial administration. The site did not suffer the dramatic violent destruction of some ancient settlements. It was simply emptied of the political and economic energy that had made it viable, and the forest and the hillside slowly began to reclaim what the builders had taken from them centuries before. Modern archaeological work at Selka de Chaves has been ongoing since the mid-20th century, and the site continues to reward careful excavation. Each season adds new detail to the picture of a community that was more complex, more connected, and more culturally sophisticated than older historical narratives gave it credit for being. The Kazakh steppe is one of the largest uninterrupted grassland systems on Earth. It stretches for thousands of miles in every direction, an ocean of grass and sky so vast and so uniform that orientation becomes a genuine philosophical challenge. There are no mountains to fix your position, no coastline to follow. The horizon is simply the horizon, repeating itself endlessly in every direction, and the temptation to conclude that nothing of historical significance could have happened here is one that the landscape almost encourages. That conclusion would be wrong. The steppe was not empty. It was a highway, the original one, the route along which people, animals, ideas, and eventually goods moved across the Eurasian continent for millennia before anyone thought to call it the Silk Road. The communities that lived here were not marginal. They were central to patterns of exchange and migration that shaped civilizations from China to the Mediterranean. And they left behind monuments that even today have the power to stop a traveler in their tracks. The Bagazi megalithic mausolea stand in the Karaganda region of central Kazakhstan, in a landscape that has changed relatively little since the structures were built during the Late Bronze Age, roughly between 1200 and 900 BC. They are large, architecturally ambitious funerary monuments, stone enclosures of considerable size, carefully constructed, precisely oriented, and built with a sophistication that researchers took some time to fully appreciate. For decades, the Steppe Bronze Age was treated as a cultural backwater, its peoples assumed to be simple, nomadic pastoralists with little capacity for organized monumental construction. Benghazi forced a significant revision of that assumption. The monuments consist of rectangular stone enclosures, some of them remarkably large, with walls built from substantial upright slabs and carefully fitted courses of stone. The interior burial chambers are elaborate by any standard, multi-roomed in some cases, with stone-lined passages and evidence of complex funerary ritual. The individuals interred here were buried with goods that reflect both local craftsmanship and connections to distant trading networks, bronze weapons and tools, ceramic vessels of distinctive regional styles, ornaments that speak to a material culture far richer than the landscape around them might suggest. What makes Benghazi particularly significant is what it represents in the broader context of Bronze Age steppe culture. The site gives its name to the Benghazi Dandibai culture, a designation archaeologists use to describe a late Bronze Age cultural complex that extended across a substantial portion of central Kazakhstan. This was not a single community or a single moment. It was a cultural tradition sustained across generations, with Benghazi serving as one of its most prominent ceremonial and mortuary centers. The scale of the monuments indicates that the people who built them were capable of mobilizing significant labor and resources, a level of social organization that simple pastoral existence does not easily explain. The question of who exactly these people were and how their society was structured remains partially open. They left no written records. Their language is unknown. What survives is almost entirely material: the stone monuments themselves, the objects found within them, the spatial patterns of settlement and burial that careful archaeological survey has gradually mapped across the steppe. From that material evidence, researchers have reconstructed a picture of a society with pronounced social hierarchy, a sophisticated relationship with both animal husbandry and metallurgy, and active participation in the exchange networks that crisscrossed the Eurasian interior during the Late Bronze Age. The bronze work associated with the Benghazi Dandibai culture is particularly striking. Weapons, tools, and ornamental objects show a mastery of the craft that connects these steppe communities to wider Eurasian metallurgical traditions, while displaying distinctly local stylistic preferences. Metal was not merely functional here. It was a marker of status, a medium of artistic expression, and almost certainly a commodity of considerable value in the exchange relationships that linked steppe communities to the agricultural societies at the margins of the grassland world. The funerary emphasis of the Benghazi monuments is itself revealing. The dead were not simply buried. They were installed in permanent stone structures of impressive scale, in a landscape where permanent stone construction required exceptional effort. The message embedded in that effort is consistent across cultures and centuries, that the individuals interred here mattered, that their memory was worth preserving in the most durable materials available, and that the community which built these monuments understood itself as connected to something larger than the present moment. Not every ancient fortress announces itself with drama. Some of the most historically significant defensive sites in the world are modest in their physical presence, Low walls, shallow earthworks, foundations that require a practiced eye to read properly. Badger Castle, sitting quietly in the rolling Wiltshire countryside of southwestern England, belongs to that category. It does not overwhelm the visitor with scale. It does not occupy a commanding cliff or a dramatic highland ridge. What it offers instead is something subtler. A remarkably well-preserved record of Iron Age life in lowland Britain, embedded in a landscape that has absorbed centuries of change, while somehow managing to retain the essential outline of what was once there. The site is an Iron Age hill fort, though the term hill fort can be misleading when applied to a place as gently situated as this one. The hill in question is real, but not severe, a modest elevation above the surrounding farmland that nevertheless provided its original occupants with meaningful advantages in terms of visibility and drainage. The defensive works consist of concentric rings of ditches and ramparts, the earthworks still clearly visible as raised ridges and corresponding hollows that trace the perimeter of the original enclosure. From the air, the geometry of the site is precise and deliberate. On the ground, walking the outer ditch line, you begin to understand the logic of a community that had thought carefully about how to use the landscape it had been given. Iron Age hill forts are among the most characteristic features of the British archaeological landscape. Hundreds of them survive in various states of preservation across England, Wales, and Scotland, ranging from small enclosures that may have housed a single extended family group to massive communal centres covering dozens of acres. They were built across a broad span of time, from roughly 800 BC through to the Roman conquest in the 1st century AD, and their purposes shifted considerably across those centuries, from primarily pastoral enclosures to genuine defensive fortifications to what appear to have been significant centres of population, craft production, and regional authority. Badger Castle sits within that broader story but contributes its own specific chapter. Archaeological survey and excavation at the site have revealed evidence of sustained occupation and activity that speaks to a community engaged in the full range of Iron Age life: farming, animal husbandry, craft production, and the management of social relationships within and beyond the immediate settlement. The pottery recovered from the site places its main period of activity in the Middle and Late Iron Age, roughly the 3rd through 1st centuries BC, a period of considerable social and political complexity across southern Britain. What makes a site like Badger Castle worth attention beyond its local significance is the window it provides into the everyday texture of Iron Age existence. The major hill forts of southern Britain, places like Maiden Castle in Dorset or Danebury in Hampshire, have received enormous archaeological attention and are relatively well understood. Smaller sites like Badger Castle are less studied, but in some ways more representative of how most people actually lived during this period. Not in massive regional centres, but in modest, well-defended communities embedded in agricultural landscapes, organized around the rhythms of the farming year and the social structures of kinship and local allegiance. The defensive architecture at Badger Castle, though unspectacular by the standards of the largest hill forts, would have been genuinely formidable in its original form. The ramparts were likely faced with timber and topped with a palisade, presenting an obstacle far more imposing than the grass-covered earthworks visible today. The ditches were deep and steep-sided, designed to slow and disorder any attacking force long enough for defenders on the rampart above to respond effectively. The entrance arrangements, the specific way the ramparts were aligned to control and channel movement into the interior reflect a sophisticated understanding of defensive design that was refined across generations of Iron Age building practice. Badger Castle has survived in recognizable form, a testament to the durability of earthwork construction when it is not actively demolished and when the land use around it remains relatively gentle. Ploughing has damaged the interior of many hill forts across Britain, destroying the stratigraphic layers that archaeologists depend on for detailed reconstruction. Sites that have escaped intensive modern cultivation retain a completeness that makes them disproportionately valuable to the archaeological record. Sardinia does not give up its secrets easily. The island sits in the western Mediterranean with a kind of geographic self-sufficiency, close enough to the major currents of ancient history to be touched by them, remote enough to have developed a culture that remained stubbornly, fascinatingly, its own. Phoenicians came, Carthaginians came, Romans eventually came and stayed. But before any of them, for roughly 1,000 years of the Bronze Age, Sardinia belonged to a people who left behind one of the most distinctive architectural traditions in the ancient world. They are called the Nuragic civilization, and their monuments are everywhere on the island. Squat, powerful stone towers rising from the scrubland and hillsides by the thousands. Among all of them, Nuraghe Arubiu stands apart. The name means the red nuraghe in the local Sardinian dialect, a reference to the reddish lichen that covers much of its stone. It sits in the municipality of Oroli in the island's central southern interior, and its scale is immediately arresting. This is not a simple tower. Nuraghe Arubiu is a complex of extraordinary ambition, a central tower of massive proportions surrounded by 5 secondary towers connected by a fortified curtain wall with an outer enclosure extending the defensive perimeter still further. At its original height, the central tower stood over 14 meters tall. The walls in places reach thicknesses of several meters. The entire structure was built without mortar, each stone selected and placed so that the weight and geometry of the construction held everything together through pure mechanical logic. The Nuragic people built these structures across Sardinia beginning around 1800 BC, and the tradition continued for over a millennium. More than 7,000 nuraghes survive on the island in various states of preservation, ranging from simple single towers to elaborate complexes like Arubiu. What they were for, in full, precise terms, remains a subject of ongoing scholarly discussion. Defense is clearly part of the answer. The towers command their surrounding landscapes with obvious strategic intent. But the investment of labor and skill that structures like Arubiu represent goes well beyond purely military necessity. These were also statements of power, centers of community organization, and probably sites of ritual and ceremonial significance. Excavations at Nuraghe Arubiu have revealed occupation extending from the Middle Bronze Age through the early centuries of the first millennium BC, with evidence suggesting the site remained significant even into the period of Phoenician and Carthaginian contact. Bronze objects, ceramics, and other finds point to a community engaged in both local production and wider exchange networks. The Nuragic civilization, for all its apparent insularity, was not sealed off from the broader Mediterranean world. It participated selectively, on its own terms, trading and absorbing influences while maintaining the architectural and cultural traditions that made it distinctive. The construction technique at Arubiu deserves particular attention. The blocks used in the central tower are enormous, some weighing several tons. yet they are fitted together with a precision that has allowed the structure to survive more than 3,000 years of seismic activity, weathering, and human interference. The builders understood the mechanical properties of their materials at an intuitive level that formal engineering would not codify for centuries. The corbelled chambers inside the tower, roofed with stone, using a technique that distributes weight outward into the surrounding walls, are dark and cool and geometrically elegant. Standing inside one, with the massive stones pressing close on all sides, the achievement of the people who built this place becomes visceral in a way that no description fully captures. What happened to the Nuragic civilization is, like so much of prehistoric history, incompletely understood. The culture did not vanish in a single event. It faded gradually, absorbed and overwritten by successive waves of outside influence: Phoenician trading settlements along the coast, Carthaginian political control, and finally, Roman conquest in the 3rd century BC. The Nuragis were not demolished. They were simply no longer built, no longer central to the social and political life of an island that was being reorganized around different priorities. Nuraghe Arubiu today is one of Sardinia's most visited archaeological sites, and the journey to Aroli to see it is worth every kilometer. The structure rises from the surrounding landscape with an authority that photographs do not fully prepare you for. It is a monument that rewards slow attention. The longer you look, the more the logic of it reveals itself, and the more clearly you can sense the intelligence and ambition of the people who raised it from the Sardinian earth more than 3 millennia ago. The Peruvian coast is a strip of desert interrupted by river valleys, and in those valleys, civilization after civilization took root. Water flowing down from the Andes created ribbons of agricultural possibility, cutting through the coastal dryness. And the communities that controlled those ribbons controlled everything that depended on them. Paramonga sits at the northern edge of the Fortaleza River Valley, roughly 200 kilometers north of Lima, and it commands that valley with an authority that is visible from miles away. The fortress rises in stepped terraces from the desert floor, its adobe walls the same pale ochre as the surrounding landscape, its silhouette against the Pacific sky as deliberate and composed as anything the ancient Americas produced. Paramonga was built by the Chimu, the powerful coastal kingdom that dominated much of Peru's northern coast between roughly the 12th and 15th centuries A.D. The Chimu were sophisticated urban planners and hydraulic engineers whose capital, Chan Chan, near modern Trujillo, was one of the largest cities in the pre-Columbian world. Paramonga marked the southern boundary of their territory, a monumental declaration of where Chimu authority ended and contested ground began. It was fortress, administrative center, and symbolic statement simultaneously, a combination the Chimu understood well and executed with considerable architectural skill. The structure is built entirely from adobe brick, a material that suits the coastal desert climate surprisingly well. Without significant rainfall to erode it, adobe can endure for centuries, and Paramonga is evidence of that durability. The terraced form climbs in 4 main levels, each successive platform set back from the one below, creating both a defensive advantage and a visual impression of mass and permanence that would have been immediately legible to anyone approaching along the valley. The uppermost level commands views of the river valley, the ocean, and the desert plain extending in every direction. Rounded bastions project from the corners of several terraces, a design feature that allowed defenders to cover the walls from multiple angles. When the Inca Empire expanded southward along the coast in the mid-15th century, Paramonga was among the sites that changed hands. The Chimu kingdom, despite its size and sophistication, could not withstand the military and political pressure of the expanding Inca state, and was eventually absorbed into Tawantinsuyu, the Inca Empire's name for itself. The Inca made use of existing infrastructure throughout their conquered territories, and Paramonga was no exception. Evidence of Inca occupation layers over the earlier Chimu construction, adding another chapter to a site that had already accumulated considerable history. The Spanish encountered Paramonga in the 16th century, and the chronicler Pedro Chiesa de Leon described it with evident admiration, noting its scale and the quality of its construction. By that point, the fortress had already passed through multiple occupations and transformations, each leaving its mark on the structure while preserving the essential form established by its original Chimu builders. What strikes most visitors today is the relationship between the fortress and its landscape. Paramonga was not imposed on its setting. It grew from it, using the natural elevation of a rocky outcrop as its foundation and extending upward in a way that feels entirely organic. The pale walls catch the late afternoon light with particular intensity, glowing against the blue of the Pacific horizon in a way that must have made the fortress visible for extraordinary distances to anyone approaching along the coastal road. That visibility was the point. Paramonga was meant to be seen, to communicate the power of the state that built it, long before any traveler came close enough to test its walls. The site today is managed as an archaeological monument and has benefited from ongoing conservation work aimed at stabilizing the adobe construction against the slow erosion of wind and the occasional disruption of El Niño rainfall events that periodically bring destructive moisture to the normally dry coast. The work is painstaking and never fully finished. Adobe is inherently more vulnerable than stone, and the battle to preserve Paramonga is one that requires sustained attention across generations of conservators. Standing at its base and looking upward at the stepped terraces climbing toward the sky, the fortress communicates something that transcends its specific cultural origins. It speaks the universal language of a community that looked at its landscape, found the right place, and built something meant to last. That it has lasted through conquest and abandonment and the slow erosion of centuries is a testament to the judgment of the people who chose this ground and the skill of the hands that shaped it. Corsica is an island of dramatic contrasts. The interior rises into peaks that hold snow well into spring, while the coast curves through turquoise bays and granite headlands that drop straight into the Mediterranean. It is a landscape of extraordinary beauty and considerable severity, and the people who inhabited it during the Bronze Age understood both qualities with great intimacy. They built their settlements in the high granite country of the south, using the rock itself as the foundation and primary material of their architecture, and they left behind a collection of prehistoric monuments that remain among the most impressive in the Western Mediterranean. Castello di Cucuruzzu is the finest of them. The site sits in the Alta Rocca region of southern Corsica, deep in a landscape of ancient oak forest and massive granite boulders that have been tumbled and shaped by millions of years of geological activity. The builders of Cucuruzzu did not so much construct a fortress as they incorporated one, using the existing boulder formations as walls, foundations, and structural elements, then filling the gaps and raising additional courses of fitted stone to create enclosed spaces of considerable sophistication. The result is a structure that reads simultaneously as entirely natural and entirely deliberate, a quality that gives it an almost uncanny presence in the forest landscape. Castello di Cucuruzzo belongs to the Taurian culture, a Bronze Age civilization that flourished in Corsica from roughly 1600 BC onward and is closely related to the Nuragic culture of neighboring Sardinia. The parallels between the two traditions are significant. Both made extensive use of dry stone construction, both built tower structures of broadly similar form, and both developed within island environments that encouraged a degree of cultural distinctiveness even while maintaining connections to the wider Mediterranean world. Whether the relationship between the Taurian and Nuragic cultures reflects shared origins, sustained contact, or parallel development from common roots remains a subject of active archaeological debate. The defensive and residential architecture at Cucuruzzo centers on a torre, a circular tower of the type that defines the Taurian tradition, rising from the highest point of the granite outcrop at the heart of the site. The tower's walls are thick and carefully constructed, the interior corbelled in the same technique seen in Sardinian nuraghes, creating a domed chamber of impressive solidity. Around and below the torre, a series of rooms and enclosures spread across the rocky terrain, their walls following the irregular contours of the boulders between them. The overall impression is of a community that had thought deeply about how to inhabit this specific piece of ground, using every advantage the terrain offered. Excavations at the site have produced evidence of occupation spanning several centuries, with finds including bronze objects, ceramic vessels, and evidence of food storage and preparation that paint a picture of sustained, organized community life. The people of Cucuruzzo were farmers and herders who supplemented their diet with hunting, maintained connections to coastal communities through exchange, and invested considerable collective energy in the construction and maintenance of their hilltop stronghold. The site was eventually abandoned, as Bronze Age settlements across the Western Mediterranean were disrupted by the broader social and demographic changes of the late 2nd millennium BC, a period of widespread instability that brought the collapse or transformation of cultures from the Aegean to the Atlantic. Corsica was not immune to those pressures, and the Taurian culture, like the Mycenaean civilization far to the east, did not survive the transition into the Iron Age in recognizable form. What survived was the stone, and in the oak forest of the Alta Rocca, where the light filters through the canopy in shifting patterns and the granite boulders rise enormous and ancient from the forest floor, the stones of Cucuruzzo have kept their place with remarkable completeness. The torre still stands to a substantial height. The enclosure walls still trace their irregular courses through the trees. Walking the site today, following the path that winds up through the boulders to the tower summit, you feel the intelligence of the original builders in every turn of the route, the way the approach is controlled, the way each level of the site offers both shelter and visibility. It is a place that rewards patience and quiet attention. The forest absorbs sound, the stone holds the coolness of the shade, and the view from the tower top opens suddenly over the treetops to reveal the mountains of the Alta Rocca stretching away to the horizon. For a moment, the distance between the present and the Bronze Age contracts to almost nothing. Some places are chosen once and then abandoned. Others are chosen, abandoned, rediscovered, rebuilt, abandoned again, and then rebuilt a second time, as though the ground itself keeps insisting on its own importance regardless of what history does to the people living on it. Ekotorp, on the Swedish island of Öland in the Baltic Sea, belongs to that second category. It was built, used, abandoned, and rebuilt across a span of roughly 1,000 years by communities separated by centuries who nevertheless arrived independently at the same conclusion, that this particular piece of flat limestone ground was worth fortifying and worth defending. Öland is a long, narrow island running roughly north to south off the southeastern coast of Sweden, separated from the mainland by a strait that is narrow enough to feel intimate, but wide enough to have mattered enormously in an era of limited maritime technology. The island's interior is dominated by the Alvar, a vast limestone plain of extraordinary ecological character, flat, exposed, swept by Baltic winds, and supporting a distinctive grassland ecosystem that has been grazed continuously for thousands of years. It is not obviously hospitable ground, but it is ground that could be farmed, that offered stone for building, and that sat at a strategically meaningful position in the Baltic world of the first millennium AD. Eketorp is one of around 19 ring forts known on Öland, a concentration of prehistoric fortification that has no real parallel elsewhere in Scandinavia. The forts vary in size and preservation, but Eketorp is by far the best studied and the most extensively excavated, having been the subject of major archaeological investigation beginning in the 1960s. What those excavations revealed was a site of remarkable complexity. Not one fort, but three, each built in the same location across successive periods, each reflecting the specific needs and circumstances of its builders. The first Eketorp dates to roughly the 4th and 5th centuries AD, a period of considerable instability across northern Europe as the Western Roman Empire weakened and the movement of peoples across the continent sent ripples of disruption into even the remotest corners of the Baltic world. This early fort was relatively modest, a stone ring enclosing a settlement of timber buildings organized around a central open space. The community that built it was agricultural, dependent on the Alvar's grazing resources and on the maritime connections that island life naturally encouraged. The second fort, built in the 5th and 6th centuries, was more substantial, a larger enclosure with more carefully constructed stone walls and a denser interior settlement. Finds from this period include weapons, tools, and personal ornaments that speak to a community with access to reasonably wide exchange networks connected to the broader world of migration period Scandinavia, in which warfare, raiding, and the reorganization of social hierarchies were constant features of life. The third Eketorp, dating to the Viking Age and early medieval period, was different again. Rebuilt with evident purpose after a period of abandonment, its interior reorganized around a more systematic layout of stone longhouses arranged in concentric rings around a central lane. This final fort appears to have functioned as a genuine community settlement rather than purely a refuge, with evidence of craft production, animal husbandry, and the kind of organized domestic life that suggests permanent rather than seasonal occupation. What Eketorp demonstrates, across all three of its incarnations, is the persistent logic of a defensible enclosure in a world where security could never be assumed. The specific threats changed across the centuries. The political context shifted. The people who built each successive fort belonged to different generations with different cultural frameworks. But the fundamental calculation, that a stone ring on a piece of elevated ground offered meaningful protection to the community inside it, remained constant across 1,000 years of Baltic history. The site today is one of Sweden's most visited prehistoric monuments, partly because of the quality of its preservation, and partly because of an ambitious reconstruction project that has rebuilt portions of the fort's walls and interior structures to give visitors a tangible sense of what life inside Ekotorp might have looked like. It is an approach that carries risks. Reconstruction always involves interpretive choices that archaeology alone cannot fully justify. But at Ekotorp, it has been carried out with sufficient care and scholarly rigor to illuminate rather than distort. There is a pass in the Tian Shan Mountains of what is now southwestern Kyrgyzstan, where the altitude climbs above 3,000 meters and the surrounding peaks press close enough to make the sky feel smaller than it should. The Atbashi Valley narrows here, the grassland giving way to rocky slopes and permanent snowfields, and the wind that moves through the pass carries a cold that belongs to a different season, regardless of what the calendar says. It is not an easy place, but for roughly 1,000 years it was a necessary one, a waypoint on one of the high routes that carried trade, religion, and human movement across the heart of Central Asia. Tash Rabat stands in that valley, a single large stone structure rising from the surrounding terrain with a solidity that seems almost defiant given its remote location. The name translates roughly as stone caravanserai, and that functional description captures something essential about the place. It was built to serve travelers, to offer shelter and rest at a point in the journey where shelter and rest were not merely comfortable, but genuinely critical to survival. A traveler who failed to find protection in this valley before nightfall or before a mountain storm closed in was a traveler in serious trouble. The building dates to approximately the 10th or 15th century AD. The precise dating remains debated among scholars, and its architectural form reflects the Central Asian caravanserai tradition. A single fortified structure enclosing multiple rooms arranged around a central domed hall, designed to accommodate both the travelers themselves and the animals that carried their goods. The exterior walls are thick, built from the local dark stone, with a functional heaviness that prioritizes warmth and structural integrity over any decorative ambition. From outside, Tash Rabat presents an almost fortress-like face to the landscape. Blank walls, a single entrance, no unnecessary openings that might admit the cold or compromise the building's defensive capacity. The interior is a different experience entirely. The central hall rises to a substantial corbel dome that gathers the space upward and distributes the weight of the roof into the surrounding walls with elegant efficiency. From this central space, a series of corridors and smaller rooms extend outward in a roughly symmetrical arrangement, each room vaulted with its own smaller dome or barrel vault. The stonework throughout is accomplished, fitted with care, the surfaces worn smooth by centuries of human contact. In the smaller rooms, where travelers would have slept, the stone retains a quality of enclosure that still communicates shelter against the conditions outside. The Silk Road, or more accurately the network of routes that the term describes, was never a single path. It was a shifting web of connections that responded to political conditions, seasonal constraints, and the practical requirements of the goods and people moving along it. The high mountain routes through passes like the one at Tash Rabat were used when the lower alternatives were blocked by conflict or political disruption, making installations like this one critical nodes in a system that had to remain flexible to remain functional. The caravanserai was infrastructure in the most literal sense, a fixed investment that made the movement of people and goods through an otherwise impassable environment possible. Who built Tash Rabat, and under whose authority, is not entirely settled. Some scholars associate its construction with the Karakanid dynasty, a Turkic Muslim state that controlled much of Central Asia during the 10th through 12th centuries. Others argue for a later date connected to different regional powers. What is consistent across the various theories is the recognition that a structure of this scale and quality required the backing of a state or a powerful institution, the resources and organizational capacity to build in stone at high altitude, far from any major center of population. There is also a persistent local tradition that Takht-e was originally built as a Christian monastery, connected to the Nestorian Christian communities that spread through Central Asia along the trade routes during the medieval period. The architectural form is not inconsistent with monastic use, and Nestorian Christianity did have a significant presence in the region during the relevant centuries. The truth may involve a building that served multiple purposes across its long history. First one thing, then another, its identity shifting with the communities that passed through and the powers that claimed the territory around it. The Persian Gulf is a body of water that has never been merely geographical. For at least 4,000 years, it has been a commercial highway, a diplomatic frontier, and a zone of cultural exchange connecting the civilizations of Mesopotamia, the Arabian Peninsula, the Indian subcontinent, and East Africa in a web of trade and influence that shaped the ancient world more profoundly than its modest size might suggest. At the northern tip of the island of Bahrain, where the Gulf's shallow waters run particularly rich in the pearl oysters that made this region famous across the ancient world, a tell rises from the flat coastal plain with quiet authority. Qal'at al-bahrain, the Bahrain fort, has been accumulating human history for roughly 4 millennia, and the layers of that accumulation tell a story that reaches far beyond the island itself. The site is a UNESCO World Heritage Property, and the designation is well earned. Excavations have revealed an unbroken sequence of occupation stretching from approximately 2300 BC through to the 16th century AD, a span of nearly 4,000 years during which the location was never entirely abandoned, only transformed, rebuilt, and repurposed by successive cultures who recognized its strategic and commercial value and chose to build upon what their predecessors had left, rather than clearing it away. The earliest occupation at Qal'at al-bahrain is associated with the Dilmun civilization, a trading culture whose name appears in Sumerian texts as a place of considerable commercial and perhaps mythological significance. Dilmun controlled the Gulf trade routes during the 3rd and 2nd millennia BC, serving as an intermediary between Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley civilization, connecting two of the ancient world's great urban cultures through the maritime highways of the Gulf. The tell at Qal'at al-bahrain was almost certainly a central node in that network, a place where goods were stored, exchanged, and taxed, and where the administrative apparatus of a trading state could operate with the protection of defensible walls. The Dilmun occupation is followed in the archaeological sequence by evidence of Kassite presence, then by the distinctive material culture of the Assyrian and later Achaemenid Persian periods. Each successive power that extended its reach into the Gulf found Bahrain impossible to ignore, and the site at Qal'at al-bahrain already established as the island's primary center of authority. The fortress that gives the site its current name was built during the Portuguese occupation of the early 16th century, a characteristically robust piece of European military architecture dropped into an Arabian landscape, its angular bastions and thick walls reflecting the gunpowder-era military thinking that the Portuguese carried with them across their maritime empire. The Portuguese fort is what most visitors see first, and its scale is genuinely impressive. a large rectangular enclosure with projecting corner bastions built from the same local stone that earlier occupants had used for their own constructions. But the fort is, in many ways, the most recent and least revealing layer of a site whose real significance lies beneath it. The excavated areas around and below the Portuguese construction expose the accumulated strata of those earlier occupations. The Dilmun's city walls, the later fortification phases, the urban fabric of a settlement that was continuously inhabited and continuously rebuilt across 4,000 years. Pearl diving was the economic engine that made Bahrain matter across most of its recorded history. The island's surrounding waters produced pearls of exceptional quality that were traded across the ancient and medieval world, and the wealth generated by that trade sustained the political structures and the physical infrastructure that made Qal'at al-bahrain possible. The connection between the maritime economy and the land-based fortress is direct. The fort protected the wealth that the sea produced, and the wealth of the sea justified the investment in fortification. Standing at the site today, with the Gulf visible beyond the excavated ruins and the skyline of modern Manama rising in the near distance, the layered complexity of Qal'at al-bahrain is both intellectually compelling and visually striking. The excavated city beneath the Portuguese fort exposes walls and streets of extraordinary antiquity. The stone courses of the Dilmun period sitting exposed to the Gulf air after millennia underground. The site asks its visitors to hold multiple time periods simultaneously, to see the Portuguese bastion and the Bronze Age city wall as parts of a single continuous story about a place that human beings have found indispensable for 4,000 years. We have traveled across 5 continents and 4,000 years, from the Atacama Desert to the Persian Gulf, from the Baltic Sea to the highlands of Corsica. 11 fortresses, 11 communities that looked at their world, found their ground, and built something meant to last. The names of most of the people who raised these walls are lost forever, but the stones remain, and through them, something essential about what it means to be human survives. If this journey meant something to you, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. We are working toward 1,000 subscribers, and every single one matters. Thank you for watching. The island of Sardinia sits in the middle of the Western Mediterranean, like a stone left behind by some retreating tide. It has been inhabited for so long and by so many different peoples that its landscape carries layer upon layer of human memory pressed into the rock and soil. Most travelers who come here look for the beaches, the cuisine, the medieval hill towns. Very few follow the gravel road that cuts through the vineyards north of Alghero toward a low, open field that appears, at first glance, to be nothing more than a patch of scrubland. But stop the car and walk forward. Let your eyes adjust to the scale of what you are looking at. Carved directly into the limestone bedrock, scattered across roughly 4 acres, are 38 pit tombs. They were not built upward from the ground. They were cut downward into it, hewn by hand over generations, using stone tools and a discipline we can only imagine from this distance. This is the necropolis of Angelu-Ruju, and it has been holding the dead for more than 5,000 years. The people who created it belong to a culture archaeologists call the Ozieri, sometimes referred to as the San Michele culture. They flourished in Sardinia between roughly 3,200 and 2,800 BCE, though some of the activity at Angelu-Ruju extends even earlier. They were farmers and herders, skilled potters, and judging by what has survived here, deeply serious about what happened to a person after death. The tombs they carved, called domus de Janas, in the Sardinian dialect, a phrase that translates loosely as houses of the fairies, were not simple graves. They were architectural statements, rooms connected to rooms, antechambers leading deeper, ceilings shaped to suggest the interior of a dwelling, because the builders believed, or at least hoped, that the dead needed somewhere to live. Walk down into one of the better-preserved chambers, and the geometry becomes striking. The ceiling is low, but intentional. The walls, in places, were smoothed and decorated. Red ochre pigment still clings to some surfaces, faint but unmistakable, applied by hands that pressed against this same rock in the 3rd millennium before the Common Era. Carved bull heads appear above certain doorways, stylized into something between symbol and portrait. The bull carried enormous weight in Ozieri religious life. It appears again and again in their ceramic work, their figurines, their sacred imagery. Here at Angelu-Ruju, it guards the threshold between the world of the living and whatever the Ozieri believed lay beyond it. The tombs were not used once. They were returned to repeatedly, sometimes across many generations, until a single chamber might hold the remains of dozens of individuals laid in together with grave goods, polished stone tools, ceramic vessels, carved bone ornaments, small figurines. Communal burial on this scale implies a communal conception of the afterlife. The dead were not separated out by a rank or isolated in individual monuments. They were gathered. The family, the clan, or the community continued in death as it had in life. What the excavations also revealed, beginning in earnest in the late 19th century and continuing through the 20th, was evidence of ritual activity at the tomb entrances, pottery fragments, animal bones, the residue of ceremony, of returning to this place with offerings, with fire, with intention. Angelu-Ruju was not abandoned after the burials were complete. It was tended, visited, remembered. The site sits today within a working vineyard. The grapes grown here are made into wine and sold under a label that quietly references the necropolis beneath. There is something quietly remarkable about that continuity. The same soil that feeds the vines once covered the carved chambers of the Ozieri dead, and the people who farm it now have chosen, in their own way, to acknowledge what lies below. Archaeologists have catalogued thousands of artifacts removed from these tombs over the decades, many of which now rest in the National Archaeological Museum in Cagliari. But the tombs themselves remain here, open to the sky, accessible to anyone willing to make the trip. You can descend into them. You can stand in the same carved space where mourners stood 5,000 years ago, in chambers where the line between architecture and devotion was never really drawn. Sardinia is full of monuments to its prehistoric past, the Nuraghi towers, the giant graves, the sacred wells. But Angelu-Ruju holds a particular kind of stillness. It was built not to impress the living, but to shelter the dead. And in that purpose, quiet and stubborn, it has outlasted almost everything else. From the carved limestone hollows of Sardinia, the journey eastward carries us across the Mediterranean and deep into the Anatolian interior, where an entirely different kind of stone architecture waits, one shaped not by chisels working downward into flat bedrock, but by the slow violence of volcanic eruption and erosion working across millions of years on a scale no human hand could replicate. The region of Cappadocia, in what is now central Turkey, looks from a distance like a landscape from a dream someone half remembered. Columns of pale rock rise from valley floors in clusters, tapered and irregular, some capped with darker basalt like hats left behind by giants. The locals have called them fairy chimneys for as long as anyone can recall. Geologists call them hoodoos. Whatever name you give them, they are the product of ancient volcanic ash, called tuff, compressed over millennia into soft, carvable rock, and then slowly sculpted by wind and rain into forms that seem almost deliberate, almost designed, though no designer was involved. Almost no designer, that is, because at the heart of this landscape, in and around the town of Görem, human beings looked at this strange geological inheritance and recognized something extraordinary. The rock was soft enough to cut with basic tools. It held its shape once carved. It stayed cool in summer and retained warmth in winter. And it was everywhere. What followed was one of the most sustained and intimate relationships between a people and their geology in the entire archaeological record. The earliest evidence of human occupation in the Göreme Valley reaches back to the Bronze Age, but it is the period stretching from roughly the 1st century of the Common Era forward through the Byzantine centuries that left the most visible mark. Early Christian communities, seeking both shelter and seclusion in a landscape that the Roman Empire's reach sometimes made dangerous, found in Cappadocia a natural refuge. The rock did not just offer hiding, it offered permanence. A chamber cut into tuff could last indefinitely. A community that carved its home into a hillside was not easily displaced. The rock-cut churches of Göreme are among the most astonishing interiors in the ancient world. From the outside, many appear as simple openings in a cliff face, unremarkable, easy to overlook. Step inside, and the scale shifts entirely. Columns carved from the living rock divide the space into nave and apse. Arched ceilings rise overhead, and across those ceilings, painted in the Byzantine style, with pigments that have held their color for close to 1,000 years. The figures of saints and apostles and the scenes of scripture look down with wide, formal eyes. The paintings were never framed and hung. They were applied directly to the stone walls of rooms that were themselves carved from the mountain. The art and the architecture are inseparable because they were always meant to be. The dark church, known in Turkish as Kılıçlar Kilise, holds some of the finest surviving frescoes in the region. Its interior is dim enough that the paintings were protected from centuries of light damage, which is precisely how they survived with such richness of color. The deep blues and ochres and reds of the figures there carry a quality that photographs can suggest but never fully convey. Standing beneath them, in a room that has barely changed since the 11th century, is a particular kind of encounter with the past. But Göreme was not only churches. It was homes, storerooms, stables, kitchens, and entire underground complexes that could shelter communities for extended periods when threats arrived from outside. The underground cities of Cappadocia, Derinkuyu and Kaymakli among the most famous, descend multiple stories beneath the surface, with ventilation shafts, wells, and rolling stone doors that could be sealed from the inside. These were not permanent underground settlements in ordinary times. They were emergency architecture, designed for survival, built with a thoroughness that reflects communities that had learned through difficult experience how quickly the world above ground could become unsafe. What Göreme and its surrounding valleys represent, taken together, is a civilization that treated the natural environment not as something to be overcome or replaced, but as raw material for an ongoing, generational collaboration. The rock was always there. The people came and looked and understood what could be made of it. They carved their prayers into the walls. They painted their faith onto ceilings that were themselves carved from the earth. They went underground when they had to and came back up when it was safe. Gurim Open Air Museum is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site visited by hundreds of thousands each year. Yet even during peak tourism, the place still preserves traces of its original, far more serious purpose. The painted ceilings of Cappadocia were the work of communities turning inward, pressing their faith into the rock for safekeeping. The monument we turn to now was built on an entirely different impulse, outward, upward, asserting human presence against one of the most formidable landscapes on Earth. To reach Choqquequirao, you walk. There is no other option. No road connects it to the outside world. No cable car. No shortcut through the cloud forest. The trail descends nearly 5,000 feet into the Apurimac Canyon, crosses a river that runs white and loud between walls of vertical rock, and then climbs back up the other side through switchbacks that gain altitude in long, punishing increments. Most trekkers take 2 days just to arrive. The return trip is the same distance in reverse. The entire journey, done at a reasonable pace, covers close to 60 miles of Andean terrain that does not forgive carelessness. This inaccessibility is not incidental. It is, in a sense, the point. Choqquequirao was never meant to be easy to reach. It was built in a place that demanded effort just to approach, which tells us something important about the people who built it and what they believed a site like this was for. The Inca called it, in Quechua, something that translates roughly as cradle of gold. Spanish colonial records mention it briefly, but the conquistadors who dismantled so much of the Andean world never found their way here in force. The site sat largely undisturbed through the colonial centuries, its terraces slowly surrendering to vegetation, its stonework patient beneath the moss and the tree roots, waiting. What visitors encounter today, and there are relatively few of them, perhaps 300 a day at peak season, compared to the thousands who crowd Machu Picchu daily, is a complex that covers roughly 1,400 acres of prepared terrain. Only about 40% of it has been cleared and studied. The rest remains under forest cover, which means that what you can see right now is still only a partial picture of what Choqquequirao actually was. The architecture follows the Inca tradition of fitting stone to stone without mortar, using carefully shaped blocks that lock together through their own weight and geometry. The precision is extraordinary given the gradient of the terrain. The builders did not level the mountain. They worked with it, cutting terraces into the slope that follow the natural contours of the ridge, while creating usable, stable platforms for structures above. This approach, adapting to the landscape rather than imposing on it, runs through almost all Inca construction. But at Choqquequirao, it is especially visible because the site is so steep and the engineering so exposed. The agricultural terraces, called andenes, descend from the main ceremonial platform in long parallel steps. Some of them are decorated with white stone llama figures set into the retaining walls at intervals, visible from a distance against the darker stone. These llama reliefs are unique to Choqquequirao among known Inca sites. Whether they served a purely decorative purpose, a symbolic one, or something connected to agricultural ritual, nobody can say with certainty. What they suggest is a community that invested care and intention, not just in the functional architecture, but in the way it looked, the way it communicated to anyone approaching from below. The main plaza sits at the highest accessible point, flanked by the foundations of structures that would have served administrative and ceremonial functions. The view from there is one of the most dramatic in the Andes. The Apurimac Canyon drops away below with a verticality that still produces a physical response in the visitor's body, a slight, involuntary step back from the edge. Across the canyon, the opposing ridgeline rises through cloud forest toward glaciated peaks. The sky at this altitude is a different sky than the one you see from lower ground. It has a depth and a clarity that makes the air feel thinner than it already is. Choqquequirao was likely built or significantly expanded during the reign of Tupac Inca Yupanqui in the late 15th century, though some researchers associate its major construction phases with the Emperor Huayna Capac in the early 16th century. Either way, it predates the Spanish arrival by decades at most. Whatever administrative or sacred function it served, that function ended abruptly with the collapse of the empire, and the site entered the long silence of the cloud forest. A road has been proposed to connect Choqquequirao to the outside world. The project has been discussed, debated, and deferred for years. Those who support it argue that improved access would bring economic development to isolated Andean communities. Those who oppose it point to what happened at Machu Picchu, which now struggles under tourist volumes that threaten the very stones it was built to honor. The cloud forest closes behind the last trekker descending from Choqquequirao, and the world shifts entirely. We move now from the vertical drama of the Andes to a flat, sun-baked plain in what is today the Punjab province of Pakistan, where the ground gives up its secrets slowly, and the monuments are not towers or terraces, but the buried foundations of something far more complex than their modest appearance suggests. Harappa is not a dramatic ruin in the conventional sense. There are no standing columns, no carved facades, no ceremonial staircases rising toward a skyline. What remains at the surface is mostly mound and outline, the compressed ghost of a city that once housed tens of thousands of people and functioned at its peak around 2500 BCE as one of the largest urban centers on Earth. The Indus Valley Civilization, of which Harappa was a principal city alongside Mohenjo-daro to the south, represented a scale of organized human settlement that contemporary Mesopotamia and Egypt could match but not exceed, and in certain respects, it surpassed them both. The granaries sit at the northwestern edge of the Harappa Mound, and they are, in many ways, the most revealing structures the site has to offer. They were not temples, they were not palaces, they were storage facilities, purpose-built on an industrial scale, designed to receive, hold, and distribute grain across a population that depended on the reliability of that system for its survival. The platform on which the granary complex was built measures roughly 45 by 60 meters. It was raised above the surrounding ground level deliberately, both to protect the stored grain from moisture and flooding, and quite possibly to signal the importance of the institution it housed. Access to the loading areas was carefully controlled through a series of working floors and air ducts built into the platform base that allowed ventilation to circulate beneath the stored goods. This was not improvised storage. It was engineered storage, reflecting a level of institutional planning that implies a governing authority capable of thinking in terms of years and populations rather than seasons and households. What makes the Harappa granaries especially significant is what they tell us about the social organization of the Indus Valley civilization more broadly. Centralized grain storage on this scale requires centralized grain collection, which in turn requires a system for tracking what was brought in, from whom, and in what quantities. The Indus script, which appears on thousands of small seals and tablets recovered from sites across the civilization's range, has never been fully deciphered. But many researchers believe that at least some of its function was administrative, a tool for recording transactions, quantities, and obligations in a society complex enough to need such records. That society was, by the evidence, remarkably egalitarian in its material culture, at least compared to the civilizations developing simultaneously in Egypt and Mesopotamia. Harappa's residential districts show relatively little differentiation in house size or construction quality across the wider population. There are no obvious royal palaces, no monumental tombs of individual rulers. The artistic record includes no triumphant military scenes, no depictions of kings towering over defeated enemies. Whatever hierarchy existed at Harappa, it expressed itself differently than the hierarchies of the Nile and the Tigris-Euphrates, and the archaeological record has so far declined to hand us a clear picture of who held power, how they held it, or how they justified it. The granaries, in this context, become a kind of argument. An institution that controlled the food supply, controlled the conditions of life for everyone within the system. Whether the authority that managed Harappa's granaries was religious, civic, commercial, or some combination of all three, it represented a concentration of practical power that shaped daily existence in ways a distant pharaoh or a bronze-helmeted warrior could not. Excavations at Harappa began in the 1920s under the Archaeological Survey of India, led by Daya Sani, whose work brought the Indus Valley civilization to the attention of the wider world for the first time. The initial discoveries were so unexpected, revealing a fully formed urban civilization in South Asia that predated any previously known by centuries, that they required a fundamental revision of assumptions about where civilization had and had not developed independently. The site today is partly protected and partly surrounded by the modern town of Harappa that grew around the mound over the past 2 centuries. A 19th-century railway used Harappan bricks as ballast, destroying part of the archaeological record forever. What remains has been studied for over 100 years and still yields new discoveries with each excavation season. The careful engineering of Harappa reminds us that ancient peoples across the world were solving complex problems with intelligence and patience, leaving behind not just monuments, but systems. From the managed plains of the Punjab, we cross westward now, back across the Mediterranean world and into North Africa, where the landscape rises into the highland plateau of northeastern Algeria, and a field of stone structures waits that most people outside the region have never heard of, despite the fact that it represents one of the largest concentrations of megalithic monuments anywhere on the planet. The dolmen of Rokhnia is not a single structure. It is a field, a sprawling, wind-swept expanse of limestone plateau near the town of Guelma in Algeria's northeastern interior, where somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 dolmens are scattered across several square miles of terrain. The number alone is staggering. Individual megalithic sites in Europe, the ones that draw visitors and fill guidebooks, typically contain dozens of monuments, occasionally a few hundred. Rokhnia contains thousands. It is, by any reasonable measure, one of the great prehistoric funerary landscapes of the ancient world, and it remains largely unstudied, underprotected, and almost entirely absent from the popular understanding of North African prehistory. A dolmen, in its basic form, is a burial chamber built from large upright stones capped by a horizontal slab. The word itself comes from the Breton language of northwestern France, where the megalithic tradition was first systematically documented by European antiquarians in the 18th and 19th centuries. But the form appears independently across an enormous geographic range, from the Korean peninsula to the Iberian coast to the hills of the Levant. At Rocknia, the dolmens follow a regional pattern common to the Maghreb, generally lower and more elongated than their European counterparts, often partially embedded in the earth, with capstones that sit close to the ground rather than rising dramatically above it. The builders were Berber-speaking populations of the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age, constructing these tombs in the centuries around 3000 to 2000 BCE, though some researchers suggest the tradition at Rocknia persisted somewhat later. They used the local limestone, which fractures naturally into usable slabs, reducing the labor required to shape the raw material. The chambers were intended for multiple burials, returned to over generations in a pattern similar to what we saw at Angelu Ruju, where the tomb was not a one-time event, but an ongoing institution connecting the living to their accumulated dead. What the excavations conducted at various points in the 19th and 20th centuries found inside the Rocknia chambers was consistent with this interpretation. Human remains representing multiple individuals, grave goods, including ceramic vessels and jewelry, evidence of repeated deposition over extended periods. The tombs were not sealed after a single burial and forgotten. They were maintained, reopened, and used again, suggesting that the physical act of returning to the tomb carried ritual significance, that the place itself mattered, not just the initial interment. The landscape at Rocknia adds its own layer to the experience of the site. The plateau sits at elevation, open to the sky in all directions, with views across the surrounding hills that on a clear day extend to considerable distances. The dolmens are not arranged with the geometric precision of a planned cemetery. They cluster and scatter in patterns that follow the natural topography, filling the available ground with a density that becomes almost overwhelming when you try to take it in as a whole. Walking among them, surrounded by structures in every direction, the sheer accumulated weight of human intention, pressed into stone across generations, produces a particular quality of attention that is difficult to describe and harder to forget. French colonial-era scholars documented Rocknia with varying degrees of rigor during the 19th century, and some early excavations were conducted with the standards of their time, which is to say, without the systematic recording methods that modern archaeology demands. Much of what was removed from the chambers in that period is either lost or scattered across collections that were never adequately catalogued. It is one of the persistent frustrations of North African archaeology that colonial-era research both opened these sites to broader scholarly attention and simultaneously damaged the evidentiary record in ways that cannot be undone. Today, Rocknia is officially protected under Algerian law, but enforcing protection across such a large, remote area is difficult. Looters have disturbed some chambers, and farming has reached the edges of the field. Neglect and opportunistic damage have taken a toll that ongoing archaeological work has only partly addressed. The stone fields of Rocknia speak to a world preoccupied with death, with continuity, with the obligations the living owed to those who came before. Crossing the Mediterranean northward now into the Greek mainland, we encounter a site that redirects our attention toward the other end of that equation. Not how people buried their dead, but how they built their lives. Castello sits on a low hill in the Thessalian plain of central Greece, a few miles west of the modern city of Volos. The hill itself is unassuming, the kind of gentle rise that the eye passes over without registering as significant. But beneath and within that rise lies the oldest known Neolithic town in Europe. The people who lived here were farming this landscape as early as 6,500 BCE, which places the founding of Castro comfortably before the construction of Stonehenge, before the pyramids, before the earliest phases of Mesopotamian urbanism, as most people understand it. The settlement reached its peak between roughly 5,800 and 5,300 BCE, when it housed a population that archaeologists estimate at somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 people. For the Neolithic period, that is a substantial community by any measure. The layout was deliberate. A central acropolis area contained larger, more carefully constructed buildings that likely served communal or administrative functions, surrounded by a densely packed residential district where smaller homes were arranged in organized clusters. The streets between them, such as they were, followed consistent orientations. This was not a random accumulation of shelters. It was a planned settlement, built by people who had clear ideas about how a community should be organized in space. The architecture at Castro used a combination of stone foundations and mud brick walls, with timber framing supporting roofs of thatch or clay. The Megaran-style buildings found on the Acropolis, rectangular structures with a front porch and a single main room, prefigure the architectural forms that would later appear in Mycenaean Greece and eventually influence the classical tradition. The line from a Neolithic farmhouse in Thessaly to the Great Hall of a Bronze Age palace is longer and more complicated than a straight one, but it exists, and Castro sits near its beginning. What the excavations led by Dimitrios Theocharis in the 1950s and 1960s, and continued by subsequent Greek archaeologists, recovered from the site was a material culture of considerable sophistication. The pottery produced at Castro is among the finest of the European Neolithic. It is wheel-free, built by hand, but decorated with geometric patterns in red-on-cream that display a mastery of design and a consistency of execution suggesting specialist production. Potters who spent significant portions of their time making ceramics rather than farming, supported by a community productive enough to sustain that kind of occupational differentiation. Figurines were abundant, small clay representations of the human form, predominantly female, recovered from domestic and communal contexts across the site. Their precise meaning remains, as it does at virtually every Neolithic site where such objects appear, a matter of scholarly debate. Fertility symbols, ancestor representations, divine figures, teaching objects, the interpretations are numerous, and the evidence for any single one of them is incomplete. What can be said is that these objects were made with care, used repeatedly, and deposited with intention. They were not casual productions. The settlement at Castro was destroyed, apparently violently, sometime around 5000 BCE. The evidence includes burned structures, abandoned possessions, and a subsequent occupation gap before the site was reused by a different cultural group. Who attacked it and why, the archaeological record does not say. The destruction layer is clear. The perpetrators are not. That violent ending punctuates what had been, by the evidence, several centuries of relatively stable, productive community life. Castro's inhabitants had developed agriculture suited to the Thessalian plain, maintained trade connections with communities across the Aegean region, and built a settlement sophisticated enough to qualify, without much exaggeration, as a small town. They did all of this in a period so remote that the word prehistoric barely captures the distance. The site today is partially excavated and accessible, though it receives only modest visitor attention compared to the Bronze Age and classical sites that dominate Greek archaeological tourism. The finds recovered from Castro are housed primarily in the Archaeological Museum of Volos, where the pottery and figurines can be studied at close range. Standing on the hill at Castro and looking across the Thessalian plain, still flat and agricultural as it was 8,000 years ago, one can sense why people chose this rise and stayed for generations. What they built endured for a long time. The quiet Thessalian hill, where Castro's farmers built their carefully organized lives, feels in retrospect like a world turned inward, a community focused on the rhythms of agriculture, pottery, and domestic order. The site we reach now operated on an entirely different register. It was a capital, a religious center, and a statement of political power issued in mud brick on the banks of the Upper Nile. Kerma lies in what is today northern Sudan, in the region historically known as Nubia, roughly 700 miles south of Cairo. The modern world has tended to treat ancient Nubia as a footnote to ancient Egypt, a peripheral zone defined primarily by its relationship to its more famous northern neighbor. That framing is both convenient and wrong. The kingdom of Kerma, which flourished between approximately 2500 and 1500 BCE, was an independent African civilization of the first order, wealthy, militarily formidable, architecturally ambitious, and culturally distinctive in ways that owed something to Egyptian influence, but cannot be reduced to it. The Derfufa is Kerma's most visible surviving monument. The word itself comes from the local Nubian language and refers specifically to the style of massive mud brick structure found in this region. There are two Derfufas at Kerma, the Western Derfufa, which stands within the ancient city, and the Eastern Derfufa, which sits across the plain near the royal cemetery. The Western Derfufa is the larger and better preserved of the two, rising to roughly 18 meters in height and measuring about 19 by 27 meters at its base. After 4,000 years of exposure to wind, occasional rain, and the slow entropy that claims all earthen architecture eventually, that it stands at all is remarkable. The Western Derfufa was a religious building, almost certainly a temple, though its precise liturgical function remains incompletely understood. Its walls, originally smooth and likely whitewashed, rose in the characteristic battered profile of mud brick monumental architecture, slightly angled inward as they ascend, which distributes load and provides stability. Internal staircases led to upper levels and eventually to a roof platform from which presumably ceremonies involving the sky, the river, or the surrounding landscape were conducted. The building was not a single construction event. It was added to and modified across centuries, each phase of Kerma's political and religious development, leaving its mark on the accumulated mass of brick. The city that surrounded the Derfufa was substantial. Kerma, at its height, covered an area of several square kilometers, with a population that supported not only the agricultural and administrative needs of the kingdom, but a craft production sector of exceptional quality. Kerma pottery, fired to a thin-walled elegance and decorated with geometric precision, is considered among the finest ceramic work produced anywhere in the ancient world during its period. Kerma metalwork, ivory carving, and faience production similarly reflect specialist skill operating within a society wealthy enough to sustain it. That wealth came substantially from Kerma's position, astride the trade routes connecting sub-Saharan Africa to Egypt and the Mediterranean world. Gold, ivory, ebony, cattle, and enslaved people moved through Kerma, and the kingdom's rulers extracted value from that movement across centuries. The royal tombs at the eastern Defufa site are among the largest tumulus graves in Africa, some exceeding 90 meters in diameter, filled with grave goods of extraordinary richness and, in the earlier periods, with the bodies of retainers sacrificed to accompany the king into death. Thousands of individuals were buried in these tumuli beyond the royal occupant, a practice that speaks to a conception of a royal power absolute enough to command lives at its ending. The Swiss archaeologist Charles Bonnet led excavations at Kerma beginning in the 1970s that transformed scholarly understanding of the site and the civilization it represented. Among his most celebrated discoveries was a cache of 7 black granite statues of Nubian pharaohs found in 2003, which had been deliberately buried in antiquity and survived in extraordinary condition. These kings had ruled Egypt itself during the 25th dynasty, roughly 7 centuries after Kerma's political collapse, a reminder that Nubian civilization did not end with the Egyptian conquest of Kerma around 1500 BCE. It continued, adapted, and eventually turned the tables entirely. The Defufa stands today in a landscape that is flat, dry, and immense. The Nile moves nearby with the same indifference it has always shown to the monuments built along its banks. The mud brick has eroded at the corners and softened along the upper courses, but the mass of it remains solid and declarative, rising above the plain as it has for 40 centuries. The sun-baked certainty of the Kerma Defufa, rising from its flat Nile plain with the confidence of a civilization that knew exactly what it was, gives way now to something altogether different in character. We move northwest across the Mediterranean, across Europe, and out to the Atlantic edge, where the land runs out of confidence and dissolves into the cold grey water of the North Atlantic. This is the northwest coast of Ireland, County Sligo, where the wind comes in off the ocean without obstruction, and the light changes every few minutes, and the landscape has a quality of raw exposure that feels, even to a visitor, like something that demands to be taken seriously. Creevy sits on a low rise just off the main coastal road, partially visible from the passing traffic, though most drivers do not stop. It is not a towering monument. It does not announce itself dramatically. What it offers instead is a kind of careful coherence, a structure built with evident deliberation from the local stone, oriented with intention, and preserved well enough that its original logic is still readable in the arrangement of the surviving walls. It is a court tomb, which is a specific form of Neolithic megalithic monument found predominantly in the northern half of Ireland and in parts of western Scotland. The form is distinctive. A long trapezoidal cairn, wider at the front and narrowing toward the back, contains a roofed burial gallery divided into chambers. At the front, before you reach the gallery entrance, an open semicircular forecourt is formed by tall upright stones arranged in a curved configuration that creates a defined ritual space open to the sky. This forecourt is the feature that gives the monument type its name, and at Creevy Keele it survives in particularly complete form. The tomb was built somewhere around 4000 BCE, placing it among the earlier monuments of the Irish Neolithic and making it roughly contemporary with the initial phases of activity at sites across Britain and Atlantic Europe. The builders quarried the local Carboniferous limestone, selecting slabs substantial enough to serve as structural uprights and capstones, while managing the considerable logistical challenge of moving and positioning them without metal tools, wheeled vehicles, or draft animals capable of heavy hauling. How exactly they accomplished this is a question that experimental archaeology has explored with partial success. Timber sledges, rollers, rope, and organized human labor can account for the mechanics, but the organizational capacity implied by the finished product still commands respect. The burial gallery at Krivikil runs back from the forecourt in two main chambers, with a possible third at the rear. Excavations conducted in 1935 by the Harvard Archaeological Mission, led by Hugh O'Neill Henkin, recovered cremated human remains from the chambers, along with Neolithic pottery, stone tools, and other material consistent with funerary use across an extended period. As at Angelu Ruju and Roknia, the tomb was not a single event, but a recurring one, a place returned to over generations, each return reinforcing the connection between the living community and its accumulated ancestors. The forecourt deserves particular attention because it represents something beyond simple burial architecture, a semicircular space defined by standing stones oriented toward the wider landscape, designed to hold people rather than remains. This is ceremonial space in the fullest sense. Whatever rituals were conducted at Krivikil, they happened here, in the open air, in front of the tomb entrance, in a space that could accommodate a gathered community. The dead were behind the threshold. The living stood in the forecourt and faced them across it. That spatial relationship, the community assembled before the entrance to the ancestral dead, carries an emotional and social logic that does not require translation across the millennia. The tomb was an institution as much as a structure. It organized collective memory, legitimized the claims of particular groups to particular landscapes, and provided a fixed point around which the ceremonies of community life could be arranged. In a world without writing, without legal title deeds, without the administrative apparatus that modern societies use to establish belonging, the megalithic tomb served as the most durable available statement that a people had been here, had buried their dead here, and therefore had a relationship to this ground that preceded any living challenger. The Atlantic coast of Ireland in late afternoon, with light dropping toward the ocean and wind moving through the grass around the stones, is a place where the distance between present and deep past feels compressed. Krivikil does not overwhelm or perform. It simply persists, like the landscape and ocean beyond it, patient, indifferent to the centuries, and more enduring than almost anything built since. The wind-swept Atlantic edge of Ireland, where Krivikil stands in its quiet permanence, feels like the furthest possible remove from the dense, humid lowlands of eastern India. Yet the impulse that drove people to organize space, to plan communities with intention and embed that intention in durable form, was no more confined to one corner of the ancient world than the desire to bury the dead with ceremony. We move now to the coastal plain of Odisha in eastern India, where a site largely unknown outside specialist circles holds evidence of urban planning at a scale and sophistication that continues to reframe what scholars thought they understood about early cities in South Asia. Sisupalgarh lies on the outskirts of the modern city of Bhubaneswar, partially encroached upon by suburban expansion and agricultural land, its massive earthen ramparts visible in places but easy to overlook if you do not know what you are looking at. The outer fortification walls, when complete, enclosed a roughly square area of approximately 1 square kilometer, with gateways positioned at the cardinal and intercardinal directions. 8 entrances in total, arranged with a geometric regularity that implies sophisticated surveying and a governing authority capable of executing a unified plan across a construction project of considerable scale. The site's occupation history spans a long period, but the proto-phase, representing its earliest formative stages, beginning around the 3rd century BCE, is what concerns us here. This is the period during which Sisupalgar's basic urban framework was established, when the decision was made to build a planned city on this particular patch of Odyssean lowland, and when the earthworks that would define its character for centuries were first laid out. The fortification system is the most immediately impressive feature. The ramparts were constructed from laterite and earth, built up in stages to eventual heights that in some sections approached 10 meters above the surrounding terrain. The gateways were not simple openings in the wall. They were complex, multi-tiered entrance structures with outworks and bastions designed to control access and present a formidable obstacle to any force attempting entry by other than peaceful means. The engineering reflects familiarity with both the defensive requirements of the period and the constructional properties of the available materials. Monica Smith of UCLA, who has led modern excavations at Sisupalgar beginning in the late 1990s, has emphasized what the site reveals about the organizational complexity of early Indian urbanism. The internal layout of the city, reconstructed from excavated evidence, shows zoned areas of activity, residential sectors, craft production areas, market spaces, arranged with a coherence suggesting active planning rather than organic accumulation. The market areas in particular have attracted scholarly attention. Evidence of commercial activity, standardized weights, and the material residue of exchange suggest a city economically integrated into regional trade networks, participating in the broader commercial ecology of the Mauryan and post-Mauryan world. The timing of Sisupalgar's founding places it in the orbit of the Mauryan Empire, the first political entity to consolidate control over most of the Indian subcontinent, reaching its greatest extent under the Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century BCE. Whether Sisupalgar was directly administered by the Mauryan state or operated as a regional center within its broader sphere of influence is a question the evidence does not yet fully resolve. What is clear is that its construction reflects the administrative and architectural ambitions characteristic of that imperial moment. The same impulse towards standardization, planning, and monumental infrastructure that expressed itself in Ashokan pillars, rock edicts, and road networks across the subcontinent. What makes the proto-phase specifically significant is the evidence it provides for how a planned city comes into being. The sequence of construction visible in the rampart stratigraphy shows a community making deliberate choices about how to allocate labor across an extended building program, prioritizing the defensive perimeter before filling in the internal urban fabric. This is the logic of people who understood city building as a process rather than an event, who knew that what they were starting would take generations to complete and planned accordingly. The modern context of Sisupalgar complicates both study and preservation. Bhubaneswar is a growing city, and pressure on the archaeological site from surrounding development is ongoing. Portions of the rampart system have been damaged or destroyed by construction over recent decades. The balance between urban growth and archaeological preservation is not abstract here. It is a daily negotiation beside walls that have stood for more than 2,000 years. The careful geometry of Sisupalgar, its ramparts laid out with the confidence of people who understood planning as a form of power gives way now to something older and in certain ways more mysterious. We return to South America, but not to the cloud forest heights of Choqquequirao. This time we descend to the eastern slopes of the Andes in the Huanuco region of central Peru, where a river valley opens between forested ridges and a site sits on a low mound above the Higueras River that contains what may be the earliest evidence of monumental stone architecture anywhere in the Americas. Kotor does not announce itself with dramatic verticality or commanding views. It occupies its mound quietly, a modest elevation above the valley floor, surrounded by the kind of tropical highland landscape that feels simultaneously lush and austere. The site was occupied across an enormous span of time, its cultural sequence running from roughly 3000 BCE through the early centuries of the Common Era, accumulating layer upon layer of construction and reconstruction in the way that long-inhabited sacred places tend to do. But it is the earliest phases, the stone architecture of the pre-ceramic and initial ceramic periods, that have drawn the most sustained scholarly attention and generated the most significant interpretive debate. The feature that made Kotor famous in archaeological circles is a single room, preserved within the larger mound, that Japanese excavators from the University of Tokyo discovered in the 1960s during the first systematic scientific investigation of the site. The room is small, roughly 9 meters square, with thick stone walls built from carefully selected and fitted fieldstone. Niches are cut into the walls at regular intervals. The floor preserves, beneath later deposits, the unmistakable remains of a fire pit. And above that fire pit, pressed into the clay of the floor and the lower wall's surface, are the preserved forms of 2 crossed human forearms, modeled in clay, their hands meeting at the wrists in a gesture whose precise meaning has never been established but whose intentionality is beyond question. This feature gave the room, and eventually the entire early cultural phase at Kotor, its enduring name. Archaeologists call it the Temple of the Crossed Hands. The crossed hands themselves, fired inadvertently to permanence by the heat of the ceremonial fires lit above them over centuries, are among the most evocative objects in South American archaeology, intimate in scale, human in reference, and utterly opaque in specific meaning. The stone architecture surrounding this central feature is what the broader site contributes to our understanding of early Andean civilization. Kotor belongs to a tradition that researchers call the Kotor religious tradition, a set of architectural and ritual practices that appears across a number of early Andean sites in the same general period. The defining characteristics include stone-walled ceremonial rooms with central fire pits, wall niches of consistent form, and evidence of repeated ritual burning followed by deliberate burial of the room under fill before a new construction phase was begun above it. The rooms were not simply abandoned, they were interred, sealed beneath new floors, preserved intentionally within the growing mound. This practice of ritual entombment, of sacred architecture, is one of the most distinctive features of early Andean religious behavior, and one of the reasons that sites like Kotor preserve such complete stratigraphic sequences. Each construction phase was laid carefully over the last, protecting what came before while establishing a new ceremonial surface above it. The mound that visitors see today is, in a literal sense, an architectural archive, a stack of sacred rooms, each generation's ritual space preserved within the accumulated mass of the one that followed it. The stone construction techniques visible at Kotor reflect a command of the available material that was clearly well developed by the time the earliest excavated phases were laid down. The walls are not rough piles of fieldstone. They are constructed with attention to coursing and stability, with larger stones at the base and consistent filling of gaps, producing a surface that was then plastered and finished. The niches in the walls were formed with the same care applied to the walls themselves, their dimensions consistent enough to suggest a standard unit of measurement, or at least a practiced hand working from accumulated experience. What occurred in these rooms remains largely unknown. Fire pits imply burning as a central ritual, offerings consumed, light as ceremonial presence, or heat as transformative in a system we cannot reconstruct. Crossed hands indicate the human body as a ritual reference. Niches suggest objects placed and removed in sequences of ceremonial action, leaving no written record. The ceremonial fires of Kotor, burning in their stone rooms on the eastern Andean slope, connect us one final time to the deep human need to mark the sacred with something permanent, something that outlasts the people who built it and the reasons they gave for building it. Our journey ends where it perhaps always had to, back on the Atlantic fringe of Europe, in the green interior of Ireland, where a single megalithic monument stands in a farmer's field in County Carlow and makes an argument in stone so blunt and so massive that it requires no interpretation. Brownshill Dolmen is, by most calculations, home to the heaviest capstone of any megalithic monument in Europe. The granite boulder, balanced across the portal stones of this tomb, weighs somewhere in the region of 150 tons. It is not a refined object. It has not been shaped or dressed to any particular form. It is a raw mass of granite, roughly the dimensions of a small house, resting at an angle across the upright portal stones, with one end touching the ground, as though it shifted slightly over the 5,000 years since it was placed and never quite settled back into its intended position. That imperfection, that slight tilt, makes it look more permanent rather than less, as though nothing short of geological change could alter it further. The dolmen dates to approximately 4000 BCE, contemporary with Creevy Keel and the broader Neolithic megalithic tradition of Atlantic Europe. Like the court tomb we visited in Sligo, it served as a burial monument, the capstone and portal stones forming the exposed remnant of what was originally a larger cairn of smaller stones covering and surrounding the chamber. That cairn has long since dispersed, leaving the great stones standing free in the open field, which gives Brownshill a stark visual drama that more completely preserved cairns do not quite achieve. The bones of the monument are visible. Nothing softens them. The question that Brownshill poses most insistently is not archaeological, but physical. How did a Neolithic community, working without metal tools, without wheeled transport, and without draft animals capable of moving such a load, raise 150 tons of granite into position above a burial chamber? The honest answer is that we do not know with certainty. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that large stones can be moved using timber rollers, rope, earthen ramps, and organized human labor in quantities that Neolithic communities could plausibly have assembled. But demonstrating that something is theoretically possible and explaining exactly how it was done at a specific site are different achievements, and Brownshill sits at the outer edge of what the experimental evidence can comfortably account for. What we can say is that the community that built it chose this particular boulder deliberately. Granite of this size does not occur naturally at the site. It was brought here from elsewhere, which means the selection, transport and placement of this specific stone was a project planned well in advance, executed over an extended period, and requiring a degree of social coordination that implies leadership, collective commitment, and a shared understanding of what the finished monument was meant to accomplish. That accomplishment was, at its most basic level, the same one pursued at every site this documentary has visited. A statement of presence, a claim on a landscape made in the most durable available medium, a connection between the living and the dead that was intended to persist beyond any individual memory, beyond any single generation, beyond the spoken transmission of any particular story about who these people were and what they believed. Walking the 11 sites gathered in this documentary, from the carved pit tombs of Sardinia to the painted rock churches of Cappadocia, from the engineered granaries of Harpea to the ceremonial mound of Kotor, from the thousands of dolmens at Rocknia to this single enormous capstone in a County Carlo field. What emerges is not a catalogue of isolated curiosities, but something more like a portrait of a species at work. Across every continent, across 5,000 years of human prehistory and early history, people were doing the same essential things. They were organizing communities. They were feeding populations. They were burying their dead with care. They were building spaces for ritual and ceremony. And they were doing all of it in ways that they expected, or at least hoped, would last. Brown Shill has lasted. Whatever the name of the community that raised its capstone, whatever language they spoke, whatever they believed happened after death, their monument stands in that Irish field as it has stood for 6,000 years, indifferent to the seasons turning around it, patient beyond any reasonable expectation of patience. There is something in that persistence that refuses to be reduced to archaeology alone. These places are data, certainly. They are evidence of technology and social organization and religious belief. But they are also simply the work of human hands, reaching across an unimaginable distance of time and still, somehow, making contact. That is what stone can do when people decide they have something worth saying and choose their material carefully enough. These 11 places, scattered across continents, separated by thousands of years, remind us that the human story is far older, far wider, and far more remarkable than any single history book can hold. The people who built at Cesclo and Kerma, at Kotor and Krivikil had no knowledge of each other. They shared no language, no faith, no political system. And yet they were, in the most fundamental sense, doing the same thing, leaving something behind, saying, in stone and earth and fired clay, that they had been here, that their lives had mattered, and that the world they shaped deserved to be remembered. We hope this journey gave you something worth carrying with you, a quiet sense of how deep the human story runs and how much of it is still waiting to be told. If you enjoyed this documentary, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to Sleep Through the Unknown. We are working toward 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of them makes it possible to keep making films like this one. Calm, unhurried explorations of the places and peoples that history tends to overlook. If this is the kind of storytelling you want more of, subscribing is the simplest way to make sure it keeps coming. Thank you for watching. Sleep well. Bali is an island that has never been shy about its spiritual life. Temples rise from rice terraces, offerings line every doorstep, and the line between the sacred and the everyday has always been deliberately thin here, But even by Balinese standards, what waits at the bottom of the Pakarasan River Valley is something different, something older, something that stops you before you fully understand why. To reach Gunung Kawi, you descend. That is the first thing to understand about this place. You leave the road, leave the noise, and walk down nearly 300 stone steps, cut into the hillside, passing through a towering split gate that frames the valley below, like a painting someone forgot to finish. The air changes as you go lower, cooler, heavier, with the smell of moss and river water. By the time you reach the bottom, the modern world feels genuinely far away. What greets you there are 10 enormous shrines carved directly into the face of a volcanic cliff. Not built against the rock, not assembled from cut blocks, carved into it. Each shrine stands roughly 23 feet tall, a towering niche cut deep into the stone, and inside each niche is a form that represents a royal memorial tower, what the Balinese call a kandi. The cliff itself became the building material, the scaffold, and the monument all at once. They were created in the 11th century, most likely during the reign of King Udayana or his son Anak Wungsu, one of the most powerful rulers in Balinese history. The shrines are believed to honor members of the royal family, the king, his queens, and possibly his concubines, though the exact identities have never been confirmed with certainty. An inscription at the site, written in an early form of Balinese script, is one of the oldest ever found on the island, and even that offers only partial answers. What the inscription cannot explain is the sheer scale of the decision to carve these memorials the way they did. The builders had choices. They could have constructed freestanding temples, as was common across the Hindu-Buddhist world of that era. Instead, they chose to go into the mountain, to let the rock itself become the vessel for royal memory. That is not a practical decision. That is a philosophical one. Across the river from the main group of 5 shrines stands a smaller cluster of 4, and slightly apart from those, a lone 10th shrine associated with the king's chief minister. The spatial arrangement was intentional. Even in death, hierarchy was preserved. The king and his queens faced each other across flowing water, the river acting as a kind of eternal boundary between the royal chambers. The surrounding complex grew over centuries. Monks once lived in the small chambers cut into the rock face above the shrines. A working temple still operates at the site today, tended by priests who maintain rituals that connect the living community to the royal ancestors honored in the stone. This is not a dead archaeological site. It is an active one. Incense burns, flowers are placed, and the old relationship between the human and the divine continues in the same valley where it began nearly 1,000 years ago. What makes Gunung Kawi genuinely hard to absorb is the combination of its age and its completeness. Many ancient sites survive as fragments, a foundation here, a broken column there. The shrines at Gunung Kawi are largely intact. The carved niches still hold their shape with remarkable precision. The proportions, the symmetry, the deliberate placement against the vertical cliff, all of it reads clearly, even today. You do not have to imagine what this place looked like. You can simply look. There is something in that permanence worth sitting with. A king in 11th century Bali made a decision to be remembered not in a building that could be dismantled or relocated, but in the living rock of a river valley. He chose the mountain itself as his monument. The mountain obliged, and 1,000 years later, the river still runs, the stone still holds, and the shrines still watch the water pass, patient in a way that only stone can be. From the carved cliffs of Bali, we move now to a coastline shaped not by human hands, but by forces so violent and so ancient that the result looks almost impossibly like it was designed. Where Gunung Kawi speaks to the human impulse to impose order on stone, the north coast of Ireland presents something that flips that idea entirely. Stone that imposed its own order on itself, and did it so precisely that people refused to believe nature was responsible. The Giant's Causeway sits on the northeastern tip of Northern Ireland, where the North Atlantic arrives without apology. The wind here is constant. The sea is cold and grey more often than not, and the basalt cliffs that line this stretch of coast have been absorbing the impact of that ocean for longer than our species has existed. But what draws people to this particular half-mile of shoreline are not the cliffs. It is what lies at their base, roughly 40,000 interlocking columns of basalt, most of them hexagonal, fitted together with a geometric regularity that genuinely challenges your instinct about what nature is capable of. The columns range from a few inches across to nearly 18 inches in diameter. Some rise only a foot or two above the waterline. Others stack to heights of nearly 40 feet. Seen from above, the tops of the columns form a surface that looks almost like a tiled floor, one that leads from the base of the cliffs directly into the sea, disappearing beneath the waves toward the Scottish coast some 80 miles away. The geology behind this is well understood today, though no less remarkable for the explanation. Roughly 60 million years ago, during a period of intense volcanic activity along what is now the North Atlantic margin, lava poured out across this landscape in massive flows. As each flow cooled slowly and evenly from the top and bottom surfaces, it contracted. That contraction created internal stress fractures that propagated in regular patterns, and the most efficient geometric solution to that kind of uniform stress, as it turns out, is the hexagon. The same pattern appears in dried mud flats, in the eyes of insects, in the structure of honeycombs. Nature, given the right conditions, keeps returning to the same shape. But for most of human history, that explanation was not available. What people saw instead was a road, a causeway, built by something that was not human. Irish mythology gave that something a name. Fionn mac Cumhaill, the giant warrior of legend, said to have constructed the causeway as a path to Scotland so he could confront a rival across the water. The Scottish side of the story has its own version, its own giant, its own outcome. The details differ depending on who is telling it. What the stories share is the certainty that no ordinary process could have produced what they were looking at. That instinct to reach for myth when the physical world exceeds expectation is not ignorance. It is a very human response to genuine wonder. And standing at the edge of the causeway, with the Atlantic swells rolling in and the columns wet and gleaming under a low sky, the mythological explanation still has a pull that pure geology cannot entirely displace. The site was formally recognized by the scientific community in the late 18th century, when debate between geologists over its volcanic origins played out in the pages of scholarly journals and drew visitors from across Europe who wanted to see the evidence for themselves. It was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1986, one of only two in Northern Ireland. The other is the nearby Causeway Coast itself, which frames the columns within a landscape of dramatic sea cliffs, hidden bays, and ruins of its own, including the remains of Dunluce Castle, perched on a separate basalt stack, as if daring the sea to take it. What lingers about the Giant's Causeway is not any single view or any particular column. It is the cumulative effect of the place. The repetition of that hexagonal form across such a wide expanse of coastline, the sound of the sea working at the rock, the sense that you are standing at an edge in more than one sense of the word. The land ends here. The geometry ends here. And 60 million years of geological time press up quietly against the soles of your shoes. The giants, if they existed, built well. And if they did not, well, 60 million years of volcanic cooling managed to produce something that still makes the myth feel entirely reasonable. The Atlantic coast of Ireland and the highland valleys of southern Colombia share nothing obvious, not climate, not culture, not geography. But both places carry the same quiet insistence that something significant happened here, and that the people responsible for it understood scale in a way that still commands attention. We leave the cold basalt shore behind and travel to a warmer kind of ancient, where the stone is not volcanic geometry, but carved human form. Hundreds of them, scattered across a mountain landscape that has been holding its secrets for more than 2,000 years. San Agustin sits in the Colombian department of Huila, high in the Andes, where the Magdalena River begins its long journey north to the Caribbean. The elevation here runs between 5,000 and 6,000 feet, and the landscape is one of deep green valleys, steep ravines, and a persistent mist that moves through the hills in the mornings, like something with its own intentions. It is the kind of terrain that feels private, folded in on itself, protective of what it contains. What it contains is the largest collection of pre-Columbian funerary monuments in the Americas. More than 500 stone statues have been found across an area of roughly 200 square miles, most of them associated with burial mounds that date from approximately the 1st century through the 8th century of the Common Era. The civilization that created them has no confirmed name. They left no written language, no clear successor culture, and no oral tradition that has survived intact to carry their story forward. What they left are the statues, and the statues are extraordinary. The figures range from under a foot tall to nearly 14 feet in height. Some are realistic in their proportions, depicting human forms with careful attention to posture and expression. Others are something else entirely. Hybrid creatures combining human features with the attributes of jaguars, serpents, and birds in ways that suggest a cosmology where the boundaries between the human and the animal world were not fixed. Many show extended fangs, wide-set eyes, and clawed hands. These are not decorative choices. They are theological ones. The statues were placed deliberately in relation to the burial mounds they guarded. Some stand in front of the mounds like sentinels. Others were positioned inside small stone chambers called hypogea, which were built directly beneath the burial earthworks, essentially underground temples, some of them lined with carved reliefs and painted in red and black pigments that have survived in sheltered spaces for over a millennium. The care given to these underground chambers suggests that the builders understood the burial site not merely as a place to deposit the dead, but as a threshold, a carefully constructed point of passage between one state of existence and another. The social complexity implied by all of this is significant. Organizing the quarrying, carving, and transport of hundreds of large stone figures across mountainous terrain requires a population with surplus resources, specialist labor, and sustained political organization over generations. Yet the culture that accomplished it remains stubbornly anonymous. Archaeology has revealed the what, and to a degree, the how, but the who and the why exist mostly in inference and interpretation. What is known is that this was not a single event or a single reign. The statuary tradition at San Agustin developed and evolved over roughly 7 centuries, with different artistic styles evident in different periods. Early figures tend toward abstraction. Later ones show increasing sophistication in their rendering of the human form. There was continuity here, and there was change, the signatures of a living culture working out its relationship to death and the divine over a very long stretch of time. UNESCO designated San Agustin a World Heritage Site in 1995, recognizing it as an irreplaceable record of a civilization that has no other monument to its existence. The park today protects the most concentrated groupings of statues, including the Mesitas, a series of flat-topped hills where burial mounds and their guardian figures are clustered in numbers that give a real sense of how densely this landscape was once occupied by the ritual life of its people. Walking among the statues in the morning mist, with the Andes rising on all sides and the sound of the Magdalena somewhere below in the valley, the anonymity of the builders does not feel like a loss so much as an invitation. They did not sign their work with names. They signed it with stone, with form, with intention, with a seriousness about the passage between life and death that speaks clearly across 2,000 years of silence. The unnamed builders of San Agustin left their civilization encoded in stone figures, guardians placed at the threshold between the living and the dead, their identities dissolved into the mist of the Colombian highlands. As we move from that green anonymity into the stark clarity of the Arabian Peninsula, we encounter something different, a civilization that very much wanted to be known, that traded across continents, that carved its name into the rock faces of a desert valley, and that history somehow managed to overlook for centuries anyway. The Dardan kingdom occupied a narrow oasis valley in what is now the Al-ula region of northwestern Saudi Arabia, roughly 1,000 miles north of Mecca. The valley sits between sandstone cliffs of deep red and amber, and the contrast between the arid terrain above and the fertile floor below is still striking. Water from underground sources made this strip of land habitable and, more importantly, commercially viable. In the ancient world, viability meant traffic, and traffic meant power. Dardan was a major political and commercial center from at least the 9th century BCE, reaching its height somewhere between the 7th and the 4th centuries BCE before giving way, gradually, to the Lehionite kingdom that succeeded it and occupied the same valley. At its peak, Dardan controlled a stretch of the incense trade route that connected the frankincense and myrrh, producing regions of southern Arabia and the Horn of Africa to the markets of Egypt, the Levant, and Mesopotamia. Frankincense was not a luxury in the ancient world. It was a necessity. Temples burned it by the ton. Palaces required it. Medicine used it. The trade in aromatic resins was, for several centuries, one of the most economically significant commercial networks in the ancient Near East, and Dardan sat squarely on its path. The physical remains of the kingdom reflect that prosperity. Archaeologists working the site have uncovered evidence of a densely built urban center, stone foundations of structures that suggest a city organized with the kind of deliberate planning that comes from sustained wealth and administrative capacity. There are temples, storage facilities, and residential areas, inscriptions in the Dardanite script, a South Semitic alphabet distinct from both Arabic and Hebrew, have been found carved into rock faces and on votive objects, recording names dedications, and transactions that give the civilization a textual presence even where the structures themselves have eroded. Among the most visually dramatic remnants are the rock-cut tombs carved into the sandstone cliffs above the valley floor. These burial chambers were cut with precision into the cliff face at varying heights, some accessible only by cut footholds in the rock. The facades of the more elaborate tombs show carved details, niches, symbolic reliefs that reflect both the wealth of the individuals interred and the theological framework that governed how the Dardanites understood death and whatever they believed came after it. Lions carved in relief appear at several tomb entrances, functioning as guardians in a tradition that echoes across thousands of miles and entirely separate cultural lines, the sentinel figures of San Agustin. What makes Dadan particularly compelling from a historical perspective is its cosmopolitan character. The inscriptions found at the site are not all in Dadanite script. There are texts in Minaic, the language of a South Arabian trading kingdom. There are references to individuals from different regional backgrounds, merchants, priests, envoys, who passed through, settled temporarily, or made dedications at the local temples. Dadan was not an isolated community. It was a node in a network, and the diversity of its textual record reflects the diversity of the world it was connected to. That world connection is also why its disappearance from popular historical consciousness is somewhat puzzling. The Greeks knew of the region. The Hebrew Bible references a place called Dedan, believed by many scholars to correspond to this same valley in contexts that suggest it was recognized as a place of significant trade and cultural presence. Yet for centuries, the broader historical narrative of the ancient Near East moved on without fully accounting for what had flourished here. Recent years have changed that. Systematic archaeological work in the Al-ula Valley, supported by Saudi and international research partnerships, has begun to fill in the picture with a level of detail that earlier generations of scholars could only approximate. Each season of excavation produces new inscriptions, new structural evidence, new corrections to the timeline. The valley kept its secrets well, but the rock remembers everything written on it, and there is a great deal written here. The rock faces of the Dadan Valley hold their inscriptions with a permanence that time has so far respected. Names and dedications pressed into stone by people who understood that the desert preserves what other climates destroy. That same quality of preservation, that same alliance between arid air and ancient ambition, draws us now further south and west, across the Red Sea and deep into northeastern Africa, where a civilization built its own monuments to permanence in a form that the modern world has spent 2 centuries misreading. Most people, asked to picture ancient pyramids, place them instinctively in Egypt. The image is fixed. The 3 great structures at Giza, broad and massive against a pale sky, their proportions so familiar they have become almost symbolic rather than architectural. What far fewer people picture are the pyramids of Sudan. And yet, there are more of them, significantly more. The ancient kingdom of Kush, which ruled from its heartland along the Nile in what is now northern Sudan, built over 250 pyramids across several royal burial sites, nearly twice the number constructed in Egypt over the entire span of pharaonic history. The most significant concentration stands at Meroe, a site on the east bank of the Nile, roughly 3 hours north of Khartoum by road. Here, across a stretch of desert interrupted only by the occasional acacia tree and the slow curve of the river in the distance, more than 200 pyramids rise from the sand, in clusters that correspond to different periods of the Meroitic kingdom, which flourished from roughly 300 BCE until around 350 CE. The structures are steep, far steeper than their Egyptian counterparts, with angles that approach 65 to 70 degrees compared to the roughly 51 degrees of the Great Pyramid at Giza. They are also smaller in footprint, typically ranging from 20 to 90 feet at the base, giving them a narrow, almost needle-like profile against the horizon that is immediately distinct from anything in Egypt. That distinction is important because the relationship between Kush and Egypt was never one of simple imitation. The two civilizations spent centuries in contact, sometimes as trading partners, sometimes as rivals, and for a remarkable period in the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, as political unities, when Kushite kings from the dynasty known as the 25th conquered Egypt and ruled it as pharaohs. Those kings built pyramids in their homeland as royal burial monuments, drawing on Egyptian tradition while adapting it to their own aesthetic and theological sensibilities. The steep pitch, the small funerary chapels attached to the eastern faces of the pyramids, the specific iconographic programs carved into the chapel walls. These are not Egyptian copies. They are Kushite statements, made in a form borrowed from the north and transformed into something distinctly their own. The chapels are where much of the surviving visual and textual evidence concentrates. Carved reliefs depict the deceased ruler being presented before the gods, particularly Osiris and the lion-headed Apidamak, a distinctly Kushite deity who appears nowhere in the Egyptian pantheon. Meroitic script, a writing system still only partially deciphered, covers some of the inscribed surfaces, a reminder that this was a literate culture conducting its religious and administrative life in its own language, not a borrowed one. The physical condition of the Meroe pyramids today reflects a particular chapter of 19th century history that the site carries like a scar. In the 1830s, an Italian treasure hunter named Giuseppe Fellini systematically demolished the upper sections of roughly 40 pyramids in his search for buried gold. He found one significant cache of jewelry in a single pyramid, almost certainly placed there by chance rather than as a general practice, and destroyed dozens of irreplaceable structures in the process. The jagged, broken tops visible on many of the pyramids at Meroe are his legacy, and they stand as a sobering reminder of how much the historical record can be damaged by a single season of unchecked extraction. Despite that damage, what remains is genuinely staggering in its cumulative effect. Walking the site in the early morning, before the heat builds, with the pyramids casting long shadows eastward across the sand and the Nile glinting somewhere beyond the low hills, the scale of Kushite royal ambition becomes fully legible. This was a kingdom that endured for over 1,000 years, that built cities, conducted international trade, produced sophisticated metallurgy, and buried its rulers under monuments that are still standing in the desert, patient and steep, and largely unvisited, waiting for the world to look properly in their direction. The pyramids of Meroe rise from the Sudanese desert with a solitary confidence. Monuments built for eternity in a landscape that seems designed to enforce it. We carry that sense of deep time with us now as we move northeast, back across the Red Sea and onto the Arabian Peninsula, where the eastern coastline tells a very different kind of ancient story. Not one of royal burial and monumental architecture, but one of trade, water, and the kind of continuous human settlement that accumulates layers the way a shoreline accumulates sand, slowly, quietly, and to remarkable depth. Al-qatif sits on the coast of what is now the eastern province of Saudi Arabia, facing the Persian Gulf across a stretch of shallow, warm water that has been one of the most commercially active bodies of water in the ancient world for at least 5,000 years. The Gulf connected Mesopotamia to the Indus Valley civilizations of modern Pakistan and India, and the ports along its western shore served as waypoints, supply depots, and trading hubs for a maritime network that moved copper, textiles, grain, and luxury goods across distances that still impress when you trace them on a map. Al-qatif was one of those waypoints, and one of the most enduring. Archaeological evidence places human settlement in this area as far back as the 3rd millennium BCE, making it contemporary with the early cities of Mesopotamia and the Bronze Age cultures of the Gulf. The region was known in ancient sources by various names across different periods. Gera, Hajar, and later references in Islamic geographical literature confirm that this particular stretch of coastline was never truly abandoned, never fully eclipsed, through the long succession of empires and trading systems that rose and fell around it. What draws archaeologists and historians to Al-qatif specifically is the evidence of that continuity. The ancient foundations discovered beneath and around the modern city represent occupation layers that span from the Bronze Age through the Dilmun civilization, a Gulf culture centered on the island of Bahrain, but with significant mainland presence, through Parthian and Sasanian Persian influence, into the early Islamic period and beyond. Each layer is a chapter, and the chapters stack in a sequence that reflects the changing political and commercial geography of the ancient Near East with unusual completeness. The Dilmun connection is particularly significant. Dilmun appears in some of the oldest written records known to archaeology. Sumerian texts from the 3rd millennium BCE describe it as a sacred, pure land, a place associated with origins and divine favor. Later texts make clear it was also a thoroughly practical commercial reality, exporting dates, copper, and other goods into the Mesopotamian market system. The eastern coast of Arabia, including the Al-qatif region, formed part of Dilmun's mainland territory, and the material culture recovered from this area, including distinctive Dilmun stamp seals, pottery styles, and burial practices, connects it firmly to that wider Gulf trading world. Water made all of this possible in a way that is easy to underestimate from a modern perspective. The Al-qatif oasis, fed by artesian springs that push fresh water to the surface in the midst of an otherwise arid coastal environment, supported agricultural production, particularly date palms, that could sustain a population large enough to participate meaningfully in regional trade. Dates were not merely food. They were a storable, transportable caloric resource that functioned almost as currency in the ancient Gulf economy. A settlement with reliable date production and a coastline accessible to Gulf shipping was, in the ancient world, a settlement with structural advantages that compounded over centuries. The physical remains visible today are fragmentary in the way that continuously inhabited sites always are. Each generation of builders repurposing the materials of the last, erasing foundations as they lay new ones, leaving an archaeological record that requires careful excavation to read. The old town of Al-qatif, portions of which survived into the 20th century before rapid modernization altered the urban fabric substantially, still shows traces of its layered past in the arrangement of neighborhoods, the alignment of old streets, and the occasional exposed stonework that surfaces when construction disturbs the ground beneath the modern city. What Al-qatif represents, in the broadest sense, is the quiet power of geographic advantage sustained across millennia. The springs did not move, the coastline did not close, and so the settlement persisted, through the Bronze Age, through Persian dominion, through the rise of Islam, through the Ottoman period, and into the present, accumulating history the way all truly old places do, one generation at a time, each one building on the foundations of the last, without always knowing exactly what lay beneath. The layered foundations of Al-qatif speak to a different kind of ancient ambition, not the vertical ambition of pyramids or carved cliff shrines, but the horizontal ambition of communities determined to hold their ground across centuries of shifting political fortune. That instinct to define and defend a boundary, to draw a line between what is ours and what lies beyond, is as old as settled life itself, and nowhere does it express itself more plainly than in the walls that ancient builders raised across the desert landscapes of Arabia, structures that time has worn down, but not entirely erased, still visible in the terrain, like old sentences, partially rubbed from a page. Desert walls are easy to underestimate. They do not soar. They do not carry the visual drama of cliff-carved shrines or steep-sided pyramids. They run horizontally across the land, following ridgelines, skirting wadis, connecting natural features into a continuous defensive perimeter that made geographic sense in its time and can still be traced on the ground and from the air today. In the Arabian Peninsula, these ancient ramparts appear across a wide geographic range, in the Hejaz, in the Nejd, along the edges of oasis settlements, and between agricultural zones and the open desert beyond. Their origins are varied. Some of the oldest wall systems in the region date to the pre-Islamic period, constructed by communities whose names and political structures survive only in fragmentary inscriptions and the occasional reference in classical sources. Others were built or substantially extended during the early Islamic centuries, when the rapid expansion of the new faith and the political order it carried with it created both new territorial boundaries and new reasons to defend existing ones. The walls served different purposes in different contexts, sometimes purely military, designed to slow or channel an approaching force, sometimes administrative, marking the edge of cultivated land and establishing who owed taxes on what, sometimes symbolic, asserting the claim of a settled community against the open desert and the pastoral populations that moved through it. The construction methods varied with the available materials. In areas where sandstone was accessible, walls were built from rough-cut blocks laid in courses with minimal mortar, relying on mass and careful placement for stability. In regions where stone was scarce, builders used mud brick, less durable, more vulnerable to rain and flash flooding, but enormously practical in an environment where the raw material was literally underfoot. Some wall systems combined both, using stone for the lower courses, where moisture from the ground posed the greatest threat, and mud brick for the upper sections, where speed of construction mattered more than longevity. What survives today varies enormously by location and construction method. The stone walls have held their form with reasonable fidelity in areas where the climate has been dry and the human pressure for reuse of building material has been limited. The mud brick sections have fared less well, reduced in many places to low earthen ridges that are identifiable as walls only to a practiced eye. Their height collapsed inward over centuries of neglect. Aerial photography and satellite imagery have transformed the study of these structures in recent decades, allowing researchers to trace wall alignments across distances that would take weeks to walk. identifying systems of defensive architecture that were simply invisible at ground level. One of the more striking aspects of these wall systems is what they reveal about ancient population geography. A wall is only built where there is something worth protecting, and the locations of ancient Arabian ramparts consistently correspond to areas of agricultural productivity, reliable water sources, or commercially significant route corridors. Mapping the walls is, in a real sense, mapping the ancient landscape of valued space, tracing the boundaries that communities drew around the resources that kept them alive. The human cost of maintaining these structures should not pass without acknowledgement either. Building a wall across miles of difficult desert terrain, then garrisoning and repairing it across generations, required a sustained organizational commitment that placed real demands on the populations involved. The labor was not abstract, it was specific. Men cutting stone in the heat, hauling material up ridgelines, mixing and laying mud brick in summer temperatures that have not moderated since. The walls stand as evidence not just of political strategy, but of physical endurance, applied across lifetimes in service of a community's survival. They are quieter monuments than most, unheroic in their appearance, unglamorous in their function. But they mark the oldest edges of human ambition in this landscape. The line between here and out there, between safety and uncertainty, between the world a community had built and the open desert that was always waiting just beyond. Those ancient walls and ramparts drew the boundaries of survival across the open desert, lines of stone and mud brick that said, simply and firmly, this far and no further. The impulse behind them was defensive, protective, oriented outward toward threat. But as we move now into the Al-ula valley, just a short distance from the Dadan ruins we visited earlier in this journey, we encounter something that turns that impulse inward. A walled urban settlement that did not merely defend itself against the desert, but organized an entire community life within its boundaries, generation after generation, for roughly 1,000 years. The old town of Al-ula occupies the floor of a narrow valley carved by ancient water action through the sandstone plateau of northwestern Saudi Arabia. The same cliffs that frame the Dadan ruins to the south also frame this settlement, and the relationship between the two sites is not coincidental. Al-ula Valley has been a corridor of human movement and habitation for millennia. Its combination of underground water, fertile soil, and natural defensive topography, making it one of the most consistently occupied stretches of terrain in the entire Arabian Peninsula. The old town itself, distinct from the ancient Dadan and Lihyanite remains nearby, was established sometime around the 12th century CE and was continuously inhabited until 1983, when its last residents relocated to the modern city that has grown up around it. That recent abandonment gives the site an unusual quality among the places we have visited on this journey. This is not a ruin that faded across millennia. It is a place that was alive within living memory, and the structures it contains reflect not prehistoric ambition, but the accumulated domestic and civic life of a medieval and early modern Arabian community. At its peak, the old town contained roughly 900 houses, stacked and connected in the dense, interlocking manner typical of traditional Arabian urban architecture. The buildings are constructed primarily from mud brick and stone, their walls sharing common surfaces with neighboring structures in a way that reduced the need for individual exterior walls and created a building mass so dense and interconnected that the town functioned almost as a single structure rather than a collection of separate buildings. Narrow lanes, some barely wide enough for two people to pass comfortably, wound between these blocks, shaded by the height of the buildings on either side and cooler by several degrees than the open valley floor beyond the town walls. At the center of the settlement stands a mosque that served the community across the full span of its occupation, rebuilt and modified in successive generations, but maintaining its position as the physical and spiritual anchor of the town's layout. Around it, the residential quarters organized themselves according to family and clan affiliations, in patterns that were understood implicitly by the residents even when they were not marked explicitly in the architecture. The social geography of the town was embedded in its physical geography, a relationship that is common to traditional urban settlements across the Islamic world, but is particularly legible here because the abandonment was so recent and so complete. That completeness of abandonment is, paradoxically, what has preserved the old town as well as it has. When the residents left in 1983, they did not dismantle their homes for materials, as often happens when settlements are gradually depopulated over time. They left largely intact. The result is a ghost town in the most literal sense. Structures standing to their full height in many areas, doorways still framed, rooms still defined, the spatial logic of a living community frozen at the moment of its departure. The decay since then has been significant. Mud brick exposed to occasional rain and the thermal stress of desert temperature swings deteriorate steadily without maintenance, and portions of the old town have collapsed into themselves, the upper stories folding down onto the lower ones in slow stages. Conservation efforts in recent years, as part of the broader development of Al-ula as a heritage destination, have worked to stabilize the most vulnerable structures and document what remains before further loss occurs. Walking through the old town today, through those narrow shaded lanes with the sandstone cliffs rising behind the roofline and the silence pressing in from all sides, the 1,000 years of continuous habitation become tangible in a way that purely ancient sites rarely manage. The doorway you pass through was built for someone who woke up in the same room every morning, who knew every neighbor, who understood this dense, intricate place as simply home. The desert waited outside the walls, then, just as it waits now. But inside, for 1,000 years, there was a city. The old town of Al-ula reminds us that abandonment is not always the end of a story. Sometimes it is simply a pause, a held breath, a moment when the human noise stops and the structure speaks for itself. We carry that thought eastward now, across the Hejaz Mountains and down onto the broad, flat expanse of the Najd Plateau, where the capital of modern Saudi Arabia rises from a landscape that was, not so very long ago, the stage for one of the most consequential political transformations in Arabian history. On the northwestern edge of Riyadh, where the Wadi Hanifa cuts a green corridor through the plateau, the ruins of Dir'iyah's Tarif district stand as the physical remains of the moment when a small oasis settlement became the seat of an empire. Dir'iyah was founded in the 15th century CE, established by the ancestral clan of the Al Saud family in a location that combined the defensive advantages of the Wadi's steep banks with access to the agricultural productivity of its floor. For 2 centuries, it was a regional settlement of modest significance, prosperous enough, stable enough, but not yet the center of anything beyond its immediate hinterland. That changed in 1744, when a meeting took place within its walls that altered the trajectory of Arabian history in ways still felt today. In that year, Muhammad ibn Saud, the ruler of Dir'iyah, formed an alliance with Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, a religious scholar who had developed a reformist interpretation of Islamic practice that emphasized a return to what he understood as the foundational principles of the faith. The political and the theological joined hands in Dir'iyah, and the partnership between the Al Saud family and the religious reform movement that emerged from that agreement became the ideological engine of a rapid territorial expansion. Within decades, the first Saudi state controlled much of the Arabian Peninsula, and Dir'iyah was its capital. The Tarif district was the heart of that capital. The royal and administrative quarter, built on a promontory above the wadi, where the plateau edge drops away sharply, giving the site both natural defensibility and a commanding view of the valley below. The architecture of Tarif is Najdi mud brick at its most ambitious, thick-walled structures with the characteristic triangular crenellations along their parapets, decorative geometric patterns pressed into plaster surfaces, and the specific spatial organization of traditional Najdi domestic and civic architecture. Courtyards surrounded by rooms of specific and understood function, reception areas separated from private quarters by deliberate architectural sequences. The scale of what was built here during the late 18th and early 19th centuries reflects the resources flowing into Dir'iyah at the height of Saudi power. Palaces for senior members of the ruling family, a mosque complex that served both the resident population and visiting dignitaries, administrative buildings, storage facilities, and the dense residential quarters of the court community. All of it constructed in mud brick. All of it organized across the promontory in a layout that was both practically efficient and symbolically legible. The height of the buildings, the elaboration of the decorative programs, the size of the reception halls, these were statements of authority, communicated in the architectural language of the Nejd. That authority came to an abrupt and violent end in 1818, when an Ottoman military expedition, commanded by Ibrahim Pasha, captured Dir'iyah after a prolonged siege, demolished significant portions of the Tarif district, and effectively dismantled the first Saudi state. The campaign was thorough and deliberately destructive. The Ottomans understood that the physical capital of a political movement carried symbolic weight, and they acted accordingly. What they left behind was a ruin, and a ruin it remained for nearly 2 centuries. The rehabilitation of Dir'iyah as a heritage site in the 21st century has been one of the most ambitious historic preservation projects undertaken in the Arabian Peninsula. Tarif was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2010, and subsequent years have brought systematic conservation, archaeological documentation, and the careful stabilization of surviving structures. The mud brick walls that remain standing have been reinforced and protected against further weathering. The spatial logic of the district has been made legible again for visitors who walk through it today. What strikes most forcefully in Tarif is not the scale of the ruins, but the intimacy of the architecture. The human proportions of doorways, the domestic quality of courtyard spaces, the sense that power in this place was exercised not from a distant palace, but from rooms that were, by any measure, modest in their physical dimensions. The first Saudi state changed the map of Arabia from buildings that would not look out of place in any traditional Nejdi village. That combination of historical consequence and architectural humility gives Dir'iyah its particular and lasting resonance. The mud brick walls of Dir'iyah carry the weight of a political transformation that reshaped an entire peninsula. Power exercised from modest rooms, consequence built from humble materials. From that plateau, in the heart of Arabia, We now make one of the longest geographic leaps of this journey, crossing oceans and continents to arrive in the foothills of the Bolivian Andes, where a sandstone outcrop rising from the surrounding forest holds what may be the largest carved rock in the world. The scale shifts, the hemisphere shifts, but the human impulse behind what we find here, to impose meaning on stone, to make a landscape speak the language of belief and authority, remains exactly the same. El Fuerte de Samaipata sits at roughly 6,000 feet above sea level in the Bolivian department of Santa Cruz, on the eastern slopes of the Andes, where the mountains begin their long descent toward the Amazon basin. The terrain here is greener and warmer than the high Andean Altiplano further west, a transitional zone between mountain and lowland that has historically made it a place of contact between different ecological zones and the cultures that developed within them. The name Samaipata comes from the Quechua words for rest and highlands, a resting place in the heights, and the site does carry a quality of deliberate pause, of a place chosen for reasons that go beyond the merely practical. The centerpiece of the site is a sandstone hill, roughly 220 meters long and 60 meters wide, whose upper surface has been carved so extensively and so intricately that it is difficult, standing on it, to find a section that has not been shaped by human hands. Channels, niches, geometric forms, zoomorphic figures, particularly felines and serpents, ceremonial seats, and what appear to be conduit systems for liquid flow are cut into the rock surface across its full extent. The carving is not the work of a single period or a single culture. It accumulated over centuries, with different hands and different intentions leaving their marks in successive layers on the same stone canvas. The earliest significant occupation of the site is associated with a pre-Inca culture whose identity remains debated among archaeologists. By the 15th century, the Inca Empire had incorporated Samaipata into its expanding eastern frontier, and the Inca contribution to the rock's carved surface is substantial. The characteristic geometric precision of Inca stonework is visible in sections of the carving that differ stylistically from the earlier work beneath and around them. Samaipata represented one of the easternmost points of Inca territorial reach, a frontier outpost at the edge of the empire's ability to project control into the lowlands beyond. The carved rock functioned as a ceremonial center. That much is broadly agreed. The specific rituals conducted there are less clear, though the recurring imagery of felines and serpents, both animals of enormous symbolic importance across Andean cosmologies, suggests a site oriented toward the kind of cosmic mediation that Andean religious practice consistently associated with elevated liminal spaces. The hilltop position, the carved seats that may have served as thrones or ritual stations, the channels that may have directed chicha, fermented maize beer used in Andean ceremony, across the rock surface during ritual events, all of these point toward a place where the boundary between the human community and the forces that governed its world was understood to be unusually thin. Below the carved rock, archaeological excavation has revealed the remains of a substructures and administrative buildings consistent with an Inca provincial installation. The combination of ceremonial and administrative functions at a single site is characteristic of how the Inca Empire organized its frontier territories, using religious authority and practical administration as mutually reinforcing instruments of control. The rock above legitimized the state below, and the state below maintained and elaborated the rock above. Spanish colonial forces occupied and modified the site in the 16th century, adding their own structures to the complex in a pattern of layered occupation, familiar from so many of the places we have visited. A UNESCO World Heritage designation in 1998 formalized international recognition of the site's significance, though El Fuerte remains considerably less visited than its importance warrants. The carved rock itself, seen in the slanted light of late afternoon when the shadows pool in the channels and the feline forms seem almost to shift against the stone, communicates something that resists neat archaeological categorization. This was not merely a political installation or a religious site in any narrow sense. It was a place where a community came to locate itself in the universe, to find, in carved stone, an elevated ground and the view across the descending forest toward the distant lowlands, its own position in a world that was very much larger than itself. The carved summit of Samaipata draws the eye outward, toward the descending forest, toward the lowland horizon, toward a world the Inca Empire was pressing against, but never fully absorbed. We descend now from that eastern frontier and move deeper into the Andes, traveling south and west along the mountain spine of South America to the high valley basin near Cusco, Peru, where a civilization that predated the Inca by 4 centuries left behind one of the most formally planned urban complexes in the pre-Columbian world. Where Samaipata speaks in curves and carved organic forms, what awaits us here speaks in straight lines, relentless, deliberate, and geometrically uncompromising in a way that still commands attention from the air. Piquillacta sits in the Luca Basin, roughly 30 kilometers southeast of Cusco, at an elevation just above 11,000 feet. The name means flea town in Quechua, a label applied by later populations who had no memory of who built it or why. A small linguistic reminder that even imposing ruins can accumulate dismissive nicknames when their builders have been forgotten. The people who actually constructed Piquillacta were the Wari, an Andean civilization that emerged in the Ayacucho region of south-central Peru around 600 CE and expanded across a vast territory during the Middle Horizon period, roughly 600 to 1000 CE, creating what many archaeologists consider the first true empire in Andean history, preceding the Inca by several centuries, and in some respects anticipating the administrative strategies the Inca would later deploy with such dramatic effect. The site covers roughly 2 square kilometers, enclosed within a perimeter wall that still stands to significant height in several sections. Inside that boundary, the urban grid is laid out with a regularity that is immediately apparent and somewhat startling, given the mountainous terrain. Streets run at right angles. Compounds are arranged in repeating units of nearly identical size and configuration. The standardization is so consistent across the site that it clearly reflects centralized planning executed according to a predetermined template, rather than the organic growth of a community developing incrementally over time. Someone designed Piquillacta whole, or very nearly so, before construction began. The individual compounds within the grid are large, some covering areas equivalent to a city block, and their internal arrangements follow a pattern of rooms organized around central courtyards that appears repeatedly across Wari sites throughout their imperial territory. Archaeologists have identified this compound type as a characteristic Wari administrative unit, a physical expression of the empire's approach to organizing the populations and resources of the territories it incorporated. The rooms within the compounds were not domestic spaces in any ordinary sense. The doorways are narrow to the point of being deliberately restrictive, and the interior spaces show little evidence of the kind of hearths storage patterns, and material culture associated with everyday residential life. What the compounds do show is evidence of large-scale feasting and the production and consumption of chicha on a significant scale. Ceramic remains consistent with both brewing and communal drinking have been found throughout the site. In Andean political culture, the obligation of a ruler or administrative authority to provide food and drink to those who worked within the imperial system was fundamental. Feasting was not celebration in a casual sense. It was statecraft, the mechanism by which labor obligations were acknowledged, alliances maintained, and the social contract between the empire and its subject populations renewed in physical, embodied terms. Takht-e was, among other things, a machine for that kind of political hospitality, operating at imperial scale. The site was apparently never fully completed. Sections of the perimeter wall and several interior compounds show evidence of construction halted before finishing, and there are areas where planned structures were begun, but not brought to completion before the Wari withdrawal from the Cusco region, which appears to have occurred sometime around 900 CE. The reasons for that withdrawal, whether military pressure, internal political collapse, environmental stress, or some combination, remain a subject of active scholarly debate. What is clear is that Takht-e was deliberately decommissioned rather than simply abandoned. Evidence suggests that the Wari sealed doorways, buried ritual deposits, and systematically closed the site before departing, a process that implies intention and organization rather than sudden flight. The Inca, who arrived in the Cusco Valley centuries later and built their own empire in the same landscape, were certainly aware of Takht-e. They modified portions of the site and incorporated it into their own sacred geography, treating the massive abandoned compound as a Huaca, a place of spiritual power, in the way Andean cultures consistently approached the imposing remains of their predecessors. The grid still reads clearly from above, its straight lines cutting across the Luca Basin with the quiet authority of a plan that time has roughed up but not erased. Every place we have visited on this journey began as someone's answer to a question. How do we honor our dead, defend our homes, mark our territory, reach toward the divine, or simply declare that we were here? The stones at Gunung Kawi, the basalt columns of the Irish coast, the faceless guardians of San Agustin, the inscribed cliffs of Dadan, the steep pyramids of Sudan, the layered foundations of Al-qatif, the desert ramparts, the ghost lanes of Al-ula, the mud-brick courts of Dir'iyah, the carved summit of Samaipata, the geometric grid of Takht-e. Each one is a different answer, shaped by a different culture, a different landscape, a different understanding of what it means to be human in a world that does not automatically make room for us. What connects them is not age or geography or architectural style. What connects them is the refusal to disappear without leaving something behind. That refusal is one of the most consistent things our species has ever done, across every continent and every era for which we have evidence. We build, we carve, we mark, we remember. The world is full of places like these, quieter than the famous sites, less visited, less explained, but no less meaningful for any of that. They are waiting, most of them, for someone to simply show up and pay attention. If this journey gave you something, a place you want to learn more about, a civilization you had never considered before, a moment of genuine surprise, then it did exactly what it was meant to do. If you want to keep exploring, subscribe, and stay with us. There are many more stones that remember, and we are just getting started. Some of the most remarkable things ever built by human hands are barely known outside the communities that surround them. No souvenir shops, no crowds, just stone, silence, and questions that have outlasted every attempt to answer them. Across 6 continents, civilizations rose, organized themselves with extraordinary intelligence, constructed things that defied their supposed limitations, and then by war or drought or simple passage of time, faded. What they left behind is not ruin so much as evidence. Evidence of ambition, of belief, of a human need to build something that would last longer than any single life. This is the story of those places and of what they still have left to tell us. That need to build something lasting, something placed deliberately at the edge of the known world, found one of its most striking expressions on a limestone cliff above the Caribbean Sea. Tulum sits on the northeastern coast of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, perched roughly 40 feet above water, so blue it looks artificial. The Maya who built this city weren't working from a position of desperation or isolation. They were operating at the center of a thriving trade network, and they chose this location with intention. The clifftop setting wasn't just dramatic, it was strategic, spiritual, and deeply practical all at once. The site dates to roughly the 13th century, though some structures may be older. By the time Spanish explorers first spotted it from the sea in 1518, Tulum was still a functioning city, one of the last Maya settlements to remain occupied after European contact. The Spanish accounts describe seeing a city larger and more orderly than Seville. That detail tends to get overlooked in popular histories, but it matters. These were not the remnants of a collapsed civilization. This was a living community, organized and intact. The walled enclosure that defines Tulum is one of its most distinctive features. The Maya built walls on 3 sides, leaving the sea cliff itself as the 4th. Inside that perimeter, the layout follows a logic that becomes clear the longer you study it. The largest and most prominent structure, known today as El Castillo, rises from the highest point of the cliff. It served multiple purposes simultaneously: as a temple, as a landmark visible from the water, and almost certainly as a navigational aid for canoe traders moving along the coast. A small window positioned in one of its towers aligns in a way that, under certain conditions, creates a natural beacon. Sailors who knew what to look for could use it to identify a safe channel through the reef below. That combination of the sacred and the functional runs through everything the Maya built at Tulum. The Temple of the Descending God appears at several points across the site, identified by a distinctive upside-down figure carved above its doorways. Interpretations vary. Some scholars read it as a diving god associated with bees and honey. Others connect it to the setting sun or the planet Venus. The Maya tracked celestial cycles with a precision that still commands respect from modern astronomers, and Tulum's positioning suggests that astronomical alignment was part of the original design. What strikes most visitors, and what photographs genuinely cannot prepare you for, is the relationship between the architecture and the landscape. The structures don't dominate the natural setting, they participate in it. The cliff drops away sharply to a narrow beach below. The reef breaks the open ocean into something quieter and more manageable. On clear days, the horizon stretches so far that the curvature of the earth becomes almost perceptible. Standing inside those walls, with the wind off the water and the pale stone catching the afternoon light, it's not difficult to understand why someone decided this was a place worth making permanent. Trade was the engine that sustained Tulum. The The city functioned as a port for the exchange of goods, moving through the broader Maya world. Obsidian from the highlands of Guatemala, copper bells from further north, jade, cacao, textiles, and the extraordinarily valuable commodity of salt harvested from coastal flats. The merchants who passed through here were not peripheral figures in Maya society. Commerce carried its own prestige, and port cities like Tulum occupied a critical position in a network that extended for hundreds of miles in every direction. The population that maintained all of this was never enormous by the standards of great ancient cities. Estimates range from a few hundred to perhaps 1,500 permanent residents. But size is not the measure of significance. Tulum controlled access to a coastline, commanded a position visible for miles, and maintained its function long after many of its inland counterparts had gone silent. When the city was finally abandoned, sometime in the 16th century, the causes were almost certainly the same forces that unraveled Maya life across the peninsula. Epidemic disease introduced through contact with Europeans, political disruption, and the slow collapse of the trade systems that had kept coastal cities viable. The walls still stand. The temples still face the sea. The reef still breaks the waves in the same channel the traders once navigated by the light from El Castillo. Some things outlast the people who built them by so many centuries that the builders themselves become difficult to imagine. At Tulum, that distance between past and present feels unusually thin. Tulum endured at the edge of the sea, defined by its coastline and its connection to the wider world through trade. But not every great civilization built toward the water. Some turned inward, toward the heart of a continent, and constructed something that the landscape itself seems to have forgotten. In the river bottoms of what is now southwestern Illinois, just across the Mississippi from modern-day St. Louis, the largest pre-Columbian city north of Mexico once stood. At its peak, sometime around 1100 AD, Cahokia was home to an estimated 10 to 20,000 people. That made it, at that moment in history, larger than London, larger than any city that would exist north of the Rio Grande for the next 7 centuries. And yet most Americans have never heard of it. The site takes its modern name from a much later tribe that lived nearby, a group that had no connection to the original builders. We don't know what the people who constructed Cahokia called themselves, or what language they spoke, or precisely what beliefs organized their society. What they left behind are mounds, more than 100 of them, built from tens of millions of baskets of hand-carried earth, arranged across a carefully planned urban landscape that covered nearly 6 square miles. The centerpiece is Monk's Mound, named after a group of Trappist monks who farmed its terraces in the early 19th century and had nothing to do with its construction. It rises in 4 distinct terraces to a height of about 100 feet. The base covers 14 acres, larger at its footprint than the Great Pyramid of Giza. On its summit stood a massive wooden building, perhaps 50 feet tall, that almost certainly served as the residence or ceremonial space of Cahokia's paramount chief. From that elevation, the entire city would have been visible. The plazas, the smaller mounds, the thatched rooftops of thousands of homes arranged in deliberate order below. The Grand Plaza at the base of Monk's Mound stretched for 50 acres and was deliberately engineered to be flat. Soil was imported, low areas were filled, and the entire surface was leveled with a care that implies both sophisticated planning and an organized labor force operating under central direction. This was not a village that grew organically over generations. Cahokia was designed. Surrounding the central precinct, a massive wooden stockade was constructed and rebuilt multiple times, a wall of upright logs that enclosed the most sacred precincts of the city. The effort required to cut, transport, and erect that barrier, and then to replace it as the wood decayed, speaks to a level of social organization that contradicts older assumptions about the complexity of North American societies before European contact. Among the most haunting discoveries at Cahokia are the sites archaeologists have come to call Woodhenge, a series of large circles formed by wooden posts set into the ground at precise intervals. The posts are lined with solar events, marking the solstices and equinoxes with an accuracy that required careful astronomical observation over long periods of time. The people of Cahokia were reading the sky and encoding what they found into the physical structure of their city, much as the Maya had done at Tulum and at dozens of other sites across Mesoamerica. What happened to Cahokia remains one of the more debated questions in North American archaeology. The population appears to have peaked around 1100 and then declined steadily over the following 2 centuries. By 1350 or so, the city had been largely abandoned. Theories include prolonged drought, agricultural exhaustion of the surrounding floodplain, political instability, and possibly flooding from the Mississippi itself. No single explanation has achieved consensus. The honest answer is that we don't fully know. What makes that uncertainty so striking is how thoroughly Cahokia vanished from cultural memory. By the time European explorers and settlers moved through the region, no one they encountered claimed descent from Cahokia's builders or carried oral traditions that pointed clearly back to the mounds. A city of tens of thousands had risen, flourished, and dissolved without leaving a continuous human thread connecting it to the present. The mounds remain. They rise from the Illinois bottomland with a quiet authority that still manages to surprise first-time visitors who crest a rise and suddenly see Monk's Mound filling the horizon ahead of them. There is a state historic site, a small museum, a UNESCO World Heritage designation. And still, on most days, the place is nearly empty. A civilization that once held tens of thousands of lives now holds mostly silence. That silence is its own kind of evidence. Cahokia reminds us that silence can settle over even the greatest of cities, leaving little behind but earthen monuments and unanswered questions. That same silence, heavy, deliberate, and carved from solid rock, waits on the eastern edge of the Mediterranean, on an island that has watched civilizations rise and collapse for 3,000 years. Cyprus sits at a crossroads. It always has. Positioned between the coastlines of Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, and Egypt, the island absorbed influences from every direction and, at its best moments, synthesized them into something distinctly its own. The tombs of the kings lie on the northwestern edge of the island, just outside the modern city of Paphos, cut directly into the pale sandstone bedrock along a coastal promontory above the sea. They are not, despite the name, tombs of actual kings. The title came later, bestowed by the local population who assumed that only royalty could have warranted such elaborate preparation for death. The assumption is understandable. These are not simple graves. The complex dates primarily to the Hellenistic and Roman periods, roughly the 3rd century BC through the 3rd century AD, a span of about 600 years during which Paphos served as the administrative capital of Cyprus under Ptolemaic and later Roman rule. The tombs were built for high-ranking officials, wealthy aristocrats, and prominent members of a society that took the architecture of death as seriously as the architecture of the living. What distinguishes the tombs of the kings from most ancient burial sites is their scale and their structural ambition. The largest tombs descend underground through a carved entrance shaft and open into a central courtyard, open to the sky, surrounded on all sides by colonnaded porticos cut directly from the rock. The columns are Doric, precise, formal, deeply Hellenistic in their proportions, and the fact that they were not constructed but excavated, chiseled from the living stone of the earth, gives them a permanence that freestanding columns rarely achieve. The rock itself became the architecture. Off the central courtyards, burial chambers extend inward, their walls sometimes decorated with painted plaster, their ceilings still carrying traces of the care that went into preparing them. The dead were placed in niches cut into the chamber walls, or laid on rock-cut benches, or interred in sarcophagi that have long since been removed by looters who worked these sites for centuries before archaeologists arrived. The looting was thorough. Most of what would have told us about individual occupants, jewelry, pottery, inscriptions, personal objects, is gone. What remains is the architecture itself, and architecture, it turns out, communicates quite effectively without words. The design of these underground spaces reflects a belief that carried across much of the ancient Mediterranean world, that the dead deserved a dwelling that mirrored the dignity of the living. The colonnaded courtyard reproduced below ground the kind of peristyle garden that wealthy Hellenistic households built above it. The deceased was not being hidden or simply disposed of. They were being housed in a residence that announced their status to anyone who descended to visit. That practice of visiting the dead was real and routine in the ancient world. Families returned to tombs for commemorative meals, for religious observances tied to the calendar, for the ongoing maintenance of a relationship between the living and those who had gone before them. The open courtyards of the Paphos tombs were functional spaces for those gatherings, sheltered from wind, open to light, surrounded by the permanence of cut stone. Above ground, the coastal setting adds another dimension that no description fully captures. The promontory drops toward the sea, the Mediterranean spreading west and south toward Egypt and Libya, and on clear days, the water holds a color that shifts between deep blue and green, depending on the depth and the angle of the sun. The people buried here would have known that view. Their families, climbing back up from the tombs after their commemorative visits, would have emerged into that light and that horizon. There is something in that combination, the darkness of the carved chambers below, the brightness of the open sea above, that feels less like a contrast and more like a conversation. The ancient world did not always draw the hard line between life and death that modern Western culture tends to assume. The tombs of Paphos don't feel like endings. They feel like rooms in a larger house, one whose walls happen to extend in both directions across time. The island of Cyprus has known many occupiers since these chambers were sealed for the last time, but the rock remembers everything cut into it. The rock of Cyprus holds its secrets in the cool darkness of carved chambers, patient and immovable. But rock can also be shaped into something altogether different, into walls, towers, and fortresses built not for the dead, but for the very much living, raised high above river valleys as declarations of power in a world where power required constant, visible proof. From the island of Cyprus, we move northeast, crossing into the highlands of eastern Turkey, to a region that most Western travelers never reach. The landscape here is severe in the way that only high-altitude continental interiors can be. Broad volcanic plateaus, edged by mountain ranges. Winters that arrive early and stay long. Summers that burn the grass to the color of straw. It is not an easy country. The people who mastered it in antiquity were not soft. Çavuştepe sits on a long, narrow ridge above the Gürpınar Valley, roughly 30 kilometers southeast of the city of Van, in the shadow of mountains that still carry snow well into spring. It was built in the 9th century BC by the Eurasian king Sarduri II, and it served as a royal fortress and administrative center for one of the ancient world's least familiar great powers. The Urartu kingdom, sometimes called the Kingdom of Van, controlled a substantial portion of what is now eastern Turkey, northwestern Iran, and Armenia at its height. It was a contemporary and persistent rival of the Assyrian Empire, which is itself something that most people would find surprising, given how completely the Eurasians have faded from popular historical consciousness. The fortress stretches along the ridgeline for nearly a kilometer, with the upper citadel at one end and a lower city at the other. The Eurasians were extraordinary stonemasons, and the walls of Çavuştepe demonstrate why their construction work still commands professional admiration. The lower courses of the fortification walls are built from massive basalt blocks, fitted together with a tightness that required no mortar and has survived earthquakes, centuries of weather, and the slow pressure of vegetation, working into every available crack. Above the basalt, the walls continued upward in mud brick, a combination of materials that was standard Eurasian practice and reflects a sophisticated understanding of what each material does well. Inside the fortress, the remains of a temple dedicated to the Eurasian god Haldi still stand to a considerable height. Haldi was the supreme deity of the Eurasian pantheon, a war god whose favor was invoked before military campaigns and whose temples were placed at the most prominent points of every major Eurasian site. An inscription carved into the stone near the temple entrance identifies the site by its ancient name, Sarduri Hainali, the city of Sarduri, and records the king's accomplishments in the formal, declarative language that ancient rulers used when they wanted history to remember them favorably. The inscription is in the Eurasian language, written in Assyrian cuneiform script, a borrowing that tells its own small story about the relationship between rival civilizations and the practical exchange of ideas that continued even between enemies. What Çavuştepe offers that many ancient sites cannot is a genuine sense of the daily infrastructure behind the military and ceremonial surface. Archaeologists have uncovered an extensive system of storage rooms running along the lower city, long, narrow chambers that held enormous ceramic jars used for storing grain, wine, and oil. Some of the jars remain in place, still sitting on the floors where they were left when the city was abandoned. The storage capacity documented at Çavuştepe suggests a logistical operation on a serious scale, one capable of supplying a substantial garrison and administrative population through the long winters of the Van region. The end of Çavuştepe came with the broader collapse of the Eurasian kingdom in the late 7th and early 6th centuries BC, under pressure from the Scythians, the Medes, and internal fragmentation. The fortress was burned, the mud brick upper walls collapsed over the basalt foundations, and the ridge gradually returned to the landscape that had always surrounded it. Today, a local shepherd reportedly keeps his flock near the lower excavations, and the site receives a fraction of the visitors that comparable sites in western Turkey draw without effort. That relative obscurity feels like an injustice when you stand on the ridge and look out across the valley, Sarduri II, surveyed from these same walls nearly 3,000 years ago. The mountains have not changed. The wind off the plateau has not changed. What has changed is the name of the king, and whether anyone remembers it. Sarduri II built Çavuştepe to last, and in the solidity of its basalt foundations, something of his ambition survives. But even the most durable stone is vulnerable to the forces that humans bring against one another. Not far from the Eurasian highlands, in a part of the ancient world that has known almost continuous conflict for millennia, another extraordinary monument endured for centuries before modern warfare finally took a portion of it that 3,000 years of weather had not. We move southwest from eastern Turkey, crossing into northwestern Syria, to a site that occupied a low forested hill above the Afrin River Valley. Dara was a temple city of the ancient Syro-Hittite culture, a loosely connected group of successor states that emerged in the region following the collapse of the Hittite Empire around 1200 BC. The temple at Dara was constructed in phases beginning around 1300 BC and continued in use, with modifications and expansions, until approximately 740 BC, a span of more than 5 centuries during which it remained an active center of religious life in northern Syria. The structure that archaeologists uncovered beginning in the 1980s was unlike almost anything else known from the ancient Near East. The temple sat on a massive raised platform, approached by a broad monumental staircase, and its entrance was flanked by colossal basalt sculptures, lions and sphinxes of a scale that announced the sacred character of the space long before a visitor reached the threshold. Those guardian figures, carved with a confidence that blended Hittite, Mesopotamian, and local Syrian artistic traditions, set the tone for everything that followed. What stopped archaeologists in their tracks, and what continues to generate serious academic discussion, were the footprints. Carved into the stone threshold and into the floor of the entrance portico are 3 enormous human footprints, 2 at the outer threshold and 1 just inside the doorway, as if a figure of immense size had stepped from the outside world into the sacred interior. Each footprint measures roughly 3 feet in length. The theological implication was deliberate and unmistakable. These were not decorative elements. They were a statement about divine presence, a physical record, carved in stone, of a god crossing into his own house. That detail resonated beyond the immediate context of Syro-Hittite religion because of a comparison that scholars began making with increasing seriousness. The floor plan of the Dara temple bears a striking structural resemblance to the description of Solomon's temple as recorded in the Hebrew Bible. The proportional relationships between outer courtyard, entrance hall, main sanctuary, and inner sanctuary, the sequence of spaces and their relative dimensions, align closely enough that many researchers believe both buildings drew on a shared architectural tradition, common to the northern Levant during the early Iron Age. Neither structure influenced the other directly. Both appear to reflect a regional template for sacred architecture that was widely understood and applied across a broad geographic area. The inner sanctuary of the Dara temple was the most elaborately decorated portion of the building. Its walls were lined with carved orthostats, large upright stone slabs bearing processions of lions, sphinxes, and mythological figures, rendered in a style that combined formality with a surprising degree of movement and life. The craftsmanship was not merely competent. In several panels, it was genuinely accomplished, reflecting a sculptural tradition that deserves far more recognition than it typically receives in broad histories of ancient art. Dara survived the fall of the Syro-Hittite states, the campaigns of the Assyrian Empire, the long centuries of subsequent occupation and neglect, and the slow burial that preserved so much of what archaeologists eventually found. It did not survive January 2018, when Turkish airstrikes targeting Kurdish forces in the Afrin region struck the site and destroyed a significant portion of the temple platform and its sculptures. Satellite imagery confirmed the damage within days. What had endured for roughly 3,000 years was gone in a matter of seconds. The loss was documented, mourned by scholars, and then largely absorbed into the broader ongoing catastrophe of Syria's cultural heritage under sustained conflict. That absorption, the way destruction on this scale can become almost routine, is its own kind of tragedy, separate from the physical loss of the stones themselves. What remains at Dara is still significant. The footprints, recorded photographically and in casts before the strike, still exist in documentation, if not entirely in place. Knowledge, at least, is harder to bomb than basalt. But the hill above the Afrin River is quieter now than it has been in a very long time. The silence that has settled over Dara carries a particular weight, the weight of deliberate destruction, of history interrupted by violence. But there is another kind of silence, older and stranger, that has nothing to do with war or loss. It is the silence of the genuinely inexplicable, the kind that gathers around objects whose purpose no one has satisfactorily explained in centuries of trying. From the scarred hills of northwestern Syria, we travel east across the full breadth of Asia to the forested mountains of Japan's Nara prefecture, where something sits in a cedar grove on a hillside above the ancient capital region that has been puzzling observers for at least 14 centuries. The Japanese have a word, fushigi, that translates roughly as mysterious or strange, but carries a connotation of something beyond ordinary strangeness, something that resists the usual categories of explanation. Masuda no Iwafune is, by almost any measure, fushigi. The object is a single enormous granite boulder, roughly 11 meters long, 8 meters wide, and 4.5 meters tall, weighing an estimated 800 tons. That alone would make it notable. What makes it extraordinary is what was done to it. The top surface has been carved flat and perfectly level, then divided by 2 parallel channels, running the full length of the stone, creating a precise geometric grid that could not have happened naturally under any circumstances. The sides have been cut into smooth, near-vertical faces. The entire mass has been shaped with an intention that is unmistakable, even if that intention remains completely unclear. The name translates to something like rock ship of Masuda, and the ship analogy is visible once you know to look for it. The elongated form, the flat deck, the channels that some have compared to a vessel's structural elements. Medieval Japanese texts refer to the stone in passing, noting its existence without explaining its origin or function, which suggests that even by the 7th and 8th centuries AD, when those records were written, the knowledge of why it was made had already been lost. The Asuka period in Japanese history, roughly 550 to 710 AD, produced a remarkable concentration of enormous carved stones across the Nara region. These objects, collectively referred to as kishiwada, or mysterious stones, appear to have been created during a period of significant cultural transformation, when Buddhism was arriving from the Korean peninsula and China, Political power was consolidating under the early imperial court, and the relationship between older indigenous beliefs and new religious frameworks was being actively negotiated. Some researchers connect the carved stones of the Aska period to that negotiation, reading them as expressions of a spiritual geography being deliberately remapped. Whether Masuda no Iwafuni fits into that framework is genuinely uncertain. Its scale separates it from most of the other Aska stones. Quarrying, shaping, and possibly moving 800 tons of granite, even partially, required a mobilization of labor and technical knowledge that implies serious institutional backing. Someone with significant authority commissioned this work. The fact that no inscription, no contemporary written record, and no clear oral tradition explains the commission is the central puzzle. Theories have accumulated over the centuries, with more enthusiasm than evidence. Some have proposed astronomical alignment, that the channels on the upper surface functioned as sighting guides for celestial observation. Others have suggested the stone served as a ritual platform, a boundary marker, or a symbolic representation of a sacred mountain. A persistent minority position holds that it was intended as a tomb component, perhaps a lid or covering for a burial chamber that was never completed. None of these explanations has achieved anything approaching consensus, because none of them fully accounts for all the features of the object. What the stone does, regardless of its original purpose, is provoke a very specific kind of attention. Standing beside something that massive, something that has been so deliberately shaped by human hands and yet refuses to yield its meaning, produces a particular quality of awareness. The questions it raises are not frustrating in the usual sense. They are clarifying. They remind you that the past is genuinely foreign, that the people who made this object inhabited a mental and spiritual world that cannot simply be decoded by applying modern assumptions backward through time. The cedar forest around the stone is quiet in the way that old forests in Japan tend to be, a managed, attended quiet, as if the silence itself is being carefully maintained. Visitors come, walk around the stone, take photographs, and leave with the same uncertainty they arrived with. The stone does not offer resolution. It offers presence. And sometimes, presence is the more honest answer. Masuda no Iwafune confronts you with the limits of interpretation. A monument so deliberate and so silent about its own meaning that it demands a kind of intellectual humility. Not every ancient structure withholds itself in that way. Some speak with surprising clarity across the centuries, not through inscriptions or surviving records, but through the sheer coherence of their construction. From the cedar forests of Nara, we cross the full width of Eurasia and then the North Atlantic, arriving on one of the most dramatically situated coastlines in Europe, where a small stone building has been standing, without mortar and without significant deterioration, for somewhere between 1,300 and 1,500 years. The Dingle Peninsula extends into the Atlantic from the southwestern corner of Ireland, like a finger pointing toward America. The landscape is the kind that painters and photographers return to repeatedly without ever quite capturing. Green hills dropping sharply to dark cliffs, the ocean's silver or slate or deep green depending on the weather, and the weather changing several times before noon on any given day. People have lived here for a very long time. The peninsula is scattered with ancient field systems, standing stones, ring forts, and early Christian remains that accumulate into a portrait of continuous human habitation, stretching back well before the historical record begins. Galaris Oratory sits in a shallow valley a few miles from the tip of the peninsula, visible from the road as a dark, boat-shaped mass of corbelled stone that looks, from certain angles, as if it has simply grown from the ground rather than been placed there. It is small, roughly 10 feet wide, 15 feet long, and perhaps 17 feet at its highest interior point. A single low doorway faces west. A small window opening pierces the east wall above the altar position. That is the entirety of its architectural program. The construction method is what elevates Galaris from a historical curiosity to a genuine technical achievement. The walls are built in a technique called corbelling, each successive course of stone laid slightly inward from the one below until the two rising walls meet at the apex without the use of any keystone or arch. Every stone was selected and placed so that it tilts very slightly downward toward the outside of the building, allowing rainwater to run off rather than penetrate inward. After more than 1,000 years of Atlantic weather, storms that regularly drive horizontally, winters that bring sustained gales off the open ocean, the interior of Galaris Oratory remains dry. The logic built into the placement of each individual stone has outlasted generations of subsequent builders working with mortar and dressed timber, and every technological advantage the intervening centuries provided. The oratory belongs to the tradition of early Irish Christianity, a form of the faith that developed in relative isolation from Rome during the 5th through 8th centuries and produced a monastic culture of exceptional intellectual and artistic vitality. The monks who built and used Galaris were part of a broader movement that established hermitages and monasteries in the most remote and inhospitable locations available, on cliff edges, on offshore islands, in mountain valleys, as a form of spiritual discipline. The harshness of the environment was not incidental. It was the point. Proximity to the raw forces of the natural world was understood as proximity to the divine. The most famous expression of that impulse is Skellig Michael, the extraordinary monastery perched on a sea stack 8 miles offshore from the Dingle Peninsula, now known to a global audience through its appearance in contemporary cinema. Galaris belongs to the same spiritual tradition, though it received its monks on the mainland rather than a wave-battered rock. The similarity in construction technique between Galaris and the Skellig beehive huts suggests a shared regional building practice, refined over generations into something that worked with remarkable reliability in one of the wetter climates on Earth. What is striking about standing inside Galaris is the quality of the silence. The walls are thick enough that the wind, almost always audible somewhere on the Dingle Peninsula, becomes a distant presence rather than an immediate one. The interior is dim, cool, and completely still. Whatever you brought in with you from the outside world seems to lose some of its urgency at the threshold. Whether that effect was intentional on the part of the builders is impossible to say with certainty. But the monks who sought out the edges of the known world in pursuit of contemplative quiet were not building casually. Every stone was placed with care, every angle considered. The silence inside Galaris Oratory is not accidental. It was, in all likelihood, precisely what they were building toward. The monks of the Dingle Peninsula built towards silence and found it, shaping stone into a vessel for contemplation on the outermost edge of the known world. But the impulse to build deliberately, to impose careful order on the physical environment, was not born in the mountains of early medieval Ireland. It reaches back much further, to one of the oldest and least understood urban civilizations in human history, flourishing on a river plain in South Asia at a time when most of Europe was still organized around small farming settlements. From the Atlantic coast of Ireland, we travel southeast across Europe and deep into the Asian subcontinent, to the floodplain of the Indus River in what is now the Sindh province of Pakistan. Here, roughly 4,500 years ago, a city stood that was home to perhaps 40,000 people, a population comparable to ancient Memphis or Ur, the great cities of Egypt and Mesopotamia that tend to dominate the historical narrative of early urban civilization. The city is known today as Mohenjo-daro, an Urdu phrase meaning roughly the mound of the dead men, a name given by the people who rediscovered it, not by the people who built it. Like Cahokia, like the tombs of the kings, this place has lost its original name to time. Mohenjo-daro was one of the major centers of the Indus Valley civilization, a culture that extended across an area larger than ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia combined at its peak, roughly 2,600 to 1900 BC. And yet the Indus Valley civilization remains, in the popular imagination, curiously absent from the standard account of humanity's early urban achievements. Part of the reason is that its writing system has never been deciphered. Without readable texts, the civilization speaks only through its objects and its architecture, it turns out, has quite a lot to say. The first thing that strikes any serious examination of Mohenjo-daro is the planning. The city was laid out on a grid. Streets ran at right angles to one another, oriented to the cardinal directions with a consistency that implies a central authority capable of enforcing a unified design across an urban area of considerable scale. The residential blocks that filled those grid squares contained houses built from fired brick, not sun-dried mud brick, which was the standard building material of the ancient Near East, but kiln-fired brick of a standardized size, produced in quantities that required organized industrial production. Those houses were not simple shelters. Many of them contained private bathrooms connected to a citywide drainage system that ran beneath the main streets in covered brick channels. Wastewater from individual homes flowed into neighborhood drains, which fed into larger municipal channels, which carried waste out of the settled area entirely. This was not an improvised solution to a local problem. It was a designed infrastructure, implemented at city scale, in the 3rd millennium BC. London would not achieve comparable urban sanitation until the 19th century AD. The famous Great Bath at Mohenjo-daro occupies a prominent position in the upper citadel area of the city. It is a watertight tank, roughly 12 meters long and 7 meters wide, constructed with careful attention to preventing leakage. The bricks were laid in a gypsum mortar. The outer faces were sealed with bitumen, and the entire structure was surrounded by a colonnade of smaller rooms whose function is still debated. Most scholars believe the Great Bath served a ritual purification function, making it among the earliest known examples of a tradition of sacred bathing that would eventually become central to Hinduism, and that persists in South Asian religious practice to the present day. What the Indus Valley civilization did not leave, or has not yet yielded, is evidence of the monumental religious architecture or royal display that characterizes ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia. There are no great temples identifiable as such, no pyramids, no colossal royal portraits. Whatever hierarchy organized Mohenjo-daro, and a city of 40,000 people required hierarchy of some kind, it did not apparently express itself through the kind of conspicuous architectural grandeur that makes other ancient civilizations immediately legible to modern eyes. That absence is itself a form of evidence, though scholars disagree about what it proves. Some read it as suggesting a relatively egalitarian social structure by ancient standards. Others argue the evidence simply hasn't been found yet. The site has been only partially excavated, and the water table beneath the lower city has made deep investigation technically difficult. Mohenjo-daro was abandoned around 1900 BC, possibly due to shifts in the Indus River's course, prolonged drought, or a combination of environmental pressures. The city that pioneered urban sanitation, standardized construction, and grid planning simply, quietly, emptied out. The bricks remain, fired so well that some were reused by railroad construction crews in the 19th century, who found them lying in the open and saw only useful material, not history. Mohenjo-daro left behind a civilization legible in its infrastructure, in drains and fired brick and the careful geometry of streets, but mute on the deeper questions of belief, ritual, and the inner life of the people who built it. That tension between the physical evidence that survives and the meaning that doesn't is one of the defining frustrations of ancient history. And nowhere does that frustration arrive in quite so direct and immediate a form as on a high plateau in the mountains of Laos, where thousands of enormous stone vessels sit in open fields, waiting for an explanation that has not yet fully arrived. From the Indus Plain, we travel east and southeast, crossing the Indian subcontinent and the hills of Southeast Asia, climbing to the Xinghuang Plateau in north-central Laos. The elevation here is roughly 1,000 meters above sea level, high enough that the climate is noticeably cooler than the tropical lowlands, and the landscape opens into rolling grassland punctuated by stands of pine. A setting that feels more like the highlands of Central Asia than the jungle-covered terrain most people associate with this part of the world. It is in this unexpected landscape that the Plain of Jars begins. The name is straightforwardly descriptive. Scattered across an area of roughly 90 kilometers, clustered in more than 90 distinct sites, are somewhere between 1,300 and 2,500 large stone vessels, cylindrical or slightly tapered, carved from a variety of stone types, including sandstone, granite, limestone, and a locally quarried conglomerate. The smallest of them stand perhaps half a meter tall. The largest reach nearly 3 meters and weigh an estimated 30 tons. They were carved, transported to their current locations, and arranged in groupings that appear deliberate without conforming to any pattern that has been definitively explained. The jars date to the Iron Age, roughly 500 BC to 500 AD, though the full chronological range of their use and construction is still being refined through ongoing excavation and analysis. They are associated with a culture that left no written records, no monumental architecture beyond the jars themselves, and no direct cultural descendants who can explain through oral tradition what their ancestors intended. What archaeology has established is that the jars were connected to burial practices. Excavations around and beneath them have recovered human remains, burial goods including glass beads, iron and bronze objects, and ceramics, and in some cases, the bases of the jars contain traces of cremated remains. The leading interpretation, supported by the physical evidence, is that the jars functioned as part of a multi-stage mortuary process, perhaps as containers for the decomposition or preparation of the dead before secondary burial, or as markers for burial sites, or as vessels associated with funerary feasting and the ritual treatment of the deceased. Secondary burial, in which remains are moved and reinterred after an initial period of decomposition, was and remains common across Southeast Asia and suggests a belief system in which death was understood as a process rather than a single event. What that belief system looked like in fuller detail. What stories the people of the Plain of Jars told about death. What they believed happened afterward. What obligations the living held toward the dead is simply not recoverable from what has survived. The jars sit in the grass and offer their physical facts without context, which is both their archaeological character and their peculiar power as objects. The Xianghuang Plateau carries an additional layer of modern history that complicates any purely ancient narrative. During the Vietnam War, this region of Laos was subjected to one of the most intensive aerial bombing campaigns in military history. The United States dropped more ordnance on Laos between 1964 and 1973 than was dropped on all of Europe during World War II combined, targeting supply routes and Pathet Lao positions across the plateau. A significant portion of that ordnance did not detonate. Unexploded cluster munitions remain scattered across the Plain of Jars in quantities that have killed and maimed people continuously in the decades since the war ended, and that have restricted archaeological access to large portions of the site. The jars that survived 2,000 years of weather, vegetation, and the slow settling of the earth were also present during that bombardment. Several sites show direct evidence of bomb damage. Others were simply inaccessible to investigators for decades because the ground around them was too dangerous to walk on. There is a grim irony in the fact that the ancient dead, memorialized in stone, that was meant to endure, share their plateau with unexploded remnants of a 20th century conflict that the living are still working to resolve. The past and the recent past occupy the same ground here, uncomfortably close. The Plain of Jars holds its meaning at a distance, offering physical evidence without the cultural framework needed to fully interpret it. That experience of reaching toward ancient intention across an unbridgeable gap is familiar by now. It has followed us from the mounds of Illinois to the carved boulder in Nara, from the drained streets of Mohenjo-daro to the bombed plateau of Laos. But some ancient sites do yield their meanings, at least partially, through the sheer density of imagery they left behind. The challenge there is not absence of evidence, but the opposite, an overwhelming, almost aggressive visual program that demands to be read and rewards careful attention. From the highlands of Laos, we travel northeast across the Pacific, arriving in the high valley of central Mexico, at one of the most influential cities of the ancient world. Teotihuacan sits roughly 50 kilometers northeast of modern Mexico City, in a broad mountain-ringed basin at an elevation of over 2,000 meters. At its peak, between roughly 100 and 550 AD, it was among the largest cities on Earth, home to an estimated 100,000 to 200,000 people, a metropolis whose influence extended across Mesoamerica and whose artistic and architectural vocabulary was absorbed, adapted, and transmitted by cultures that came centuries after its decline. Most visitors to Teotihuacan come for the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, the two massive structures that define the northern end of the Avenue of the Dead. Those monuments are genuinely impressive in scale and deserve their reputation. But the building that rewards closest attention, the one that archaeologists have found most revelatory, sits at the southern end of the same avenue and is known as the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, or in the Nahuatl language of the later Aztecs who named it, the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. The temple was constructed in the early period of Teotihuacan's greatness, around 200 AD, and it was built to communicate. The facade that originally covered its stepped pyramid tiers was covered in carved stone heads of two alternating types: the feathered serpent itself, with its distinctive rattlesnake rattles and collar of feathers, and a second creature whose identity has been debated, but which many researchers identify as a representation of a storm or rain deity. These heads projected outward from the facade in 3 dimensions, hundreds of them, their original surfaces painted in vivid pigments whose traces still survive in sheltered areas. The overall effect, when the temple was freshly completed and fully painted, would have been one of almost hallucinatory visual intensity. What archaeology revealed beneath and around the temple was darker than the facade suggested. Excavations beginning in the 1980s uncovered mass burials surrounding the structure, more than 200 individuals, many of them arranged in ways that indicated sacrifice. Warriors buried with their hands bound behind them, groups interred at the 4 cardinal directions in numbers that appear ritually significant, individuals dressed in the regalia associated with military identity. The temple's construction, it became clear, had been consecrated through organized killing on a scale that represented a state-level deployment of violence in service of religious and political legitimacy. That discovery reframed the temple's imagery. The feathered serpent was not merely a decorative motif. It was the central figure in a theological and political program being enacted simultaneously in stone, pigment, and human life. Whoever commissioned this building, and Teotihuacan's governance, remains poorly understood, given the absence of clearly identified royal portraits or dynastic inscriptions of the kind found at Maya sites, was making a statement about power that operated on every available register at once. The city that surrounded this temple was itself a statement of comparable ambition. The Avenue of the Dead runs for more than 2 kilometers in a nearly perfect straight line, oriented to a specific astronomical alignment, flanked by platform structures and apartment compounds that housed a population drawn from across Mesoamerica. Obsidian workshops, ceramic production areas, and residential compounds identified through their distinctive pottery as housing populations from Huaca and the Gulf Coast suggest a city that functioned as a genuine cosmopolitan center, drawing people, goods, and ideas from an enormous geographic radius. Teotihuacan was abandoned around 550 AD, possibly following internal unrest. Evidence of deliberate burning concentrated in the city's civic and ceremonial core suggests that the end may have come from within, rather than from external conquest. The population dispersed, the city emptied, and the pyramids stood without a name their builders would have recognized. The Aztecs, who arrived centuries later, named the place and incorporated it into their own mythology, calling it the place where the gods came to create the sun and the moon. They understood, looking at what remained, that something of enormous consequence had happened here. They were right. They just didn't know exactly what. Teotihuacan reminds us that even the most visually commanding ancient sites can withhold their deepest secrets. That a city of 200,000 people, decorated with hundreds of carved stone deities and consecrated with the lives of its own inhabitants, can still leave historians debating the names of its rulers and the precise character of its beliefs. Mystery, it turns out, is not reserved for small or obscure places. Sometimes the largest stages hold the most elusive stories. From the high basin of central Mexico, we cross the Atlantic, moving east and south across the Mediterranean world, arriving finally at one of antiquity's most celebrated destinations, a place that drew pilgrims, kings, and conquerors across hundreds of miles of desert for the privilege of hearing a single voice speak from the darkness of a stone sanctuary. Siwa is an oasis in the western desert of Egypt, roughly 50 kilometers east of the Libyan border and 300 kilometers south of the Mediterranean coast. The journey to reach it has always been formidable. The desert surrounding it is among the most inhospitable terrain on Earth, vast, flat, and almost entirely without water across stretches that defeated armies and swallowed caravans before modern transportation made the crossing manageable. The oasis itself appears suddenly and implausibly, a dense concentration of date palms and freshwater springs set in a natural depression below sea level, surrounded on all sides by sand and stone that extend to every horizon. People have lived at Siwa for at least 10,000 years, drawn by the water that makes settled life possible in an otherwise impossible landscape. But the site's ancient fame rested on something more specific than its water. The Temple of Amun at Siwa housed one of the ancient world's most respected oracles, a voice that rulers consulted before major decisions and that ordinary pilgrims traveled extraordinary distances to hear. The oracle's reputation spread across the Mediterranean world during the first millennium BC, reaching Greece, Carthage, and eventually Rome, and drawing visitors whose names still resonate across 25 centuries of subsequent history. The temple complex sits on a rocky outcrop called a gurmi, rising above the oasis floor, its mud brick walls eroded by time, and the salt-laden groundwater that has been slowly dissolving the foundations of ancient Siwa for centuries. What remains is fragmentary, sections of wall, carved reliefs still bearing traces of pigment. The general outline of a sanctuary that was considerably more imposing in its working days. The oracle operated from an inner chamber where the god Amun, in the form of a sacred cult image, was believed to communicate his will through the movements of a ritual boat carried on the shoulders of priests, through the interpretation of sacred sounds, or through a medium whose exact role is not entirely clear from surviving accounts. The most famous consultation at Siwa took place in the spring of 331 BC, when Alexander the Great made the journey from the Mediterranean coast specifically to visit the oracle. The journey nearly killed his army. Ancient sources describe the expedition, crossing pathless desert, nearly dying of thirst, guided at one point by a pair of snakes or, in another account, by ravens, depending on which ancient author you follow. What Alexander asked the oracle and what he was told remained private. He shared the content of the exchange with no one, saying only that he had received the answer he desired. Ancient sources report that the oracle's priests greeted him as the son of Amun, a designation that Alexander subsequently incorporated into his public image and royal propaganda with evident satisfaction. That encounter between the Macedonian conqueror and the desert oracle has a quality that history occasionally produces and rarely sustains. The sense of two world historical forces meeting in a specific, mappable place under conditions that can be partially reconstructed from surviving evidence. The ruined walls on the Agurmi outcrop are the walls Alexander would have approached. The oasis below them is the oasis his soldiers camped in. The desert that surrounded them then surrounds the site still, unchanged in its essential character, despite everything that has happened in its vicinity across 23 centuries. Siwa today is a living community of roughly 30,000 people, known for its distinctive Berber culture, its date and olive production, and an increasing trickle of tourism, drawn by the oasis's extraordinary natural setting and its layered history. The ancient ruins coexist with a functioning modern town, in the way that much of North Africa manages, pragmatically, without excessive ceremony, history underfoot rather than behind glass. The oracle has been silent for 2,000 years, but the question Alexander carried across the desert, the need for confirmation, for divine assurance that the path chosen was the right one, turns out to be a remarkably durable human impulse. People are still making long journeys to ask it. We began this journey with a simple observation, that some of the most remarkable things ever built by human hands are barely known outside the communities that surround them. Having traveled from the limestone cliffs of the Yucatan to the desert oasis of Siwa, from the river bottoms of Illinois to the cedar forests of Japan, from the Atlantic edge of Ireland to the bombed plateau of Laos, that observation has accumulated considerable weight. What connects these places is not geography or chronology or cultural tradition. It is something more fundamental, the insistence, repeated across every civilization we have encountered, that human life requires more than survival. It requires meaning. It requires permanence. It requires the construction of something that will outlast the individual life and speak, however imperfectly, to whoever comes after. The people who built Galaris Oratory and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, who carved the jars of Jingkuang and the footprints at Ain Dara, who fired the bricks of Mohenjo-daro and raised the mounds of Cahokia. They did not know each other. They shared no language, no religion, no common political history. What they shared was the conviction that the work was worth doing, that stone shaped with intention meant something, that the effort of building carefully, building permanently, building beautifully was itself an answer to the fact of human mortality. 3,000 years from now, someone will look at what we have left behind and ask the same questions we have been asking here. The honest hope is that our answers are half as durable as the questions. If this journey has meant something to you, please consider subscribing to the channel and leaving a like below. New documentaries go up regularly, and every subscription genuinely helps this work continue. Thank you for watching. There is a cliff face in southern Iran that has been staring down at the living for over 2,500 years. It rises from the flat earth like a wall the sky forgot to finish. And carved into it, not painted, not scratched, but cut deep into the rock itself, are the tombs of 4 Achaemenid kings, Darius the Great, Xerxes, Artaxerxes, Darius II, men who once commanded armies so large that historians still argue about the numbers, men who built roads across continents and bent the ancient world to their will. And when they died, they chose this cliff, not a valley, not a city, this specific cliff, in this specific place, for reasons that archaeologists are still, quietly, debating. The site is called Naksh-e-Rustam. The name translates roughly to Picture of Rustam, a reference to the Persian mythological hero that locals in the medieval period believed was depicted in the carvings. They were wrong about that, but the name stuck anyway, the way names tend to do when a place is old enough that nobody remembers who named it first. What we know for certain is this. The cliff at Naksh-e-Rustam was not chosen casually. The Achaemenid kings, who ruled Persia from roughly 550 to 330 BCE, were not people who made careless decisions about where to put things. These were administrators, builders, men who coordinated the construction of Persepolis, one of the most sophisticated palace complexes the ancient world had ever seen, just a few miles away. When they picked this cliff for their eternal resting place, there was a reason, possibly several reasons, and those reasons connect directly to something older, something that was already at Naqsh-e-Rustam, long before the first Achaemenid king ever set eyes on it. Because here is where the story gets interesting. Cut into the lower section of that same cliff, partly obscured now by the later royal tombs above it, is a much older relief carving. Scholars refer to it as the Elamite relief. The Elamites were a civilization that preceded the Persians in this region by well over 1,000 years. They carved figures into that rock, performed rituals at that site, and considered it, by all the evidence we have, sacred ground. So when Darius the Great chose Naqsh-e-Rustam for his tomb, he wasn't just picking a dramatic backdrop. He was deliberately associating himself with a place that already carried the weight of deep, ancient reverence. He was borrowing something, legitimacy maybe, or power, or both. That kind of layering, one civilization building on top of another's sacred space, is something you see again and again in the ancient world. But at Naqsh-e-Rustam, it's unusually transparent. You can literally see the older carvings beneath the newer ones. The timeline is written into the rock itself. Now, in front of the cliff, standing in the open ground, there is a square stone tower. It's called the Kaaba-i-Zartosht, which translates loosely to Cube of Zoroaster. It's roughly 14 meters tall, built from white limestone, and it is almost perfectly preserved. Nobody knows exactly what it was for. That is not an exaggeration or a dramatic flourish. It is a genuine, documented gap in our understanding. Was it a fire temple, a treasury, a place where sacred texts were kept? All three theories have serious scholars behind them. None of them has been definitively proven, and that tower has been standing there, in front of those royal tombs, for somewhere between 2,400 and 2,600 years, keeping whatever secret it holds. The Selka stone settlement framework places Naqsh-e-Rustam in a specific category, sites where stone was used not merely for construction, but for deliberate layered communication across time. The cliff face functions almost like a bulletin board for power. Each king who added his tomb there was making a statement to every generation that followed, and the Elamite carvings underneath were making a statement to the kings themselves. We were here first. This place is old. Respect it. What we cannot yet answer is the deeper question underneath all of that. Why this cliff specifically? There are other cliffs in the region, other dramatic rock faces. What made this one the one? Was it purely visual? Was there a water source nearby that's since dried up? Was there something about the orientation? The way it faces, the way the light hits it at certain times of year? Those questions remain open, and in some ways, that's exactly the point. Stone endures, but it doesn't always explain itself. There is a small town in north-central Turkey, sitting quietly in the middle of Anatolia, that most people outside of archaeology have never heard of. It doesn't have the name recognition of Troy. It doesn't pull the tourist numbers that Ephesus does. But what was pulled out of the ground there, starting in the late 19th century and continuing for decades after, forced historians to push back their understanding of early Anatolian civilization by several hundred years. The site is called Al-qatif, and the stone gate foundations at its entrance are, in the most precise sense of the word, extraordinary. The gates themselves, what remains of them, date to the Hittite period, roughly 1400 to 1200 BCE. The Hittites were a Bronze Age empire that controlled much of Anatolia and the northern Levant at their peak. powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with Egypt and sign what is considered the world's earliest surviving peace treaty after the Battle of Kadesh. These were not a minor people. They built in stone with serious intention, and the sphinxes that flanked the gate at Al-Kahuyuk, massive carved figures with human heads and lion bodies, were designed to project exactly the kind of authority you'd expect from an empire that negotiated with pharaohs. But here is what the sphinxes are hiding, in a manner of speaking. Beneath the Hittite construction, the excavations at Al-Kahuyuk revealed something much older, royal tombs from what archaeologists call the early Bronze Age, dating back to roughly 2350 to 2150 BCE. These pre-Hittite burials contained gold, silver, electrum, and bronze objects of remarkable sophistication, sun discs, ritual standards, figures of stags and bulls that show a level of metallurgical skill that nobody expected to find in Anatolia that early. The people who made these objects are not definitively identified even now. They predate the Hittites by nearly 1,000 years. They were building and burying and creating at a level that simply wasn't supposed to exist in that region at that time, according to the historical models that were in place before the excavations began. So what you have at Al-Kahuyuk is a site with at least two distinct civilizational layers, each one remarkable on its own terms, stacked on top of each other in the same patch of Anatolian ground. And the stone gate foundations sit right at the intersection of those two worlds. The visible Hittite architecture built directly above and around the older sacred burial ground beneath. The Selka stone settlement classification of this site focuses specifically on those gate foundations and what they represent structurally. The foundation stones are not decorative. They are load-bearing, carefully fitted, and positioned with a precision that reflects serious engineering knowledge. The Sphinx Gate was not just an entrance, it was a threshold, a deliberate boundary between the ordinary world outside and whatever the Hittites considered sacred or protected within. That concept of the threshold, the marked boundary built from stone, shows up at multiple sites in the Selka framework, and Al-Kahuyuk is one of the clearest examples of it anywhere in the ancient Near East. What remains genuinely unresolved is the relationship between the Hittite builders and the Bronze Age burials beneath them. Did the Hittites know what was under the ground when they built there? Almost certainly yes. Bronze Age burial mounds are not subtle features in a landscape. Did they build there because of what was already there? That is a much harder question. Some researchers argue that the Hittites deliberately chose the site to inherit the sacred authority of the earlier culture. Others suggest the location was chosen for purely practical or geographical reasons, and the older tombs were essentially irrelevant to the decision. The honest answer is that we don't know. The written record the Hittites left behind, substantial as it is, they were prolific record keepers on clay tablets, does not address Al-Kahuyuk specifically in ways that resolve this question. The stone speaks more clearly than the texts do in this case. There is one more detail worth sitting with. The sphinxes at the gate are not originals. The originals were removed during excavation and are now split between two museums, one in Ankara, one in Berlin. What stands at the site today are reproductions, which means the gate, as visitors see it now, is itself a kind of reconstruction, a copy of a threshold that was built above a world that was already ancient when the Hittites arrived. Layers beneath layers, stone beneath stone. That pattern, it turns out, is only getting started. Sometime around 1902, a construction crew in the town of Paula on the small Mediterranean island of Malta, was digging foundations for a new housing development. Routine work, the kind of thing that happens in growing towns without much ceremony. And then one of their tools broke through into something below, a hollow space. Then another, then a network of chambers carved entirely out of living rock, descending in 3 distinct levels into the earth beneath them. The workers, by most accounts, kept quiet about it for several years. The full scope of what they had found didn't reach archaeologists until around 1907. By that point, some of the upper chambers had already been disturbed. What remained, however, was enough to stop the archaeological community cold. The site is called the Al-Saflieni Hypogeum. The word hypogeum simply means underground structure in Greek, but that word does almost nothing to prepare you for what the place actually is. This is not a cave. It is not a natural formation that people later adapted. Every chamber, every corridor, every curved ceiling and carved niche in the Al-Saflieni Hypogeum was cut by human hands, using tools made of stone and bone and antler, somewhere between 3,600 and 2,500 BCE. That places its construction before Stonehenge, before the pyramids at Giza, before most of the structures that tend to anchor our mental picture of the ancient world. The 3 levels descend to about 10 meters below the surface. The uppermost level appears to be the oldest, carved into natural cave formations that were then expanded and refined. The middle level is where the craftsmanship becomes, frankly, startling. Chambers here were cut with a precision and deliberateness that goes well beyond functional necessity. One room in particular, called the Oracle Room, has an acoustic property that researchers have spent considerable effort studying. A low male voice, spoken or chanted from a specific niche in that room, resonates through the entire hypogeum at a frequency of around 110 Hz. The sound doesn't just echo, it fills the space in a way that is, by multiple accounts from people who have experienced it firsthand, physically felt as much as heard. Was that intentional? Did the builders of the Al-Saflieni Hypogeum design the Oracle Room specifically to produce that acoustic effect? That is not a question with a clean answer. Some acoustic archaeologists argue yes, that the 110 Hz frequency was deliberately engineered, possibly to induce specific neurological states during ritual use. Research has shown that sound at that frequency can affect brain activity, producing responses in the areas associated with altered consciousness and deep memory. Others are more cautious, noting that we cannot confirm intentionality without written or pictorial evidence that the builders understood what they were creating. The Maltese temple builders left no written language. Their intentions have to be inferred entirely from what they built. What we do know is that the hypogeum was used for a significant period as a burial site. The remains of approximately 7,000 individuals were found across its chambers, 7,000, on an island that, at the time of the hypogeum's use, had a total population that was almost certainly far smaller than that number suggests. The dead were placed here over generations, possibly centuries, in what appears to have been an organized and deliberate funerary practice. Ochre, red pigment, was found on many of the remains and on the chamber walls. Figurines were found, including one of the most debated objects in Maltese archaeology, a small sleeping figure, often called the Sleeping Lady, whose posture and craftsmanship suggest a ritual significance that nobody has fully explained. The Selka stone settlement framework positions the Al-Saflieni Hypogeum as one of the most significant examples of intentional subterranean stone shaping in the ancient world. Not because it is the largest, it isn't, but because the relationship between the space, the stone, the sound, and the dead who were placed there suggests a coherent worldview being expressed in 3 dimensions: underground, in the dark. These were not people simply disposing of their dead. They were constructing an architecture of belief, and they were doing it in stone, beneath the earth, in a way that was meant to last. It has lasted 5,000 years and counting. What remains unanswered is the larger question of the culture that built it. The Maltese temple builders appear, and then, around 2500 BCE, disappear from the archaeological record with an abruptness that is itself unexplained. No clear evidence of invasion. No obvious environmental catastrophe on the scale that would account for it. They built something extraordinary, and then they were simply gone. There is a hill in Aberdeenshire, in the northeast of Scotland, that on a clear day gives you a view stretching for miles in every direction. The hill is called Tapo Noth. It rises to about 563 meters above sea level, which in Scottish terms is not exceptional. There are higher hills, more dramatic hills, but Tapo Noth has something on its summit that very few hills anywhere in the world can claim. The remains of a vitrified hill fort, a stone structure so intensely heated at some point in its history that the rock itself melted and fused together into a glassy, slag-like mass. And recent excavations have revealed that what sits beneath and within that vitrified outer wall is one of the largest prehistoric hill forts ever identified in Scotland, possibly in all of Northern Europe. The numbers, when they came in, genuinely surprised the archaeologists running the dig. The excavation that brought Tapo Noth back into serious academic focus was led by a team from the University of Aberdeen, with results published around 2020 and 2021. Using a combination of traditional excavation and modern survey techniques, they identified evidence of around 4,000 pit houses, structures dug partially into the ground and covered with organic roofing material, clustered on and around the hill fort. 4,000. If that number holds up under further analysis, and researchers are still working through the implications, Tapo Noth was not a small defensive outpost or a seasonal gathering place. It was, at least at some point in its history, a substantial settlement, a community large enough that calling it a town, by the standards of its era, is not unreasonable. The dating is where things get complicated and genuinely interesting. The vitrified wall, that fused, glassy outer fortification, appears to date to the Iron Age, roughly the 1st millennium BCE. But some of the evidence from the pit houses suggests activity at the site stretching back considerably further. The full chronology of Tapo Noth is still being assembled, and it is likely to take years of additional work before the picture is clear. What researchers are already confident about is that this site was used, returned to, and built upon across a significant span of time. It was not a single-moment construction. It grew, it changed, and at some point, something happened to its outer wall that subjected the stone to temperatures high enough to cause vitrification. That last point is worth slowing down on. Vitrified forts are found at roughly 50 sites across Scotland and a handful of other locations in Europe. The vitrification is real and documented. The stone genuinely melted. What is not agreed upon is how or why. The 2 main explanations that have been seriously debated among researchers are these. First, that the vitrification was accidental, the result of the fort being set on fire by attackers, with the timber laced through the stone walls, burning hot enough and long enough to melt the rock. Second, that the vitrification was intentional, that the builders themselves set fire to the walls deliberately, possibly to strengthen the structure, possibly for ritual reasons, possibly both. The problem with the first theory is a structural one. Experiments attempting to replicate accidental vitrification through attack fires have generally struggled to produce the sustained, even temperatures that the actual vitrified forts display. The problem with the second theory is the obvious question it raises. Why would you deliberately destroy the integrity of your own defensive wall, even partially? And what would the ritual logic behind such an act look like? Neither explanation has been definitively ruled out. And there is a third possibility that some researchers have raised more quietly, that the vitrification occurred not during the life of the fort, but after its abandonment, for reasons that had nothing to do with the original inhabitants. That theory has its own problems, not least the question of who would have bothered. The Selkirk stone settlement classification of Tapo North focuses on the stone core of the hill fort structure, the foundation and inner construction that predates or underlies the vitrified outer wall. That core represents a level of organized labor and site planning that, given the scale now emerging from the excavations, was considerably more sophisticated than the site's relatively obscure reputation would suggest. Scotland has no shortage of prehistoric monuments, but Tapo North, sitting on its windy summit in Aberdeenshire, keeps producing evidence that pushes the boundaries of what we assumed about the scale and complexity of Iron Age and pre-Iron Age communities in northern Britain. 4,000 pit houses on a Scottish hilltop. That is not a footnote. That is a city waiting to be understood. There is a place in the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta Mountains of northern Colombia that the outside world did not know existed until 1972. And even then, the people who found it first were not archaeologists. They were looters. A group of treasure hunters working their way through dense jungle came across stone terraces emerging from the hillside, connected by ancient stairways, partially consumed by centuries of vegetation. They pulled artifacts from the site and began selling them on the black market in Santa Marta. The objects were unusual enough and valuable enough that word eventually reached Colombian authorities and then archaeologists. By 1976, a formal excavation was underway. What they found was a city, not a ceremonial outpost, not a seasonal camp. A city built on a steep jungle mountainside, covering roughly 30 hectares, with hundreds of terrace platforms connected by a network of stone paths and stairways. The local indigenous people, the Kogi, already knew it was there. They had always known. They called it Te-Una. The name Ciudad Perdida, the lost city, came later from the outside world that had simply failed to look. The lower terraces at Ciudad Perdida are where much of the most significant structural evidence sits, and they are the focus of the Selkirk stone settlement classification of this site. These terraces were not carved from the mountain passively. They represent an enormous and sustained engineering effort, stone retaining walls built to hold flat platforms against a slope that drops sharply through tropical rainforest toward the Buritaca River below. The precision of the construction matters here. These walls were built without mortar. The stones were shaped and fitted against each other in a way that has allowed them to withstand centuries of heavy rainfall, root intrusion, seismic activity, and the relentless biological pressure of one of the most aggressive ecosystems on Earth. Many of them are still structurally sound today. The builders were the Tairona people, a civilization that flourished in the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta from at least the first millennium CE. Radiocarbon dating of organic material from the site places the construction of Ciudad Perdida at around 800 CE, though some researchers believe activity in the area began earlier. The Tairona were sophisticated in ways that their relative obscurity in popular history doesn't reflect. They built extensive road networks through the mountains. They managed water through a system of drainage channels integrated into their terraced construction. They maintained trade relationships with other cultures across the region. And they built their primary city not in a valley or on a coast where access would be easy, but high in a mountain range that required days of difficult travel to reach even today, with marked trails and modern gear. Why there? That question sits at the center of what makes Ciudad Perdida genuinely puzzling as a settlement choice. The Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta is not an easy place to live. The lower terraces in particular, despite their engineering quality, occupy terrain that demanded constant maintenance against the jungle's efforts to reclaim them. The Tairona clearly had both the labor force and the organizational capacity to build almost anywhere in their territory. They chose the high mountains. The prevailing explanation among researchers is defensive, that the elevation and the difficulty of access provided natural protection. But the Kogui, the descendants of the Tairona who still live in the Sierra Nevada today, offer a different framing. For them, Tayuna is not primarily a defensive site. It is a sacred one. The Sierra Nevada is, in their cosmology, the heart of the world. Building there was not a strategic calculation. It was an obligation. That tension between the archaeological interpretation and the indigenous understanding of the same place is one that runs through the Ciudad Perdida literature and has no clean resolution. Both frameworks contain real information. They just organize it differently. What the lower terraces show, structurally and materially, is a community that understood its landscape with extraordinary intimacy. The drainage systems built into the terrace walls account for the specific rainfall patterns of the Sierra Nevada in ways that suggest generations of observation and accumulated knowledge translated directly into construction decisions. This was not trial and error building. This was informed, deliberate engineering rooted in deep environmental knowledge. The Spanish conquest disrupted the Tairona catastrophically in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. Ciudad Perdida was abandoned. The jungle moved in quickly, as jungle does, but the lower terraces held. Stone fitted against stone, without mortar, on a steep Colombian mountainside for over 1,000 years. The jungle never fully won. There is a bend in the Usumacinta River, on the border between what is now southern Mexico and Guatemala, where the jungle comes down hard to the water's edge on both sides, and the air sits heavy and green and close. In that bend, on the Mexican side, the ancient Maya city of Yaxchilan occupies a limestone promontory that the river wraps around on three sides like a natural moat. To reach it today, you take a boat. You always had to take a boat, or cross at a specific shallow point that the Maya controlled. That geography was not accidental. The people who built Yaxchilan understood exactly what the river gave them, and they built accordingly for centuries. Most visitors who make the journey to Yaxchilan come for the major structures, the main plaza, the grand staircases, the elaborately carved lintels above the doorways of the principal buildings, which are among the finest examples of Maya stone carving anywhere in the world. Those lintels tell stories, dynastic histories, ritual events, the names and deeds of rulers carved with a specificity and artistry that still stops people cold when they stand in front of them. They are remarkable. But the Selka stone settlement framework directs attention elsewhere, at Yaxchilan, to the lesser structures, the smaller buildings scattered across the site's multiple levels, the constructions that receive less scholarly attention and far fewer photographs, but which, taken together, reveal something about how this city actually functioned on a daily basis that the grand monuments don't show you. Yaxchilan was occupied and developed across a long period, with its peak influence running roughly from 250 to 900 CE, during what archaeologists call the Classic Maya period. At its height, it was a regional power, controlling trade along the Usumacinta and maintaining complex political relationships, sometimes alliances, sometimes violent rivalries, with neighboring cities, including Piedras Negras and Palenque. The ruling dynasty that left the most visible mark on the city was associated with a series of kings whose names, reconstructed from the carved inscriptions, include Shield Jaguar the Great and Bird Jaguar the Fourth. These were not ceremonial figureheads. They were active political and military operators whose decisions shaped the city's physical form as much as its political fortunes. The lesser structures at Yaxchilan are distributed across a series of natural and modified terraces that step up from the river level into the higher ground behind. Many of these buildings have not been fully excavated. Some have been stabilized against collapse, but not cleared. Others are still partially buried under centuries of accumulated organic material and root systems. What the work that has been done reveals is a construction vocabulary that is consistent across the site. Limestone blocks cut and fitted with care, corbelled vault roofing systems, doorways oriented with deliberate attention to sight lines and solar events, but applied at varying scales depending on the function and status of each structure. Here is what makes the lesser structures specifically interesting in the context of the Selka framework. The major buildings at a Maya site, like Yaxchilan, were built to impress, to project power, to anchor ritual events that the entire community participated in. Their scale and ornamentation reflect their public function. The lesser structures had different jobs. Some appear to have been residential, housing the intermediate class of administrators, scribes, and craft specialists that kept a city of Yaxchilan's complexity operating. Others show evidence of specialized production or storage. A few have interior arrangements that suggest ritual use at a smaller, possibly more private scale than the grand temple ceremonies conducted in the main plaza. That diversity of function, expressed through variations in the same basic stone construction tradition, is what the Selka classification is tracking. The lesser structures are where the texture of daily life at Yaxchilan is most legible, precisely because they weren't built for an audience. They were built to be used. The collapse of Yaxchilan, like the collapse of the broader classic Maya civilization across the lowlands, happened with a speed that still puzzles researchers. By around 900 CE, the city appears to have been largely abandoned. The last dated monument at the site was carved in 808 CE. After that, silence. The theories are familiar from other Maya collapse discussions: prolonged drought, agricultural exhaustion, political fragmentation, warfare. Probably some combination of all of them, in proportions that shifted across different regions and different decades. But here is the question that the lesser structures quietly raise. When the city emptied, where did those people go? The administrators, the craftspeople, the families who lived in those smaller stone buildings on the terraces above the river. There is a site in the Al-ula Valley of Huaca in southern Mexico that occupies a rocky hillside above the valley floor with the particular kind of quiet authority that old places sometimes carry. The valley itself is one of the arms of the broader Oaxaca Valley system, a landscape that has supported continuous human settlement for thousands of years and that produced, among other things, the Zapotec civilization, one of the earliest complex societies in Mesoamerica, predating the better-known Aztec and Maya cultures by centuries. The site is called Yagul, and while it contains a substantial archaeological complex, including a ball court, palace structures, and one of the largest group tomb systems in the Oaxaca Valley, the Selk'e stone settlement framework focuses on something more specific: the astronomical orientation evidence embedded in Yagul's stone construction, and what that evidence says about the people who built here and the sky they were watching. Yagul was occupied across a long span, with its most significant development occurring during the late pre-classic and classic periods, roughly 500 BCE to 900 CE, though occupation of the broader area stretches back considerably further. The site sits at an elevation that gives it commanding views of the surrounding valley, and its relationship to the nearby major Zapotec center of Mitla is close enough, geographically and culturally, that the two sites are often discussed together. But Yagul has its own character. It is smaller than the great Zapotec capital of Monte Alban, less visually dramatic than Mitla's famous geometric stone mosaic facades. What it has, and what makes it significant in the context of this series, is a specific and well-documented piece of astronomical architecture that connects it to a tradition of sky observation that runs deep through Zapotec culture. The Zapotec were serious astronomers. That is not a romantic projection. It is documented in their architecture, their calendar systems, and their careful orientation of major structures relative to celestial events. Monte Alban contains a building known as Building J, arrow-shaped and oriented in a way that is clearly non-standard for the site, which researchers have convincingly argued was designed as an astronomical observation point, aligned to specific stellar events. The Zapotec tracked the movements of Venus with particular intensity, and their understanding of the solar year was precise enough to be encoded in the physical layout of their ceremonial centers. At Yagul, the astronomical evidence is expressed differently. The site's principal structures are oriented with attention to solar events and the positioning of specific architectural elements, doorways, sight lines, through aligned openings. The relationship between structures and the natural horizon reflects the same tradition of encoding celestial knowledge into built form that appears at other Zapotec sites. What researchers studying Yagul's observatory function have focused on is the way the stone construction mediates between the human observer and the sky. You are not simply standing in an open field, watching the sun rise. The architecture frames the event. It tells you where to stand, and when, and what to look for. That framing function of the stone is what the Selk'e classification is tracking here. The lesser-studied astronomical orientation evidence at Yagul represents a use of stone that is neither purely defensive, nor purely residential, nor purely ceremonial in the conventional sense. It is instructional. The stone is arranged to teach, or more precisely to preserve and transmit, a specific body of knowledge about the sky and its relationship to time, agriculture, ritual, and political authority. Because astronomical knowledge in Mesoamerican cultures was not a purely intellectual pursuit. It was power. The ability to predict the movements of the sun and Venus and the timing of the rainy season was the ability to coordinate planting, to time rituals, to legitimate the authority of rulers who presented themselves as mediators between the human world and the celestial one. The people who controlled astronomical knowledge controlled something essential, and they built that knowledge into stone, so it could not be lost to the death of any individual keeper. The broader Al-ula Valley contains multiple sites with astronomical orientation evidence, and Yagal sits within that landscape as one node in a larger network of sky-watching architecture. How these sites related to each other, whether there was active coordination among astronomical observers across different communities, or whether each site independently arrived at similar orientations through shared cultural tradition, is a question the evidence doesn't fully answer. There is a structure sitting in the middle of the Sardinian countryside near the small town of Barumani that has been visible on the landscape for roughly 3,000 years. It is not hidden. It is not buried. It sits in open farmland, broad and heavy and unmistakable, built from dark basalt stone, without mortar, without written instructions, without any blueprint that has ever been found. The locals always knew it was there. For a long time, the broader world simply didn't pay attention. That changed in the 1950s, when an archaeologist named Giovanni Liliu led a systematic excavation of the site and pulled back enough of the accumulated earth and debris to reveal the full scale of what had been sitting in plain sight all along. The structure is called Nuraghe su Nuraxi. In 1997, it became a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it remains, despite decades of study, one of the most architecturally distinctive and culturally puzzling monument types in all of prehistoric Europe. A Nuraghe and su Nuraxi is the finest example of thousands scattered across Sardinia, is a type of stone tower unique to the island. The word itself is ancient, possibly pre-Indo-European in origin, which is itself a clue about the depth of the culture that produced these structures. There are somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 nuraghi on Sardinia, depending on how you count partial remains. That density is extraordinary. No other region on Earth has anything quite like it. The towers were built primarily during the Nuragic period, which runs roughly from 1900 to 700 BCE, though the culture that built them persisted in various forms well beyond that. Su Nuraxi is among the oldest and most complex of the surviving examples, with a central tower that dates to around 1700 BCE and a surrounding bastion and village that developed over subsequent centuries. The central tower at Su Nuraxi rises to about 15 meters today, though it was almost certainly taller in its original form. It was built using a technique called Cyclopean masonry, large, irregular stones fitted together without mortar in a way that relies entirely on the weight and geometry of the stones themselves for structural integrity. The interior of the tower contains corbelled chambers stacked vertically, connected by internal staircases cut into the walls. The construction is sophisticated in a way that is easy to underestimate when you're looking at it from the outside. From the outside, it looks like a very large pile of dark stone. From the inside, it is a carefully engineered vertical space that has held its form for nearly 4,000 years. What was it for? That question has generated a substantial body of research and a range of competing answers. The defensive interpretation is the most straightforward. The towers are tall, they have commanding views of the surrounding landscape, and their thick walls would have made them extremely difficult to attack with the technology available during the Bronze Age. But defense alone doesn't account for the density of nuraghi across Sardinia, many of which are positioned within sight of each other in patterns that suggest a coordinated territorial network rather than individual fortifications. Some researchers have proposed that the towers functioned as chieftains' residences, combining defensive, administrative, and ceremonial functions in a single structure. Others have focused on the intervisibility between towers, suggesting a signaling network that allowed rapid communication across large distances. The village that grew up around Sunaraxi adds another layer to the interpretation problem. Excavations revealed a complex of round stone huts surrounding the central tower and its bastion, with evidence of metalworking, food storage, and what appears to be communal activity spaces. This was not a fortress with a small garrison. It was a community, organized around the central tower, in a way that made the tower both a practical and a symbolic anchor for daily life. The Nuragic people left no deciphered written language. Their beliefs, their social organization, their understanding of the towers they built with such consistency and care across an entire island, all of it has to be reconstructed from material evidence alone. Bronze figurines found at Nuragic sites show warriors, athletes, priests, boats, and animals, offering fragmentary glimpses of a visual culture that was clearly rich and varied. But the figurines raise as many questions as they answer. What is clear, at Sunaraxi specifically, is that the stone was chosen and placed with intention at every stage of the structure's long development. Each addition to the original tower reflects a community that understood what it had inherited and chose to build on it, rather than replace it. 3,000 years of Sardinian wind have not moved a single stone out of place. That is not luck, that is knowledge, built in. There is a site in the highlands of Ecuador, sitting at roughly 3,200 meters above sea level in the Cañar province, where the wind comes off the Paramo grasslands in long, cold sweeps, and the sky feels closer than it should. The site is called Ingapirca. Most people who know it at all know it for the Inca construction at its center, an elliptical stone platform called the Temple of the Sun, built with the fitted stone precision that the Inca are famous for, oriented to catch the light of the solstice sun in specific and deliberate ways. That structure gets the photographs, it gets the guidebook descriptions, it anchors the site's identity in the popular imagination as an Inca monument. But Ingapirca is not simply an Inca site, and the lesser structures surrounding that central platform tell a story that is, in certain respects, more complicated and more revealing than the temple itself. Before the Inca arrived in this part of the Andes, the Cañar region was home to the Cañari people, a distinct culture with their own language, their own traditions, and their own long relationship with this specific landscape. The Cañari had been building at and around Ingapirca before the Inca expansion reached them in the latter half of the 15th century. When the Inca incorporated the Cañari into their empire, they did what the Inca characteristically did. They built on top of, alongside, and in dialogue with what was already there. The result at Ingapirca is a physical layering of two distinct architectural traditions occupying the same hilltop, which is what makes the lesser structures so significant to the Selka stone settlement analysis of this site. The Inca construction at Ingapirca is immediately recognizable to anyone familiar with sites like Machu Picchu or Ollantaytambo. The stones are cut with extraordinary precision, fitted together without mortar in joints so tight that the blade of a knife cannot be inserted between them. The elliptical platform is the clearest example of this at the site, and its solar orientation has been confirmed through archaeoastronomical study. The structure is aligned so that during the June solstice, sunlight enters specific openings and illuminates the interior in ways that cannot be accidental. The Inca understanding of solar movement and their ability to encode that understanding in stone construction is well documented across their empire, and Ingapirca is a clean example of that tradition applied at the empire's northern edge. The lesser structures are different in character. Some of them reflect cañari construction methods, less precisely fitted, using locally available stone in ways that prioritize function over the geometric perfection the Inca prized. Others appear to represent hybrid construction, where Inca and cañari techniques are visible in the same building, suggesting a period of transition or collaboration between the two traditions. Rectangular enclosures, storage facilities, and what appear to be residential structures are distributed across the hilltop in a spatial arrangement that researchers are still mapping and interpreting. Some of these structures have been excavated, many have not. What the lesser structures reveal, when examined as a group, is that Ingapirca was a functioning community and administrative center, not simply a ceremonial site. The Inca used it as a tambo, a way station along the royal road system that connected the empire from what is now Colombia to central Chile. Travelers, soldiers, and goods moved through this high Andean hilltop. People lived here, worked here. The lesser structures are where that daily administrative and residential life was conducted, while the Temple of the Sun anchored the site's ceremonial identity. The cañari dimension of Ingapirca is the part that deserves more attention than it typically receives. Archaeological work at the site has identified cañari ceramics, burial practices, and construction elements that predate the Inca period and establish this hilltop as a place of significance long before the empire arrived. The cañari relationship with Ingapirca was not erased by the Inca presence. It was complicated by it, absorbed into it, and in some ways preserved by it, because the Inca chose to build at a place the cañari already considered important. That pattern should feel familiar by now. It has appeared at nearly every site in this series. Sacred ground accumulates. Cultures arrive, find something already there, and choose to add their own layer rather than start fresh somewhere else. Why? Is it purely practical? These hilltops and riverbanks and cliff faces were simply good locations that independent cultures kept recognizing as such? Or is something else being transmitted across generations, some understanding of place that persists even when the people who first held it are gone? Ingapirca sits at 3,200 meters and offers no easy answers. In 2011, a team of Chinese archaeologists working in the Shanxi province of northern China began to fully reckon with something that had been sitting in plain sight, partially misidentified, for years. A large earthen mound in the Mu-As Desert region, long assumed to be a remnant of the Great Wall's later construction phases, turned out to be something else entirely, something considerably older and considerably stranger. What emerged from systematic survey and excavation was the outline of a massive walled city built primarily from stone, dating to roughly 2,300 to 1800 BCE. The site is called cibrao, and in the years since that initial reckoning, it has forced a quiet but significant reassessment of what was happening in northern China during the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age, a period that, in the standard historical narratives, was not supposed to contain anything quite like this. The scale of cibrao is the first thing that demands attention. The outer wall of the settlement encloses an area of approximately 4 square kilometers. The inner walled zone, a step pyramid structure at the site's heart that rises to about 70 meters in its current eroded state, crowns a natural stone outcrop that was shaped and built upon with deliberate and sustained effort over what appears to have been several centuries. The pyramid-like structure at the center, archaeologists refer to it as the palatial zone, contains evidence of elite residence, ritual activity, and craft production of considerable sophistication. Jade objects, turquoise, painted murals, and what appear to be the remains of human sacrifice have all been documented at the site. The combination is striking. This was not a simple defensive enclosure or a seasonal gathering point. cibrao was a city with all the complexity that word implies. The stone walls themselves are the focus of the Selcha stone settlement classification here, and they are worth examining in some detail. The walls were not built casually. They incorporated a system of bastions, projecting sections that allowed defenders to observe and engage threats along the wall's face that appears sophisticated enough to suggest either independent development of advanced defensive architecture or contact with traditions that had already worked through those design problems elsewhere. The stone used in the construction was quarried locally from the same rocky terrain that the site occupies, and the builders clearly understood how to select and place stone for maximum structural effect. Sections of the wall have been excavated to reveal internal construction techniques that include the use of fill materials packed between stone faces, a method that increases stability and was used in various forms at fortified sites across Eurasia during broadly similar periods. But the walls at cibrao contain something that goes beyond engineering. Excavators found, embedded within the foundation layers of the Eastern Gate area, a collection of human skulls, dozens of them, arranged in pits in a pattern that does not appear random. The prevailing interpretation is that these represent foundation sacrifices, rituals conducted during construction to consecrate or protect the walls. Similar practices are documented at other ancient sites across different cultures and geographies, which is itself an interesting pattern. But the scale and organization of what was found at cibrao suggests a ritual program of some deliberateness, not isolated acts. Someone planned this. Someone decided how many, and where, and when. The question of who built cibrao and what happened to them is genuinely open. The site does not fit neatly into the known cultural sequences of the region during this period. Some researchers have proposed connections to the later cultures of the Yellow River Valley. Others point to similarities with steppe cultures to the north and west. The jade and turquoise objects found at the site indicate long-distance trade or exchange networks reaching well beyond the immediate region. cibrao was not isolated. It was connected to something larger. The exact nature of those connections is still being traced. What happened to cibrao is also unresolved. The city appears to have been abandoned around 1800 BCE after several centuries of occupation. There is evidence of burning at the site, and some researchers have interpreted this as evidence of violent destruction. Others argue the burning was localized, and the abandonment was more gradual. The subsequent history of the region does not show a clear successor culture that claimed cibrao as an ancestor site, which leaves the city's legacy somewhat suspended. Impressive, documented, and genealogically orphaned in the historical record. A walled city of 4 square kilometers, rising from the Mu'as Desert, built by people whose descendants we cannot confidently name. The stone walls stood for centuries before they fell. There is a place in the Bighorn Mountains of Wyoming, at an elevation of about 2,900 meters, where the snow stays on the ground for most of the year and the wind is a constant, physical presence. In that high, exposed place, someone arranged stones in a pattern on the ground, a central cairn, a circle of stones extending outward from it, roughly 25 meters in diameter, and from that central cairn, 28 stone lines radiating out like the spokes of a wheel toward the outer ring, with 6 smaller cairns positioned at specific points around the circumference. No walls, no roof, no shelter of any kind, just stones, placed with care on the roof of a Wyoming mountain at an altitude where the growing season is measured in weeks and the weather can turn life-threatening with very little warning. This is the Bighorn Medicine Wheel. It is one of the most studied and most debated stone arrangements in North America. And despite well over a century of formal research, beginning with the first systematic documentation by the anthropologist S.C. Sims in 1903, the full picture of what it is, who built it, when, and precisely why, remains stubbornly and fascinatingly incomplete. The dating question alone is complicated. There is no organic material embedded in the stone arrangement itself that allows direct radiocarbon dating of the wheel's construction. Estimates based on associated artifacts, oral traditions, and comparative analysis have placed its origin anywhere from several hundred to over 1,000 years ago. The most commonly cited range among researchers puts the primary construction phase somewhere between 1200 and 1700 CE, though some elements may be older. The Crow people, whose traditional territory includes the Bighorn Mountains, have oral traditions connected to the site, and multiple other plains and mountain peoples consider it significant within their own cultural frameworks. The National Historic Landmark designation the site received in 1970 acknowledged its importance without resolving the questions about its origins. The astronomical dimension of the Bighorn Medicine Wheel is where much of the modern research focus has concentrated, and it is where the most specific and testable claims have been made. Beginning in the 1970s, astronomer John Eddy conducted a detailed study of the wheel's geometry and its relationship to celestial events. What he found was that several of the cairns positioned around the outer ring align, when viewed from specific positions, with the rising and setting points of the sun at the summer solstice. Other alignments he identified correspond to the heliacal rising, the first appearance above the horizon after a period of invisibility of 3 bright stars, Aldebaran, Rigel, and Sirius. These stellar events, Eddy argued, could have served as a practical astronomical calendar marking the beginning and end of the short, high-altitude summer, the timing of important ceremonial gatherings, or the coordination of hunting activities tied to seasonal animal movements. Those findings have been both supported and challenged in the decades since. Some researchers have replicated and extended Eddy's work, finding additional alignments that strengthen the astronomical interpretation. Others have raised methodological concerns, pointing out that with a structure containing 28 spokes and 6 peripheral cairns, the number of possible alignment combinations is large enough that some significant-looking alignments may be coincidental rather than intentional. That debate has not been fully resolved, and it probably cannot be resolved through astronomical analysis alone. What the oral traditions of the peoples connected to this site offer is a different kind of evidence that formal archaeology has historically been slow to integrate but is increasingly taking seriously. The Crow name for the site and the stories associated with it convey an understanding of the wheel's purpose and significance that does not map neatly onto either the purely astronomical interpretation or the purely ceremonial one. It is both, and possibly more than both, in ways that the categories available to outside researchers don't fully capture. The Selkirk stone settlement framework positions the Bighorn medicine wheel as one of the clearest examples in this series of stone used not to enclose or elevate or defend, but to mark, to inscribe meaning onto landscape at a scale and in a location that required deliberate effort to reach and maintain. The mountain doesn't make this easy. Getting to the wheel in the months when it's accessible requires real physical commitment. That commitment was apparently considered worthwhile, repeatedly, across generations. 28 spokes, 6 cairns, 1 central point. The geometry is simple enough to describe in a sentence. Understanding what it meant to the people who built it and returned to it across centuries is a different matter entirely. From a cliff face in Iran to a windswept mountain in Wyoming, from a subterranean world beneath Malta to a jungle city in the Colombian highlands, from the deserts of northern China to the valley floors of Oaxaca. What connects these places is not geography. It is not the civilization that built them. It is something quieter than that and more persistent. Stone chosen deliberately. Stone placed with knowledge. Stone used to say something that the builders understood might need to outlast them. And here is what stays with you after all 11 sites. Not one of these cultures knew the others existed. They were separated by oceans, by centuries, sometimes by millennia. And yet the impulse was the same. Mark this place. Build it to last. Make the knowledge physical so it cannot be forgotten. Maybe that tells us something about what human beings are. At the core, when the noise falls away, we find a place that matters, and we build. If this documentary series is something you want to see continue, more sites, more questions, more stones, with stories still locked inside them, subscribing to the channel is the most direct way to make that happen. We appreciate every single one of you watching. Central Italy. The Apennine Mountains roll across the landscape like a spine, dividing the country east from west. Snow caps the peaks in winter. Pine forests cling to the slopes. In the valleys below, small towns that have existed since before Rome was an empire. About 60 miles east of Rome, near the modern town of Avezzano, a mountain called Monte Velino rises above the Fucine Basin. On its lower slopes, partially hidden by scrub and wildflowers, lie the ruins of Alba Fucins, a Roman colony, a military fortress, a city that played a crucial role in Rome's conquest of Italy and then faded into obscurity. The Romans founded Alba Fucins in 303 BC, during the period when they were still fighting to control the Italian peninsula. They'd just defeated the Samnites, tough mountain tribes who'd resisted Roman expansion for decades. Alba Fucins was established right in the middle of what had been Samnite territory. A statement, a garrison, a permanent reminder of who was in charge now. The location was strategic. The Via Valeria, a major road connecting Rome to the Adriatic coast, passed directly through Alba Fucins. Control the road, control trade and military movement across central Italy. The colony sat at the intersection of multiple tribal territories, Marsi, Iki, Samnites. Rome needed a strong presence here to keep them all in check. 6,000 colonists were sent to establish the settlement. Roman citizens, veterans mostly, given land in exchange for military service. They brought their families, their customs, their gods. Within a generation, Alba-Fucens was a fully functioning Roman city. Forums, temples, amphitheatre, baths, everything a proper Roman needed to feel civilized. The fortifications were impressive. Massive polygonal walls, built from local limestone, some blocks weighing several tons. The wall circuit stretched for nearly 2 miles, enclosing about 90 acres. Parts of it still stand today. Stretches of wall 20 feet high, solid and grey, crowned with weeds. The construction technique is called opus siliceum. Irregularly shaped stones, fitted together like a jigsaw puzzle, no mortar, relying entirely on precision cutting and gravity. It's the same technique used at other early Roman fortifications across Italy. Labor-intensive, but nearly indestructible. These walls could withstand battering rams, siege equipment, earthquakes. They were built to last centuries. And they did. Alba-Fucens served as a military stronghold during the Social War in the 90s BC, when Rome's Italian allies rebelled, demanding citizenship and equal rights. The city remained loyal to Rome, serving as a base for operations against the rebels. It also functioned as a prison for high-status captives. Syphax, a Numidian king who fought against Rome during the Second Punic War, was held here until his death. Later, Perseus, the last king of Macedon, was imprisoned at Alba-Fucens after his defeat by Rome in 168 BC. He died here too. The city was where Rome sent foreign kings to fade away, forgotten. By the 1st century BC, Alba-Fucens had evolved from military colony to prosperous town. The threat from neighboring tribes was gone. All of Italy was Roman now. The city became an administrative center, a market town. Farmers from the surrounding countryside brought grain, olives, wine to sell. Merchants traveling the Via Valeria stopped to rest, trade, resupply. The Forum was the heart of civic life. Temples lined its edges. The basilica, where legal cases were heard, stood at one end. Shops occupied the ground floors of buildings surrounding the plaza. On market days, it would have been packed. Vendors hawking goods, politicians making speeches, kids running between the stalls. The amphitheatre could seat 6,000 people, nearly the entire population. Gladiatorial games were held there, animal hunts, public executions, entertainment, Roman style, brutal, yes, but also community building, shared experiences that reinforced social bonds and reminded everyone of their place in the hierarchy. Then came the slow decline. It started in the 3rd century AD. Barbarian invasions weakened the empire's infrastructure. Roads fell into disrepair. Trade diminished. Cities that depended on commerce struggled. Alba-Fucens was one of them. The death blow came in the 6th century. A series of earthquakes struck central Italy. Buildings collapsed. Aqueducts broke. The population, already diminished, abandoned what was left and moved to safer locations. By the 7th century AD, Alba-Fucens was empty, silent. Medieval villages scavenged the ruins for building materials. Blocks from the ancient walls ended up in farmhouses and churches. What couldn't be moved was left to weather and decay. Soil accumulated. Vegetation covered the streets and buildings. Within a few centuries, Alba-Fucens disappeared beneath the earth. There's a small town in the Rajasthan desert called Abhaneri. If you weren't looking for it, you'd drive right past it. Dust, heat, flat land in every direction. Nothing about the landscape prepares you for what's sitting right in the middle of it. Because when you walk through a modest stone gateway and look down, and I mean straight down, you're staring into one of the most geometrically precise structures ever built by human hands. 13 stories, 3,500 steps. and it was built somewhere around the 9th century AD, give or take a few decades, depending on which historian you ask. This is Chand Baori, and it is unlike anything else on Earth. The first thing that strikes most people isn't the size, though the size is staggering. It's the symmetry. Every single staircase along 3 of its 4 walls descends at exactly the same angle, in exactly the same pattern, meeting at the bottom, in a way that looks less like ancient construction and more like something drawn on a drafting table with a computer. Except there were no computers in 9th century India. There were no cranes, no laser levels, no modern surveying equipment. Just human hands, stone, and a level of organizational intelligence that's genuinely difficult to wrap your mind around. The stepwell is approximately 30 meters deep. To put that in perspective, that's roughly the height of a 10-story building. Inverted, underground, filled with interlocking staircases on 3 sides and a tall colonnaded pavilion on the 4th. The pavilion housed a shrine dedicated to the goddess Harshat Mata, whose temple still stands just outside the stepwell's entrance, partially intact despite centuries of invasions and neglect. Now, who built this? The credit traditionally goes to King Chanda of the Nikumba dynasty, hence the name Chand Baori, or roughly translated, Chand's Stepwell. But here's where the story gets a little more complicated. Very little is actually documented about King Chanda himself. The historical record is thin. What we know comes largely from later inscriptions and regional oral histories, neither of which are considered ironclad by modern archaeologists. So the man behind arguably the most sophisticated water storage structure in the ancient world remains at best a shadowy figure. And why build it at all? That question has a practical answer and a deeper one. Rajasthan is arid. Brutally so. The region receives very little rainfall, and what water does fall evaporates fast in the desert heat. A stepwell like Chand Baori solved that problem in a remarkably elegant way. The deeper you go, the cooler the temperature, sometimes as much as 5 to 6 degrees Celsius cooler than the surface. The water at the bottom stays relatively cool and clean, and the thousands of steps serve a purpose beyond access. They allow people to reach the water table at any level, regardless of the season or how much the water has receded during dry months. It's engineering that responds to nature rather than fighting it. But the deeper answer, the one that keeps researchers coming back, is that this wasn't just a well. It was a gathering place, a social space, a religious site. Communities came here not just to collect water, but to meet, to trade, to observe festivals tied to the water goddess. The stepwell sat at the center of civic life, in a way that's hard to fully appreciate if you're thinking of it as simply infrastructure. There are competing ideas about the construction timeline. Some scholars argue that certain structural elements suggest multiple phases of building, that what King Chanda may have started, later rulers added to or modified. The perfectly uniform staircases on 3 walls contrast with the more ornate, almost ceremonial northern pavilion in a way that suggests different intentions, possibly different eras. No definitive excavation has resolved this yet. What we do know is that Chand Baori fell out of active use sometime after the 11th century, when a series of invasions, most notably by Mahmud of Ghazna's forces sweeping across northern India, disrupted the region profoundly. The temple of Harshat Mata was damaged. The community that sustained the stepwell scattered. And slowly, over generations, the sand crept in. It wasn't rediscovered by the wider world until the 20th century, and even now, standing at its edge, looking down into that impossible geometric descent, The honest question isn't how they built it. The honest question is, why don't we fully understand it yet? There's a moment, twice a year, that happens with absolute precision. The sun rises at a specific angle, its light cuts through a carefully aligned opening in an ancient stone wall, and for just a few minutes, an entire interior chamber fills with gold. Not symbolically, literally. The light lands exactly where it was designed to land. On an altar, a throne, a sacred object, depending on which temple you're standing in and which civilization built it. This wasn't an accident. It was never an accident. Across the ancient world, cultures separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years built temples oriented to the sun with an accuracy that modern architects openly admire. But the structure that perhaps best represents the full ambition of solar temple building, the one that sits at the intersection of engineering, astronomy, religion, and political power, is the coanA, the Temple of the Sun in Cusco, Peru. Built by the Inca at the height of their empire and still standing, in large part, despite everything history threw at it. The name coanA comes from the Quechua language. It translates roughly to golden enclosure, and that name was earned. When Spanish conquistadors entered Cusco in 1533, eyewitness accounts, some recorded by the soldiers themselves, describe walls lined with sheets of solid gold. Not gold paint, not gold leaf. Solid hammered gold panels covering the interior walls of the main temple chamber. There was a golden disc representing Inti, the sun god, positioned so that during the June solstice, the rising sun would strike it directly, flooding the room with reflected light. The effect, by all accounts, was extraordinary. The Spanish melted most of it down within months. What they couldn't destroy, and what they tried to build over, quite literally, was the stonework underneath. And this is where the coanA becomes something beyond a story of lost gold. The Inca masonry at the base of this temple is among the finest ever produced by any civilization. The stones are cut and fitted together without mortar. No cement, no adhesive of any kind. And yet the joints between them are so tight that even today, after centuries of earthquakes, Cusco sits in a seismically active zone. A standard sheet of paper cannot be slid between them. Think about that for a moment. The Spanish built a colonial church, the Church of Santo Domingo, directly on top of the Inca foundations. When a major earthquake struck in 1950, the Spanish colonial structure cracked and partially collapsed. The Inca walls beneath it didn't move. Now, how the Inca achieved this level of precision is a question that hasn't been fully resolved. There were no iron tools. Andean civilizations of this period worked with bronze, stone, and what researchers believe were highly refined abrasive techniques. Some experimental archaeologists have demonstrated that with enough time, skilled workers, and the right abrasive materials, these kinds of joints are achievable. But the scale of the coanA and the consistency of the craftsmanship across every visible stone suggests a level of institutional knowledge and workforce organization that goes well beyond what most casual accounts give the Inca credit for. The solar alignment is equally deliberate. The coanA wasn't just a religious building. It functioned as the astronomical center of the Inca Empire. From it, a system of imaginary lines called sechiNs radiated outward across the landscape in every direction. 41 lines, each associated with specific huacas or sacred sites. Shrines, springs, mountain peaks, fields. The entire sacred geography of the Inca world was organized around this one building. It was, in the most literal sense, the center of their universe. There are researchers who argue the site's astronomical alignments predate the Inca themselves, that the location was considered sacred long before the empire rose to power, possibly as far back as the Tiwanaku culture, which flourished centuries earlier in the Lake Titicaca basin. The evidence for this is circumstantial but not negligible. Certain foundation stones at the Coricancha appear stylistically inconsistent with confirmed Inca construction methods, raising questions about what may have stood on that ground before. Those questions haven't been answered. Excavations beneath the site are limited. The church above it complicates everything, and the full picture of what the Coricancha replaced, if anything, remains unclear. What is clear is this: whoever built here, and whenever they first broke ground, they understood something about the relationship between stone, light, and human meaning that we are still, slowly, carefully, trying to decode. There's a coastline in southwestern Turkey where the mountains meet the sea in a way that feels almost theatrical. The cliffs drop straight down into water, so clear you can see the bottom from 50 feet up. Ancient ruins sit half-submerged along the shoreline, swallowed slowly by the Mediterranean over the course of centuries, and cut directly into the vertical rock faces above, some accessible only by boat, others perched so high that climbing to them would require serious equipment. Are tombs, hundreds of them, carved with such architectural detail that they look less like burial sites and more like the facades of actual buildings frozen permanently into stone. These are the Lycian rock tombs, and the civilization that made them had a relationship with death that was, by any measure, remarkable. The Lycians were not a people who left behind a great deal of written history in their own words. What we know of them comes partly from Greek and Roman sources. Herodotus mentioned them, Strabo described their cities, and partly from the physical evidence they left scattered across the region they called Lycia, which covers much of what is now the Antalya and Muğla provinces of modern Turkey. They were a distinct culture, not Greek, not Persian, though they had contact and conflict with both. They spoke their own language, governed themselves through one of the ancient world's earliest known democratic confederacies, and they buried their dead in a way that nobody else in the ancient Mediterranean quite replicated. The tombs themselves fall into a few broad categories. There are the pillar tombs, freestanding stone columns with burial chambers on top, visible from a distance across the landscape. There are the sarcophagi, some of them enormous, with distinctive curved lids that look almost like an upturned boat hull. And then there are the rock-cut tombs, the ones carved directly into cliff faces, and these are the ones that stop people cold. The most elaborate examples are found at sites like Myra, Tilos, and Pinara. At Myra especially, the cliff face is essentially a vertical city of the dead. Dozens of tomb facades stacked one above another, each one carved to resemble the front of a Lycian house or temple. Columns, pediments, beam ends rendered in stone. Some have relief carvings of the deceased inside, reclining on couches in a scene that suggests not death exactly, but a kind of eternal domestic comfort. Others have inscriptions in the Lycian language that took modern linguists the better part of 2 centuries to partially decode. And here's something that doesn't get mentioned often enough. The positioning of these tombs, high on vertical cliff faces, often completely inaccessible without ropes or scaffolding, was entirely intentional. The Lycians believed that the souls of the dead were carried to the afterlife by winged creatures, something between a bird and a spirit in their cosmology. Height mattered. The closer to the sky, the better the passage. So they built accordingly, cutting into rock faces at elevations that made the construction itself an act of staggering physical commitment. How exactly they did it remains a subject of genuine debate. Working on a sheer cliff face, in some cases hundreds of feet above the ground, with only bronze and iron tools, would have required scaffolding systems of considerable sophistication. No physical evidence of those scaffolding systems survives. Wood doesn't last 3,000 years in most conditions. So researchers are left reconstructing the process, largely through logic and experimental archaeology. Some argue the work was done from the top down, with workers suspended on ropes. Others believe temporary wooden platforms were anchored into the rock itself, the anchor holes later hidden or filled. Neither theory has been definitively proven. What we do know is that these tombs weren't cheap. The labor involved was enormous, and in Lycian society, the size and elaborateness of your tomb was a direct reflection of your social standing. There are laws, actual inscribed laws on some tomb facades, specifying who was permitted to be buried in a given tomb and what the penalty was for unauthorized use. The Lycians, it turns out, were serious about this. Tomb theft, or even unauthorized burial, carried substantial fines. That level of legal specificity tells you something about how central tomb culture was to Lycian identity. This wasn't a fringe practice. It was woven into their law, their architecture, their understanding of what happened after death. Most of the tombs were robbed in antiquity. What the grave robbers left behind, and what archaeologists have carefully recovered, still raises questions that don't have clean answers. Who exactly was buried in the highest ones? And why does the Lycian language, even now, remain only partially understood? On the northern coast of Peru, about 3 miles west of the modern city of Trujillo, there is a sprawling ruin that most Americans have never heard of. It sits in one of the driest deserts on Earth, the Atacama coastal strip, where some weather stations have gone decades without recording meaningful rainfall. The land is pale and cracked. The sky is often overcast, even in summer, because of the cold Humboldt current pushing up from the south. It's not a comfortable place. It's not particularly inviting. And yet roughly 1,000 years ago, somewhere between 100,000 and 200,000 people lived here. This was Chan, the capital of the Chimu Empire. And for a period of roughly 5 centuries, it was the largest city in the pre-Columbian Americas and the largest adobe city on Earth. That second distinction still holds today. Adobe, for anyone unfamiliar, is essentially mud brick, a mixture of clay, sand, water, and organic material like straw or grass, shaped into blocks and dried in the sun. It's one of the oldest building materials in human history, used on every inhabited continent. But what the Chimu did with adobe at Chan goes so far beyond basic mud brick construction that the comparison almost feels unfair. They built walls 30 feet high. They carved intricate geometric and zoomorphic friezes, fish, pelicans, sea otters, waves, nets, into the surfaces of those walls with a level of repetitive precision that suggests highly organized, possibly specialized labor forces. And they organized the entire city around a series of massive royal compounds called ciudadelas, a Spanish word meaning citadels, that each functioned as the palace, administrative center, and eventual tomb of a single Chimu king. There are 9 of these ciudadelas, 9 separate compounds, each one built by a different ruler, each one sealed upon that ruler's death, and never used for royal administration again. The next king simply built a new one. This practice, called split inheritance in the academic literature, meant that the deceased king's compound, along with all its wealth and a portion of the court, remained dedicated to his memory and his cult in perpetuity. The living king inherited the title and the power. The dead king kept everything else. The implications of this for Chan Chan's growth are significant. Every generation, a new massive compound had to be built from scratch. This drove constant construction, constant demand for labor and materials, and almost certainly constant pressure to expand the empire's resource base. Some researchers argue that split inheritance was a primary engine of Chimu imperial expansion, that the need to fund new royal construction was a structural incentive for conquest. It's a compelling theory, and it shifts the way you think about the city. Chan Chan wasn't just a capital, it was an economic machine built around the perpetual needs of both the living and the dead. The inner compounds themselves are extraordinary spaces. Each ciudadela is surrounded by massive outer walls, sometimes 10 feet thick at the base. Inside, the layout follows a broadly similar pattern across all 9. An entry corridor, a large ceremonial courtyard, audiencias, which are small U-shaped administrative chambers of uncertain exact function, storage facilities, a water reservoir, and the royal burial platform at the rear. The consistency of this layout, across 9 different compounds, built across roughly 4 centuries, tells you that the Chimu had a very fixed idea of what a royal space should look like and how it should function. There was no improvisation here. This was institutional architecture operating according to a deeply held template. The friezes are worth slowing down for. The carved decorations that cover interior walls throughout the ciudadelas are not random ornamentation. Researchers have identified recurring motifs. Marine animals dominate, which makes sense for a coastal empire whose economy was deeply tied to the sea. But the arrangements of these figures, the way certain patterns repeat in certain zones of certain compounds, suggest a symbolic language that hasn't been fully decoded. The Chimu had no writing system in the conventional sense, so the friezes may have carried communicative weight beyond pure decoration. What exactly they communicated is still an open question. The Inca conquered the Chimu around 1470. They were efficient about it. They reportedly kidnapped Chimu artisans and relocated them to Cusco, stripping Chan Chan of much of its skilled labor force almost immediately. Within decades, the city began its long decline. What the Inca took, the desert slowly reclaimed the rest. The rain that rarely falls does damage when it comes. Entire frieze sections have dissolved back into mud within living memory. The clock for Chan Chan is still running. There is a small island in the White Sea, off the northwestern coast of Russia, that sits just below the Arctic Circle. For most of the year, it is cold, grey, and almost completely isolated. The sea around it freezes in winter. The summers are brief and pale. The island is called Bolshoi Zyatsky, Big Hair Island in English, and it measures roughly 1.5 miles across. There are no trees, no permanent residents, just low Arctic scrub, exposed granite bedrock, and scattered boulders left behind by retreating glaciers thousands of years ago. And then there are the labyrinths, 35 of them, arranged across the island's surface, in a concentration found nowhere else on Earth, made entirely from stones placed directly on the ground. No mortar, no cutting, no shaping. Each one a carefully laid spiral or double spiral pattern. Some as small as 15 feet across, others stretching close to 80 feet in diameter. They have been sitting here, largely undisturbed, for somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 years. Nobody knows who built them. Nobody knows why. That's not an exaggeration for dramatic effect. That is the honest state of the research. The people who constructed the Bolshoi-Zayatsky labyrinths left no written record, no burial goods that have been definitively linked to the structures, and no oral tradition that has survived in any traceable form. What archaeologists have is the stones themselves, and the patterns those stones make on the ground. The labyrinths are not mazes in the way most people think of mazes. There are no dead ends, no wrong turns, no branching paths. Each one has a single continuous path that winds inward toward the center, then winds back out again. You enter, you follow the spiral to the middle, and the same path brings you back to where you started. There is only one way in and one way out, and they are the same opening. In the language of labyrinth studies, this is called a unicursal design. Single path, no choices. This design is not unique to Bolshoi-Zayatsky. Labyrinth patterns of broadly similar form appear in prehistoric rock carvings across Scandinavia, in Bronze Age designs on the Iberian Peninsula, in ancient India, and in early Christian floor mosaics in medieval European churches. The pattern seems to recur independently across multiple cultures and time periods, which raises a question that researchers have been wrestling with for decades. Is there something about the unicursal spiral that speaks to something fundamental in human cognition? Something about the way our minds process movement, transition, or the concept of passage from one state to another? It's a serious question, not a mystical one. Cognitive archaeologists, a relatively young field, have begun examining whether certain geometric forms appear cross-culturally not because of contact between civilizations, but because of shared features of human neurology and perception. The labyrinth may be one of those forms. The leading hypothesis among Russian and Scandinavian archaeologists, and this site has been studied primarily by Russian researchers since the Soviet era, with Scandinavian collaboration more recently, is that the labyrinths were connected to ritual practices related to fishing or hunting. The White Sea was, and still is, extraordinarily rich in fish and marine mammals. Some researchers have proposed that the labyrinths functioned as ritual traps, symbolically capturing the spirits of fish to ensure a successful catch. Participants may have walked the path as part of a ceremony before heading out to sea. It sounds speculative, and it is, but it's not without parallel. Ethnographic records from indigenous Scandinavian and Siberian cultures document ritual walking practices associated with hunting success, and several of these involve spiral or circular movement patterns. The geographic and cultural proximity to Bolshoi-Zayatsky makes the comparison worth taking seriously, even if it can't be proven. What complicates everything is the dating. Establishing when exactly these labyrinths were built has proven frustratingly difficult. The stones themselves can't be carbon dated. Researchers rely on associated materials found nearby, charcoal from ancient fires, organic deposits, and on the position of the structures relative to datable geological features. The current best estimate puts construction somewhere in the 2nd millennium BC, during the Bronze Age. But there is a real margin of error attached to that estimate, and some researchers believe certain structures may be older. The island also contains burial mounds and the remains of ancient structures that suggest periodic human habitation over a very long stretch of time. Whether the same people built all 35 labyrinths, or whether different groups returned to this island across centuries and added their own, that question is still open. In the very center of Asia, in a remote corner of the Russian Republic of Tuva, that borders Mongolia, there is a lake called Terracotta. It sits at an elevation of roughly 2,200 meters above sea level, surrounded by mountains and steppe grassland that stretch in every direction without interruption. The lake is cold and deep. In winter, it freezes completely. In summer, it is still cold enough to be uncomfortable. It is one of the more isolated places on the Eurasian continent, and reaching it requires either a long overland journey across difficult terrain or a helicopter. In the middle of that lake, on a small island, sit the ruins of Pobajin, which translates from the local Tuvan language as clay house. The name is modest to the point of being almost misleading, because what Pobajin actually is, or was, is a massive walled compound covering nearly 4 hectares, with walls that originally stood 10 to 12 meters high and were constructed from rammed earth and timber with a precision and scale that suggests serious institutional resources behind it. It was built in the 8th century AD, almost certainly by the Uyghur Khaganate, the Turkic Empire that dominated Central Asia during that period. That much the archaeological record supports reasonably well. The dendrochronology, tree ring dating applied to timber samples recovered from the site points clearly to construction in the 750s or 760s AD, so the when is roughly settled. The who is mostly settled. What remains genuinely unresolved, and what has kept researchers returning to this frigid lake for decades, is the why. Because Pobajin makes very little practical sense. Start with the location. Building a large permanent structure on an island in a high-altitude lake in one of the coldest and most remote regions of Asia is not a decision driven by convenience. Transporting the materials alone, timber, rammed earth, the tools and workforce required, across mountainous terrain and then across water, would have been an undertaking of enormous difficulty and expense. And yet someone did it, deliberately. The compound was not a small outpost or a simple way station. It was a major construction project by any measure. The internal layout adds to the mystery. Pobajin was excavated in serious phases beginning in the 1950s under Soviet archaeologists, and more comprehensively in the mid-2000s by a Russian expedition that employed some of the most sophisticated remote sensing and ground-penetrating radar technology available at the time. What they found inside the walls was a highly organized grid of streets and structures, including a large central building of considerable architectural ambition, surrounded by smaller structures arranged symmetrically along the compound's central axis. The design has a formal, almost ceremonial quality. There are no obvious food storage facilities of the scale you'd expect for a military garrison. There are no clear signs of sustained everyday habitation. No thick occupation layers of the kind that accumulate when people actually live somewhere for years. In other words, Pobajin doesn't look like it was ever really lived in. 3 major theories have emerged from the research. The first is that it was a palace complex, a seasonal residence built for a Uyghur Khagan, used during specific ceremonial or administrative occasions and maintained rather than permanently occupied. The second theory proposes a Manichaean monastery. Manichaeism, a religious tradition that blended elements of Zoroastrianism, Christianity, and Buddhism, was adopted as the official religion of the Uyghur Khaganate in 762 or 763 AD, almost exactly the period when Pobajin was being built. The formal symmetrical layout of the compound bears some resemblance to Manichaean architectural principles documented at other sites. The timing is difficult to ignore. The third theory is more sobering. Huaca may have been abandoned almost immediately after construction was completed, or even before it was fully finished. Some evidence from the excavations suggests the site saw very little actual use before it was left. If that's true, then the enormous effort that went into building it yielded almost nothing in practical terms. An empire poured enormous resources into a structure on a remote island, and then simply walked away from it. Why would they do that? Political upheaval is the most common explanation. The Uyghur Khaganate was a powerful but ultimately short-lived empire, and its internal politics were frequently violent. A project begun under one ruler could easily be abandoned under the next. But that explanation, while plausible, is still just an explanation. The evidence for it is circumstantial. Huaca remains, in the language of the researchers who study it, an enigma with insufficient data, which is a careful, professional way of saying they're still not sure what they're looking at. There is an island in the Mediterranean that most people think they understand. Sardinia, Italian territory, popular with tourists, known for its beaches and its food and its particular shade of blue-green water. But Sardinia has another layer entirely, one that sits mostly underground and mostly out of sight. And it predates the Romans, the Phoenicians, and even the Nuragic civilization that left those mysterious stone towers scattered across the island's interior. Go back far enough, back to the Neolithic and Copper Age, somewhere between 4000 and 2700 BC, and you find something carved into the rock of Sardinia that is unlike anything else in the Western Mediterranean. They are called Domus de Janus. In the Sardinian language, that translates to houses of the fairies, though some older regional dialects render it closer to houses of the witches. Either way, the name is not archaeological, it's folkloric. The local people who lived near these structures for centuries, who didn't fully understand what they were or who made them, explained them through the lens of the supernatural. Little people, witches, spirits, whoever or whatever the Janas were supposed to be, they were understood as the original inhabitants of these strange underground chambers cut into the island's limestone and basalt bedrock. What they actually are, of course, is tombs, prehistoric collective burial sites, carved by hand into solid rock during a period when the most sophisticated metal tools available were made of copper. There are over 3,000 of them across Sardinia. 3,000. Concentrated particularly in the central and northern parts of the island, sometimes appearing in isolation, sometimes clustered in groups of 20 or 30 along a single rocky hillside, their small doorways cut at ground level or just above it, like the entrances to a hidden underground neighborhood. The people who built these tombs left no written record. The culture responsible, broadly identified as the Ozieri culture in the Neolithic phase and the Abialzu Filigosa culture in the Copper Age transition, is known almost entirely through material evidence. Pottery, figurines, burial goods, and the tombs themselves. The figurines are worth noting. Sardinia's prehistoric cultures produced a significant number of small stone and ceramic female figurines with stylized, almost abstract forms that appear to represent a deity or revered figure, possibly a mother goddess, though that interpretation has been both widely used and widely debated in prehistoric archaeology for good reason. Projecting modern religious categories onto ancient material culture is a reliable way to get things wrong. What the burial goods do tell us is that these were collective tombs, used over long periods of time, with multiple individuals interred together. The bones found in excavated Domus de Janus are frequently disarticulated, scattered and mixed, suggesting that bodies were either moved to make room for new burials or that secondary burial practices were in use, where remains were collected after initial decomposition elsewhere and then placed in the rock-cut chamber. The ochre pigment found on the walls of many chambers is significant. Red ochre appears in burial contexts across the prehistoric world with remarkable consistency in European cave paintings, in African Middle Stone Age sites, in early American burial traditions. Its recurring association with death and burial rites suggests it carried symbolic meaning related to blood, life, or regeneration. In the Domus de Janas, the painted walls transform these small carved rooms into something deliberately sensory. Someone went to considerable effort to make these underground spaces look a particular way. For whom? The dead, presumably, but also perhaps for the living who came to visit them. That relationship between the living and the dead, maintained through architecture, through pigment, through carved symbols on stone walls, is something the Sardinian Neolithic people clearly took seriously. 3,000 tombs, cut by hand into solid rock, is not a casual commitment. What remains unanswered is the full picture of the society that produced them. The Oziri culture appears, from the archaeological record, to have been relatively egalitarian. The burial goods don't show the dramatic stratification of wealth you see in later Bronze Age societies, but 3,000 rock-cut tombs suggest significant community organization and sustained collective effort over many generations. How that organization worked, who made the decisions, and what happened to this culture as the Copper Age gave way to the Bronze Age and the Nuragic civilization began to emerge. Those transitions are still being mapped. The houses of the witches are still there, still cut into the rock, still waiting to give up whatever they haven't told us yet. There is a place in the country of Georgia, the former Soviet Republic, not the American state, where an entire city was carved directly into a sandstone cliff above the Mtkvari River. Not built on the cliff, not built against it, carved into it, room by room, corridor by corridor, street by street, over a period that spans roughly 3,000 years of continuous human presence. The site is called Uplistsikhi, which translates from Georgian as the Lord's Fortress, and it is one of the oldest urban settlements in the entire Caucasus region, with occupation evidence stretching back to the early Iron Age, somewhere around the first millennium BC. What makes Uplistsikhi unusual, beyond the obvious fact of being a city inside a rock, is its durability, not physical durability, though that too is remarkable. Historical durability. This site was inhabited, used, fought over, abandoned, reoccupied, and fought over again, across an almost incomprehensible stretch of time. Persians, Greeks, Romans, Arabs, Mongols. The list of powers that swept through this part of the Caucasus reads like a summary of Eurasian imperial history, and through most of it, foundations are associated with pagan religious practice. The oldest carved structures include what researchers identify as ceremonial halls with specific architectural features, flat ceilings supported by carved columns, niches cut into walls at regular intervals, drainage channels suggesting ritual use of water or liquid offerings. The local pre-Christian religion of the ancient Georgians involved a complex pantheon, and Uplistsikhi appears to have served as a significant religious center during this period. Some of the carved chambers show evidence of fire use in contexts that suggest ritual rather than domestic function. Then Christianity arrived in Georgia. The traditional date given for Georgia's conversion is 337 AD, making it one of the earliest Christian nations in the world, and Uplistiki converted with it, or rather, Uplistiki was converted. A Christian basilica was built within the rock-cut city, its construction involving the deliberate modification of earlier pagan structures. This kind of religious overwriting is not unusual in the ancient world, but at Uplistiki it's particularly visible because everything is carved in stone. You can see the layers. You can see where an older carved ceiling was partially destroyed to make room for a Christian apse. The architectural palimpsest is right there in the rock, legible to anyone who knows what they're looking at. The city, at its peak, roughly between the 4th and 8th centuries AD, was a substantial settlement. Estimates based on the number and size of carved chambers suggest a population that could have reached 20,000 people, though that figure is debated and likely represents a maximum rather than a consistent occupancy. There were residential quarters, wine cellars carved deep into the rock for temperature regulation, a pharmacy with carved stone mortars still in situ, a theatre space with a stage platform and a seating carved from the living rock, and an elaborate tunnel system connecting different parts of the city and providing protected access to the river below. The pharmacy is worth pausing on. The presence of a dedicated medical facility, identifiable as such through its carved equipment and its separation from domestic and religious spaces, suggests a level of civic organization that goes well beyond simple communal survival. Uplistiki had specialists, people whose entire function within the community was medical. That implies surplus food, surplus labor, surplus social complexity, of a kind that tends to get associated with much larger and better documented ancient cities. The Arab invasion of the 8th century damaged the city significantly and disrupted its role as a regional center. But the final blow came in 1240, when the Mongols, under the commanders of Batu Khan, swept through the Caucasus with the systematic destructiveness that characterized Mongol campaigns of that era. Uplistiki was largely destroyed and never fully recovered. The population shifted to the nearby city of Gori, which grew in importance as Uplistiki declined. By the late medieval period, the rock-cut city was largely abandoned. What the Mongols couldn't destroy was the rock itself. The carved chambers, the streets, the columns, the wine cellars, they're still there, eroding slowly under the action of wind, rain, and the Mtkvari River undercutting the cliff base below. Georgian and international archaeologists have been working to document and stabilize the site with urgency because the sandstone is soft and the erosion is measurable year by year. Drive east from Algiers along the Ores mountain road, through scrubland and dry plateau that feels like it belongs to another century entirely, and eventually, if you know where to look, you'll see it rising above the flat terrain ahead of you. A massive circular stone structure, roughly 60 meters in diameter and 18 meters high, sitting alone on a slight elevation as though it was placed there deliberately to be seen from a distance, which it almost certainly was. This is Medrakan, and despite being one of the largest and best preserved pre-Islamic monuments in all of North Africa, it remains, outside of Algeria and a handful of academic circles, almost entirely unknown to the wider world. That obscurity is worth noting, because Medrakan is not a minor site. It is a monument of genuine ambition and considerable antiquity, built at a scale that demanded serious resources and serious organizational capacity. The structure consists of a cylindrical drum of carefully cut limestone blocks surmounted by a low conical roof also constructed of stone. Around the base of the cylinder runs a colonnade of 60 Doric columns, 60 each one cut from single pieces of local stone and engaged into the outer wall rather than freestanding. The Doric order is Greek in origin, and its presence here, deep in the North African interior, is one of several details about Medrakan that complicate any simple reading of what it is and who built it. The name Medrakan, sometimes spelled Madgarkan, is believed to derive from a Berber word, and local tradition has long associated the monument with Madgis, a legendary ancestor figure in Berber oral history. The Berbers, or Amazigh people, are the indigenous population of North Africa, predating the Phoenician, Roman, and Arab arrivals that successive waves of history brought to the region. And the most widely accepted scholarly attribution for Medrasan is that it served as the royal tomb of a Berber king, specifically a king of the Numidian dynasty, the confederation of Berber tribes that controlled much of what is now northern Algeria and Tunisia during the last few centuries BC. Numidia is a name that appears frequently in Roman historical accounts, particularly in connection with the Second Punic War. Massinissa, the most famous Numidian king, was a critical Roman ally against Carthage. His grandson Jugurtha fought a long and costly war against Rome that ended with his capture and execution in 104 BC. The Numidian kings were sophisticated political operators who moved between Roman, Carthaginian, and indigenous Berber cultural spheres with considerable agility, and their material culture reflected that complexity. They built in local traditions, but absorbed Greek and Roman architectural vocabulary when it suited their purposes. Medrasan fits that profile exactly. The overall form, a circular tumulus tomb on a raised platform, has deep roots in North African and broader Mediterranean funerary tradition. But the Doric columns, the careful stone cutting, the deliberate monumentality of the design all speak to a ruler who understood the political language of Hellenistic and Roman monumental architecture and used it intentionally. This tomb was built to communicate power and permanence to anyone who approached it. It succeeded. It is still communicating that, 2,000 years later. But here is the central problem. Nobody knows for certain who is buried inside it. The interior of Medrasan has been explored, partially and imperfectly, on several occasions going back to the 19th century. French military engineers made an initial probe in 1873, cutting through to a central burial chamber along a narrow interior corridor that runs through the structure. What they found was largely empty. Either the tomb had been robbed in antiquity, which is entirely possible and frankly probable given its age, or the primary burial goods had been removed deliberately at some point in the structure's long history. No inscriptions were found identifying the occupant. No datable objects of sufficient specificity to pin down the construction period with confidence. The architectural dating, based on comparative analysis of the column style and construction technique, points generally to the 3rd or 2nd century BC. Some researchers favor an attribution to Massinissa himself, who died in 148 BC at an age reportedly close to 90. Others argue for an earlier Numidian ruler, possibly one of Massinissa's predecessors. A minority position suggests the tomb may post-date Massinissa, possibly belonging to one of his successors in the turbulent decades before Rome finally absorbed Numidia as a province in 46 BC. None of these attributions has been proven. The evidence is architectural and circumstantial, not documentary. About 25 kilometers north of Dar es Salaam, along a stretch of the Tanzanian coast, where the Indian Ocean comes in warm and flat against a shoreline fringed with coconut palms, there are ruins that most of the world has never thought to look for. They sit partially hidden by vegetation, partially eroded by coastal weather, and partially forgotten by the broader narrative of African history that tends to focus on either ancient Egypt or the better documented kingdoms of the interior. But Kunduchi is neither of those things. It is something more specific and in some ways more interesting, a window into a coastal civilization that was, at its height, deeply connected to one of the most active trading networks in the pre-modern world. The ruins at Kunduchi are Swahili. That word carries cultural and linguistic meaning that goes well beyond the language most people associate with it. The Swahili civilization, sometimes called the Swahili coast culture, was not a single empire or a single ethnic group. It was a sophisticated urban tradition that developed along the East African coast from roughly the 8th century AD onward, in settlements that functioned as nodes in the Indian Ocean trade network connecting East Africa to the Arabian Peninsula, Persia, India, and eventually China. Swahili towns were cosmopolitan places. They absorbed outside influences, Islamic architecture, Persian ceramics, Indian textiles, Chinese porcelain, and synthesized them with indigenous Bantu cultural foundations into something genuinely distinct. Kunduchi was one of these towns. At its peak, probably somewhere between the 14th and 17th centuries, it was a functioning settlement with a mosque, a cemetery of considerable size, and the kind of coral stone architecture that is the defining material signature of Swahili urban construction. Coral stone, cut from fossilized reef beds that run along the East African coastline, is a remarkable building material. It is relatively light, easy to cut with basic tools, and hardens on exposure to air. Swahili builders used it to construct walls, archways, and decorative panels with a level of refinement that surprises people who encounter it without prior knowledge of the tradition. The mosque at Kunduchi is the most studied structure on the site. Its basic form follows the pattern common to Swahili mosque architecture, a rectangular prayer hall oriented toward Mecca with a mihrab, which is the niche in the wall indicating the direction of prayer, decorated with carved plasterwork of considerable intricacy. The mihrab decoration at Kunduchi shows design elements that have parallels in mosques found at other Swahili sites along the coast. Kilwa Kisiwani to the south, Mombasa and Malindi to the north, suggesting a shared architectural vocabulary across a wide geographic range and a cultural network that was in genuine sustained contact with itself. The cemetery is substantial. Pillar tombs, a distinctive Swahili funerary form in which a tall decorated column rises above the burial site, are scattered across it in various states of preservation. These pillar tombs are not found in Islamic funerary traditions outside the Swahili coast, which suggests they represent an indigenous innovation rather than an imported practice. Their function beyond marking burial sites has been debated. Some researchers have proposed they served as territorial markers, visible from the sea, communicating the presence and status of a settled community to approaching traders. Others interpret them primarily as status displays within the community itself, monuments to wealthy or politically significant individuals whose families could afford the construction. What brought Kunduchi into existence was trade, and what ended its active life was also, in a roundabout way, trade. Specifically, the disruption of Indian Ocean commerce patterns that followed the arrival of Portuguese naval power in the region, beginning in the late 15th century. The Portuguese were aggressive and systematic in their effort to control Indian Ocean trade routes, and the Swahili coast towns that had operated for centuries as relatively autonomous commercial hubs found themselves caught between Portuguese pressure from the sea and shifting political dynamics on land. Some towns adapted, some declined. Kunduchi, for reasons that aren't entirely clear from the surviving record, fell into the latter category. By the 18th century, it was largely abandoned. The vegetation moved in. The coral stone walls began the slow process of returning to the landscape. The Indian Ocean, which had been the source of Kunduchi's prosperity, began working on its coastline with the patient indifference of tidal erosion. 11 sites, 11 civilizations that carved, stacked, climbed, and committed to stone with a seriousness that puts almost everything we casually call permanent to shame. From the geometric perfection of Chan Baori's desert staircase to the Telem dead resting in cliff-face caves above the Malian plain. What connects all of it isn't mystery for its own sake. It's the stubborn human insistence on leaving something behind that outlasts the person who made it. Most of these places still have unanswered questions sitting in their foundations. Unexcavated chambers, undeciphered inscriptions, sections of wall that nobody has touched in 1,000 years. Which means the story isn't finished, not even close. There is a 12th site in this series, one that may reframe how we think about several of the others, a place where multiple ancient traditions appear to converge in ways that current archaeology is only beginning to map. That one comes next. If this series is something you want to see continue, subscribing to the channel is the most direct way to make that happen. It costs nothing, and it means a great deal. We'll see you at the next site.